Welcome to the ERWC II, where 12 of the top teams in the world will battle out for 50,000 euros. Lewis, where are we?
Well, you find us here at Simply Race.
Hello everyone, it is a moment more than a year in the making. It's the return of the Esports Racing World Cup. 2022 saw VCO introduce this new and novel concept that delighted and then built through the Esports Racing League to return once more, and we're delighted over the next 3 days to see who will be crowned our champions once more. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, unfortunately not at Simply Race, but you know who is. It is Lewis and Luke. Let's check in with them very quickly. Luke, we're getting ready to go, and what a journey it's been to land up here.
Well, first of all, you know it's an important event when Arjuna brings a jacket.
I know, he's looking all right. He's looking a bit mad compared to us. We're all right.
It's early in the morning, so he can't have had court before he got here, so he must have had court afterwards.
Yeah, it's very close. It's a tight schedule.
It's amazing to be here. Arjuna, it's such a shame you're not here, but I'm sure the event is still going to be an absolute cracker.
Lewis, I mean, we've had so much VCO competition, but here 3 different sims. It's really going to challenge the drivers to be adaptable.
I think so. I mean, it's one thing that we loved about ERL going through the season, and what we loved about ERWC, obviously back at the start of 2022. Something about this competition, it's multi-platform, it's multidiscipline, and you don't have time to really prepare jumping between each platform. You have to be a natural with it. You have to just jump in and just click, and it's why we see teams like Redline going so strong on all 3 platforms, or Apex, RAG go well on their respective platforms. This is what makes this competition so thrilling.
Well, the 2 of you are at Simply Race. Let's learn a little bit more about where you guys are. Oh, sorry, I thought we were going to go over to a promo video. Instead, I tell you what, let's take a quick look at... Let's talk a little bit about this Esports Racing World Cup. Of course, we had 30 teams over the course of the Esports Racing League that competed to get down to these final 12. 3 different cups, of which Team Redline won 2. It was the Apex Racing team that really bounced back from the Spring Cup, that were able to surprise us in the summer and come out on top. Of course, they're fighting for $50,000, but that's not it. It's not a trophy. It's something a little bit more special. Let's check out what they're fighting for.
The VCO Esports Racing World Cup features 12 of the best teams in sim racing, bringing 5 drivers each to total 60 drivers. Over 3 days of competition, they'll race on 3 platforms, all for 1 title. Each day will begin in the heats, where all 12 teams will compete. The top 6 moves through into the quarterfinal upper bracket, and the bottom 6 will move through into the quarterfinal lower bracket. From this, the quarterfinal upper bracket, 3 teams will automatically transfer into the final. The bottom 3 teams will move into the semi-finals. Into the quarterfinal lower bracket, teams will fight for survival, 3 progressing through into the semi-finals and 3 being eliminated. The semi-final will see 6 of the last 9 remaining teams battle it out to be in the top 3 to move through into the final. In the final, the last 6 teams will fight it out to be in the top 2 spots, who will move through into the showdown. This is where things will change as combat moves to one team against another in a best of 3 showdown for the day's top honours.
So that was a look at not just the...
Yeah, that
that's Florian. 100% Florian.
Definitely.
Just put a mask on. No, it's not me.
I think it's great, though, guys, that you've got one of the belts next to you. It's not a trophy. It's something that they can throw over their shoulders or wrap around their waist, Luke.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something unique, very similar to the championship, right? It's really unique. Something my kids would love, actually. Shout out to them, Riley, Jack, and Reggie, all watching at home. They'd love a belt like this to win. Unfortunately, they can't win it.
They're not quick enough, do you think?
No,
not yet. Not yet.
I am.
You are. That's not true. But Gordy Much kept him behind with 255 kilos. It's fine. We've got 2 of them. We were doing a bit of a standoff with them earlier. They're very cool. They're unique. It's something which you can't win doing anything else. It's a cool prize. I always say that trophies and things are almost like worth more than sometimes like prize money. Because it's just such a cool and object that you just can't get anywhere else.
I tell you what, let's talk a little bit about the 12 teams that we've got on the docket that are getting ready to go racing here on Assetto Corsa Competizione. And Lewis, why don't you walk us through them?
Yeah, well, as we start, the idea that the favourites could potentially be Team Redline, the Apex Racing team, BS Competition, RHG Williams, those are the ones that we're kind of like leaning towards. Unicorns of Love today will be incredibly strong. Of course, Veloce and Yazheat coming from the same camp. TRITON Racing looking for a final display from a couple of their drivers. Burst. Then, of course, Arnage Competition and Team Fordzilla. The 12 teams that have worked their way through from the ERL by being the top 12 in the standings and have worked their way through into ERWC II. It's a great list.
It certainly is. I would say that Veloce have taken a couple of drivers from Fordzilla to strengthen them. Unicorns of Love, who've been the dominant team in ACC, they've lost 1 or 2 of their really top drivers. One of them ended up going to Williams, who's not racing for Williams, but Williams are going to be stronger because of it. Like, there's so many different factors. So what we've seen so far during this season, or the last 12 months, I'm not sure it's going to replicate or reflect what we're going to see this weekend.
No, maybe not. What do you think, Arjuna? Oh, he's not here. It's fine. He's gone. What I'm going to do is, because we'll get rid of him. It's fine. Because we've got this, right? Now, we're going to have a little bit of fun. Because, just ignore all this behind us. We'll deal with that later. We've got some magnets here. And I think we should talk a little bit about what we're expecting today here on ACC, particularly. Now, of course, of the 12 teams I've all got magnets for, we kind of discuss who do we think is going to go pretty strong here. So very quickly.
Yeah, I'm done.
Apex Racing team.
Apex Racing team. We're talking ACC. What are we going for? A tier, or are we going for like 12 down? 1 to 12?
Let's go 12. Let's go 12 down.
I think they're sort of in the middle.
Well, we've got Dane here, so they are going to go down here at the bottom. No, actually no, because I'm visiting them tomorrow. It's fine. They'll go top 5.
Oh, ACC. I'm not sure. Don't think so.
Okay, so we're going to put them in the middle nicely for now. TRITON Racing.
Oh, I think they're a wild card on any sim. I think they can just be horrendous or incredible. I just think they are a massive wild card.
Racing team.
I think that on average, I'll put them the same as Apex.
We'll put them around there for now. This is going to get very messy. Don't worry. Yazheat.
Oh, ACC specialist team, right? So you've got to put them above those two,
them
for sure.
We'll put those around there for now. Arnage. I don't think Arnage are going to be super strong on this platform. I don't think this is going to be their chosen one.
I think it's similar to Unicorns of Love. Like, this is their day, whereas rFactor and iRacing is going to be Arnage's kind of day.
Yeah. So I think down here, get rid of them.
Yeah.
For now.
Ooh, is there a little bit of overlap there?
Probably. We'll see. Williams Esports. They are, for me, because of Dara McCormack, they're pretty high, right?
Dairy.
Yeah, Dairy.
Yeah.
Old Dairy. Hydra, he'll be watching. Veloce.
I think Veloce are not as strong, crazy as this, not as strong as Yazheat.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
With Yazheat.
I was going to say that. I'm going to kind of put them around here.
The sister team stronger than the main.
I know.
That's a story.
Burst. Unfortunately,
Blast Esports.
I'm not sure. Blast. We're going to go with Blast. This is not their platform.
It's like silly season of sim racing right now, like as it is in real life. Every team sort of together because they keep moving different teams.
They have to go pretty high, surely. Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, we'll give them that one.
Surely they've got to go pretty high.
Although each championship is in the night time and they're young. So they might go past their curfew.
It might go past
might not be able to even compete in the final.
Might be past their bedtime. Now we're getting paid for this, so.
Hold it.
Right, we're getting paid. It's fine. Redline. I think Redline on this list would be around.
Hold on. Can we stick them to that? Stick them to the zebra.
Do you
they're going to be up there, aren't they?
Do you think they're going to be higher than Williams and?
Oh, not as high. Not as high as zebras.
Not as high as the people paying us. Okay. Fordzilla, you've had a bit of an issue recently. Sorry. And R8G, I think, will be around here as well. So that's kind of where we're going from, top to bottom. No bias. I do actually agree with this. I think Unicorns Love are going to be pretty strong. Williams Esports, R8G, maybe about the same level as Redline. who probably can compete. But then, of course, BS Competition are going to win, obviously.
Is the segment over?
Yeah.
Right, quick. Go.
Okay.
Take it away.
Right, we'll get rid of that.
Florian didn't see that.
That's fine. Right, what's next? Help. I don't know.
We're ready for
I think we are. Pretty
team
much
lineup.
I think we are.
Yeah. We're off to see some Redline.
We're juggling things with Mike whilst we've been chatting plenty of rubbish.
So Arjuna's already made a mistake. Now Mike's made a mistake.
But we're perfect. But we are perfect here in the commentary booth.
Let's talk ACC.
We'll see.
ACC. Oh. Right. Congratulations, Redline.
Redline have won.
Unbelievable performance.
The Redline.
Yeah.
It's been a fantastic day for Team Redline. They've not won. So we've got the heats.
They were the winners of the first season.
Let's discuss the format a little bit.
Yep.
Because we're going to start the day. You saw in the video there. We're going to start the day with the heats. Now, what's going to happen in that?
Well, every single driver is in the first race.
Yeah.
It's quite as simple as that. It is going to be the biggest of clusters, which is perfect for this competition. Expect anything and everything. But the best thing is, the top 6 will go to a upper bracket, and then the bottom 6 will go down to a lower bracket. And then once you get those 2 quarterfinals, the top 3 from the first or the upper quarterfinal will go straight through to the final. The bottom 3 will face the top 3 from the lower quarterfinal in a semi-final. And then we have those 6 teams left in a final, and then we go to a supercalifragilistic final, where it's 2 teams, and they win the day. I'm not going to give it the name that you gave it earlier, but yes, there's a showdown later on where we'll see that one-on-one team action that we love about ERWC and ERL. Kinky.
It is very much so. But with the heats early on, it's the most cars that we'll see all day, and of course our champions last year were Team Redline. Let's take a look.
Us.
Perfect. And Mark, defending champions for the Esports Racing World Cup. Let's go back 12 months and talk us through your thoughts as the manager heading into what was a first-of-its-kind tournament.
Yeah, first of all, thanks for having us. Last year seems like it only was yesterday, to be honest. Was certainly a challenge when we first picked it up. 3 different sims on 3 days. But it was a really fun experience back then. I mean, obviously we walked away with the win, which was great, of course. But it was also, something different, something that sim racing hasn't seen before. So it was great in that regard. Maybe in terms of what changed since then, I think back then we really, we were really comfortable in iRacing after Q2. ACC, there was a little bit of a weak point. We struggled a bit there. So that was our main target for this year to sort out these last couple of flaws to hopefully be even stronger this year.
Yeah, I think the one thing that defined Team Redline in last year's competition was the fact that you had great lineups on a couple of the platforms, maybe not on some, but the drivers hadn't shown the adaptability. Now we've seen that growth, we've seen the strength, especially on Assetto Corsa Competizione. In your opinion, what's been the defining factor in the past 12 months about learning some different simulators, and some new simulators in the case of rennsport?
In general, it's just about getting the hours in. I mean, there's no shortcut for practice, right? So that's the first thing you got to do, and that's also what we did, for example, for ACC. That's what we did for, as you mentioned, rennsport as well. And putting the hours in, and then going into the last couple of details, which might give you the last couple of percentages, the last edge, because each sim in its own way, it's a bit different. There's always something in iRacing that you got to do. There's something different in ACC you got to do. In one sim you gotta heat up the brakes, another sim you gotta watch out for the tire pressures. So it's always about these minute details which you gotta adapt to. So I would say these are the 2 main pillars: so the practice and the details.
one thing we talk about a lot on the commentary side of things is the fact that the tracks are always voted by the community, and you guys only really know about them very shortly before we go racing. As team manager, what does that mean from your perspective, especially going into some of this preparation that we've just been talking about?
I would say it makes it easy in a way, right? You don't have you don't know the track weeks in advance, because if you would know, then every week every team would of course put in the effort, and it might entail quite a bit more preparation. And that way, of course, you've got to sort out all the details, as I just said, on the sim first, so that you're feeling comfortable. But then once the track is released, you can hop on the track, and everyone pretty much gets the same amount of practice. So in that regard, I think it's a bit more comfortable for the drivers and for the teams in general.
Well, we saw the lineup just before we started this chat. Bit of a shake-up compared to what we've seen through the course of the Esports Racing League and the Esports Racing World Cup. How are you feeling going into your title defense here in 2023?
Yeah, I think we're quite confident. I mean, you just mentioned the lineup. I think we retained most of the lineup. Kevin Jeffrey, the powerhouse in R52 and ACC, really, and then we've got Enzo, who is probably the most adaptable sim racer out there. So I mean, he's the perfect pick for a competition like this, and we will put him through the works again during this cup, having to drive all 3 events. So that's going to be a busy schedule for him. And then iRacing, yeah, I mean, we're just gonna stick with Chris. He's been performing really, really well. Also during the last ERWC, and then of course the last big addition, Diogo, reigning PESC champion, current PESC leader. So I think you can't really go wrong with him, right? So I think we're feeling pretty confident that we can challenge again with this lineup. If anything, I think it's even improved like the last couple of bits. So we're feeling confident.
It's great to hear. Of course, we have most valuable driver consistently, Enzo Benito in the Esports Racing League, and now captain consistent in the form of Diogo Pinto. Very excited to see how day one goes for you guys at Team Redline. Thanks for the time, Mark, but let's head back to the action.
Awesome.
Well, here we go. The qualifying grid has been sorted. Dominic Blyer will be starting it from pole position, ahead of Bastian Richter and Dara McCormack. Lovely to see all the teams they're all a part of. Marcel Chinchik up there as well, not on his favoured platform. Mitchie Tauscher for Unicorns of Love inside the top 5. A trio of Team Redlines looking very strong inside the top 10. BS Competition, a couple of Veloces and Marco Pech and Luke Whitehead. Williams also looking decently strong in just outside of the top 10 as well as the Triton racing driver Matej Tashkovic. The rest of them will kind of filter their way through, but Dominic Blyer grabbing that pole position, super effort.
Told you, mate. It's a case of they either do something exceptional or they're not quite going to be there on ACC. And right now, Dominic Blyer, who was exceptional last week as well when we were watching him, it's looking really good.
Yeah, he is. Obviously, this will be Dominic Blyer's last event for Triton Racing. So very excited to see how he gets on in that. And it will be the last time he'll be representing the team on Assetto Corsa Competizione today. You can see some of them coming through. Alessandro Ottaviani and Sean Arnold on their debuts for Yazhi Esports in there as well. Pev remaining with the Fordzilla camp. Those towards the bottom. Gael Valero struggling for the Apex Racing team down in the final qualifying position of 36. Now, of course, we're racing around Imola. We're racing in the Maserati. No, it says Monza at the top. We will ignore that. But we're racing around Imola, Maserati. As much as Imola is a pretty tricky track to go racing at, it should still be quite a bit of fun in this car.
It should be, and also it's a car that people won't have used. Even if they've been in the GT4 Championship, no one uses the Maserati. No. Like, it's not the complete weakest car in the GT4s, but it's just not really a viable option. So to see them all having to use it, literally when they got told this car, that would have been the first time they've been putting serious laps in. So adaptability, very similarly to what the Redline boss said there. Enzo is incredible with his adaptability. There's a lot of drivers out there that's their biggest strength, and this competition really leans towards that.
Yes, indeed. So just a reminder as to what we're looking for in this race, as all 36 drivers, all 12 teams will take the circuit. We are looking for the top 6 teams to move their way through into the quarterfinal upper, and the bottom 6 teams will move into the quarterfinal lower. No one is being said goodbye to just yet, but you can increase your chances of moving through to the final with a solid trio of points. We're looking at the top 2 drivers from each team. Team Redline looking very strong in there. Unicorns of Love also. You can see on the tower there each of the 3-letter abbreviations of each of the team as we focus our attention on the race start. 10 minutes of racing to decide who's going to win our heat to open up ERWC 2 here as we come live from Milton Keynes from Simply Race, and they racing all over the world. It'll be a fantastic experience once again for any of these teams to take top honours across 3 platforms. Across 3 days. Dominic Bly then will take pole position as we get the race underway. A drive-through penalty for Phil Denez as they get to the race start, heading down towards Tamburello for the first time, of course. For the rolling start, it's a decent one from Oliver Marcel Chinchik, dropping out from behind. Dara McCormack, who's going straight down the inside of Bastian Richter at the first corner as they go through Tamburello. I think Dara McCormack just dropped back in line behind the Unicorns of Love machine, but it is Triton Racing with a very healthy lead.
Yeah, the front of that Maserati of the Williams car nearly colliding with the Unicorns of Love, and there's a big crash in the background. That's one of the Yaz Heat cars by the looks of things. There's a bit of side-by-side action between Redline and BS Competition a bit further back, and that's actually Phil Denez, who's got a drive-through, so doesn't really need to get involved there. The Redline cars don't need to be getting involved, should I say, because he's going to have to go in the pits.
Yeah, absolutely not. The one behind him, I believe, is Enzo Benito, who sat behind Phil Denez there. We'll get the update as they come across the first sector split and rise their way up towards Piratella. There is Phil Denez. You can see the 2 Redline cars ahead, 1 Redline car behind. And so looking pretty at the moment. Our team Redline, again, it's the top 2 cars of each team that are scoring points, and right now they're in a very, very healthy position. Williams Esports slightly less so. I think their second highest car is Muto in 12th position.
Still pretty good. They're going to be 11th, aren't they, once the drive... Oh, well, the drive-through's been taken away. Denez does not have it.
I did wonder if they were going to tell him to rescind all the time that he gained off the jump start and then remove that. That is sometimes what happens with SimGrid. They do typically try and give them a second chance from that without letting them gain anything from doing so. I don't mind it so much. I think it keeps everyone in the race, because in 10 minutes you're done if you get a drive-through. Yeah,
well, 100%. And yeah, the pit lane, you're doing a pit limiter. Everyone's going to go by. You're going to be miles behind. No chance of catching up. Right now, though, Triton looking really good. They've got currently P1 and P14. That's going to be good enough, I think. 13 points. Again, we've got 3 drivers from each team in this race. The top 2 drivers' points count. You want the lowest scores. So P1's 1 point, P2's 2 points, etc., etc. Your third driver doesn't count, but if they get a penalty, then it will count. So if they get a penalty, for instance, 5 position penalty, that's 5 points. Or 5 points penalty, 5 points will be added to the team score.
And the penalties will be the harshest in this race because, of course, there are the most drivers. If you get just a 1 position penalty, it might not make that much of a difference. So if you get a severe penalty in this race, it is 10 points. 5 and 3, I believe, are the other 2 numbers when it comes to points being gifted out. I don't want to speak on behalf of race control. They're the ones that are going to know that better than we do. But yes, the race control will be the ones adjudicating that. But it is harsher in this as it will be in even the finals, where obviously there will be only 6 teams, so 18 cars, and then in the Showdown where there's just 6 as we go toe-to-toe at the top. But that's a long way down the road. We'll keep our eyes focused on the races. Everything starts to calm down, coming down towards Aqua Minerale. Everyone heading single file and not pushing too hard right now.
Yeah, Tyskovic just moved down a position here. Malinowski up to P30 for Yaz Heat. Obviously, with one of their cars being rendered useless at the start of this race, facing the wrong way, they kind of have to get a move on to get themselves through to the upper bracket. I will say one thing, Veloce are looking good. Looks like Triton are looking very good. Unicorns of Love, Team Redline are also looking really, really good as well. Williams look good. And I think Veloce. So I think that's the 6 as it stands.
Yeah, Veloce actually running pretty healthily at the moment with 10th, 11th and 17th, Gianmarco Fedici. Not actually his first appearance for Veloce. He did race on Wednesday night in the WTCR Esports Championship under the Veloce brand, but it's the first time, I believe, with a livery of the Veloce squad on. So once again, Phil Denez keeping at least Kevin Siggy for company. It was Enzo Benito of the Team Redline squad that's dropped back behind that, but as you said earlier, especially for Team Redline, maybe we're not expecting them to win today, but we're expecting them to pick up a load of very, very healthy points today.
That's their strength, and they tend to reach a final, or at least a semi-final. And if you do that 4 times, you're more than likely going to win the whole thing. Consistency being the king of the situation. I will say one thing, Marcel Shinshik, who has had an unbelievable 2023 as it stands, is P4, but isn't being backed up by any teammate right now. There's no one in the top 24 from R8G, so unfortunately not looking good for them. As we see here, Maciej Malinowski already made a move on Tyskovic, looking for a move then up towards Piratella. He's got Muto in front for Williams. and by the time they get up towards the apex here, the car of the Maserati will be getting ahead, moving across, and there won't be any opportunity. But if there's someone you don't want behind you in your wing mirror, it is Malinowski, because he will look to make a move at any opportunity possible.
Yeah, certainly so. And also, they've got Alejandro Sanchez, normally an iRacing driver. It's not normally where he focuses his attention, so he might go well on Sunday night. But right now, trying to do his very best, as quite a few of these drivers are, where they're racing on an unfavoured platform in a car they know nothing about. Thankfully, at least for them, it's a car that, as you were saying earlier, almost no one knows anything about, really. You know, a lot of them have driven GT4s on the platform, but not this one. And certainly even then, it's something they've done the least. It's a GT3 platform at the end of the day, really.
Yeah, and that is the kicker for these drivers. That's why we're seeing, I would say Dominic Blight isn't an ACC specialist. He's one of those drivers that tends to be very good on every single platform, but the fact that he goes pole just goes to show that the big dogs of ACC aren't really doing that many laps with this car. So that's the beauty of this competition. They have to adapt to the situation. They have to adapt over 3 sims and ultimately over 3 different cars each time.
Yeah, and that is what we love about it so much. And of course, yeah, the 3 different circuits. The voting will open. If you didn't get involved in the voting today, it was between Silverstone and Imola. And if you didn't get involved in the vote today, thinking, how do I get involved? Well, it's all done on Twitter, and the voting will open tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure about what time. It's normally roughly about 3 o'clock, where we'll see that. That's the UK time, so not 3 o'clock in your time. It could be whatever it is for you. And the voting will open for rFactor 2 and where we're going to go racing on that. I'm very excited to see what track we're going to do. Here is an rFactor 2 specialist of Jerne Simicic, straight down the inside, trying to get a move on Jack Charcot at the moment. Again, the drag race up the hill as they leave Toza, go up towards Piratella, the inside line being taken by Jerne Simicic, who's not only an rFactor 2 stalwart, but he's an open wheel specialist as well. You can see Jerne Simicic there continuing to represent Burst, making a move up into 19th, but I don't know about you, I'm not sure it's completely done.
Yeah, if I'm Sharka, I'm getting myself out of this situation. Don't put yourself in a position to potentially cause an incident. It's so tight, there's so many cars around you. You check up the field, a car goes into the back of you. Ultimately, you could end up being the cause of an incident. So with 2 cars ultimately being a P15 right now and P1, you've got nothing to worry about as a team member. So for Triton, Charcot, get yourself out of it, almost chuck it in the pits, let your teammates do the work.
Yeah, sort of, hover around just in case you need to pick up any sort of like tiny little scraps, but you're absolutely right. The last thing you want to do is ruin it. Meanwhile, Maciej Malinowski's trying to get around the outside of Muto, holding it around the outside of the penultimate corner and the final one through the 2 Ravatsas. That is beautiful racing.
Oh, delicious bit of work there for Malinowski. It's not done, and actually looks like Muto's going to get back involved here. We've got Sanchez for Apex looking for a couple of freebies. Then behind them, they've got Tajskovic, who doesn't really need to get involved here again. Similarly to his teammate, you've got Blyer in P1, they're golden, almost 3 wide, hanging up towards turn number 1. Suto's just about going to hang on. Malinowski's going to have to go defensive here. Oh, he goes off circuit.
Yeah,
it's almost like Hamilton versus Verstappen a couple of years ago. But Malinowski's going to hold on to that second spot of this group. And now there's a lot of pressure for the Apex team.
Yeah, certainly are. And they want to score some decent points here. They don't want to go into that lower bracket where they're kind of at risk of potentially heading towards the moment. Matej Tajskovic taking plenty of curb on the exit of Villeneuve, as we would expect. 2 laps left to go in this race. We're on the penultimate one, running through Toza at the moment, so they've got plenty of opportunities to try and find its way past, but it's one of those things with Imola, it's kind of one of those difficult tracks to actually properly race at, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the perfect situation though for someone like Malinowski. He loves being able to just attack, and he's got no choice. Yaz Heat right now are not going through. He needs to gain as many positions as possible, and he's now getting a bit of breathing room actually here with this battle happening behind. So Tajskovic just dropping a bit further back. Groenewold now in a similar position actually to Tajskovic. Doesn't really need to do too much. His team's doing a great job at the front end, so I'm not sure we're going to see him try and make any moves here. He tries to fake one up towards the final chicane, but again, is there any need to really be doing so? And also, in the same boat, in behind them, they've got Janssen as well, who's in the Williams car. They're looking pretty good to go through to our upper bracket quarterfinal. So yeah, those 3 cars, I'm not sure we're going to see too much action. 1 lap to go here, Lewis, and it's looking good for me, Unicorns of Love. It's looking good for Triton. It's looking good for Veloce.
For Williams.
It's looking good for Team Redline. It's looking good for Williams. And there's one more team that could. I'm not too sure.
I'm not too sure who the extra one is. I was trying to get information from our counterpart of Arjuna, but he's not.
Did we mention Unicorns of Love?
No.
There you go. Well, there we go.
Yeah,
That's your 6th, I think.
Redline, Triton, Unicorns of Love, Williams, Veloce, and he's not sure about the 6th. So
cheers, Arjuna.
That's fair enough. I will say one thing on our little tier list. I don't think we put Triton too high, but I will back you up. Even though he didn't say it on broadcast, but he was saying yesterday was one Mr. Luke Crane that Triton, especially on this platform, don't rule them out. They are a strong team, especially in the hands of Dominic Blyer, who'll be feisty to end his fairly long reign with Triton Racing on an absolute high. And there aren't many bigger events than this.
It's a positive, right? The fact that he's known for a while he's leaving the team have known him, and he's stuck around. Normally, if it's any bad blood between the teams, it would have been a case of, oh, right, off you go, you're not racing for us again. But they're letting him race. He wants to race, and he would love to have a smile on his face by the end of this weekend. And well, he started the week off very strongly. He's got a few corners to go, and he's going to pick up the first victory of the weekend. Yeah,
how good is this? Blyer, Bastian Richter, Dara McCormack, Marcel Chinchik, all representing their own team. Marcel Chinchik, again, is really impressing. He impressed us a couple of weeks ago, of course, we did ESLR1 on Rennsport. And once again, for the RHG team, he is absolutely representing, doing way above what I would expect. He is a proper rFactor 2 specialist, but he comes over here, whatever it is, it's 4 wheels, and he seems to be plenty strong enough to hang on. He was so well calculated as well a couple of weeks ago, and he's just going to settle for some decent points-paying positions with 4th, but he'll have to settle being behind Dara McCormack, he'll have to settle with being behind Bastian Richter, and he'll have to settle with being behind Dominic Blyer, who'll come out of the final corner to win the first race of ERWC II and try and book his place further on in the competition with Triton Racing. But let's be honest, Team Redline with 3 cars up inside the top 10, once again we are looking towards them and thinking they are scary when it comes to hoovering up points.
See, again, I think that once you get further into this competition, as I've said over the last year, one driver can make a huge difference. I think the format actually now favours that more so. Dominic Blyer has just beaten all of our ACC specialists because everybody's in this race. He's going to be flying high with confidence. Triton are going to be absolutely buzzing. But you're right, yeah, Redline got 3 cars near the sharp end. Unicorns of Love look good, but I'm telling you now, Triton will be loving life.
What does Arjuna think of that one, though?
I thought Imola proved to be just as difficult to pass as I thought it was going to be. I'm not sure if Silverstone would have been any easier, but especially at the front, I think drivers knew that they had the chance to control the race, and I think most importantly, Lewis, is the fact that a lot of these teams knew that, much like we have with the ERL, there is a second chance race where they get another opportunity to go out there and fight.
Yeah,
what was that?
Was that his attempt? It was his attempt.
I gave it a try, the good old college try.
I'm not giving it a go. It's only Luke that can do it. Luke, say it.
Second chance.
Nice.
There we
Perfect. Yeah, of course. When it comes to what we're saying about with that is that we've got the quarterfinals split between 2 races. It'll be 6 teams in one and 6 teams in the other. The top 6 teams from the race that we just watched there will go into the quarterfinal upper bracket. So they'll be in, you can call it quarterfinal 1, whatever you want to call it, and they'll be battling for 3 positions already in the final. They'll already be looking to move through into that. Meanwhile, the 6 teams that moved into the quarterfinal lower, they are fighting for survival. That is their second chance, but for 3 of those teams, it will be their last chance. We'll be saying goodbye to 3 teams in that race, and that's part of what we love about this style, Arjun, that we love that kind of brutality, but almost like there's a little bit of leeway in it.
Yeah, every team basically gets a free hit, don't they? They get a free chance to lose until they get to the final.
Yeah.
I think one thing that, Luke, you pointed out earlier as well is the fact that it's a car that not many of them have some experience in, but I think that's the case across of the board, across of the 3 different sims that we're going to. Tomorrow, of course, it's going to be in a British touring car, and then on day 3 in a Lotus 79. It is going to require those that are platform specialists to really get up to speed with the different cars as quick as they can.
Yeah, 100%. Adaptability is the strongest trait to have in this competition. There's very few drivers out there that can say, do you know what, I'm exceptional on multiple different sims. Unfortunately for every team here, Redline seem to have 5 of those drivers. Although, I will say, they strengthened their team with Diogo, of course, who is like the king of iRacing right now. It's between him and Casey Kerwin, I would say. But I've never seen him on another sim.
Casey.
Never seen him on another sim. Will he be racing on any of the other ones? Does that actually weaken them? Who knows?
Well, I mean, we can find out. It's all.
That's
on
true.
This.
We have got this in front of us.
It is all on this spreadsheet. I don't know if we're allowed to talk about this or what we're allowed to release from this, but part of me is just like, hey, do you know what? Whatever.
Well,
I believe Diogo Pinto is only racing on iRacing.
Ah, okay, cool.
As is Lullum. Wimps. And then I think Enzo Benito will be the one that probably races.
3 days of Enzo.
Yeah, it is true. I could have predicted that. The other two will do
3 days of Enzo. Ho, 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 what a time to be alive.
Yeah, he might need a toilet break in a second. But yeah, I mean, from that, any surprises for you, Arjuna?
No, I think provisional results are starting to trickle on in. I don't think there was any major surprise there. I think we might have to go back to count back for that final transfer position up into that upper bracket. But Unicorns of Love looking very strong on the platform that, of course, they've been very strong, and I think they've reached the final in every single one of the events that we've run. Williams looked pretty good as well, and I think that was quite an interesting one, Luke, because of course they have one ACC specialist in the form of Dara McCormack, and then 2 iRacing specialists, Sota Muta and Carl Janssen, who were able to stay out of trouble and work their way slowly forwards.
Yeah, Muta looked really good, to be honest. So, yeah, if they can back Dara up, Dara is capable of special things, in not just on ACC, just in sim racing in general. I believe there's a few really specially talented drivers coming through him, the likes of Luke Bennett as well. So if someone could back him up, anything is possible with Dara McCormack on this sim specifically.
Do you kind of think that maybe they should have brought someone? This feels really harsh against Williams. Sorry. Do you think they should have brought another one of those, like Dennis Schiniger or something like that, who's a specialist in ACC who can back Dara up and then kind of back winning this day, and but then also like they're pretty good on other platforms as well, because like Dennis is plenty fast enough on all.
I think if a couple of weekends ago it went really well for Dennis, that would have been the case.
Yeah.
The fact that Dara made it to a final with the ESL R1. It's a little bit less pressure on him because he's already found his feet. He's already become one of the quickest drivers in that system.
Yep.
And Dennis didn't have the greatest of weekends, so I think it's a case of he has to focus on one opposed to 2. I think that's the difference between the haircut.
It's the haircut. Arjuna's got the same one.
Yeah. I think Dennis is trying to take Arjuna's sort of
I should
psyche.
talk about hairstyles. What is going on?
Lewis, I'll throw a point to you. We're talking about Dominic Blyer being such a strong competitor on Assetto Corsa, but he's going to need some teammate support as well. He's got some strong teammates, but best of them finished 15th in that first heat of the day.
Yeah, but I wouldn't read too much into that. Matej Tushkovic and Jakub Charkot are both plenty experienced on ACC. That I think that, as Luke was saying earlier, the further on you get in this competition, especially with how it is now, like with in the quarterfinals where it's the top 3 moving through, for example, like that.
36. There's never going to be 36 cars again.
Exactly. So it's like your individual difference is a lot higher. You can make a difference, but I also think that he will get more backup from Matej Tushkovic and Jakub Charkot. I think Triton Racing in this, at least in that race, with Bly's performance there, it's a little bit of a warning shot just across the bow to other teams that they're here to play towards the front today.
I think we've got provisional points to show you all right now. These are still pending race control approval. BS Competition has been penalized slightly, so they're actually going to drop behind Yassit as a result of that. But you can see just 1 point, Luke, is going to split R8G from Yassit in terms of the upper versus lower bracket.
Yeah, that's absolutely ridiculous. But also, that's how rare is it to be above sort of 24 points for these teams to go through? That's the highest we've ever seen go through at this stage of any of our competitions. So yeah, I think RHG have got very, very lucky here because they had one driver in the top 4, Marcel Shinchik. Didn't have a second driver backing him up, but like Lewis just said, as we go on further in this competition, there's not going to be as many cars on tracks. You don't need your second driver to work quite as hard. Big opportunities for them for sure.
Yeah.
Still provisional, of course, but we'll get word to you as soon as those are finalized. Let's talk a little bit then about one of our other teams who was very, very strong over the course of 2022. We've already talked a little bit about Team Redline, but I think it's time we talk a little bit about Roman Grosjean Esports, and let's check out their team lineup for this 2023 Esports Racing World Cup that, of course, they finished second in the Esports Racing League, Lewis, so it's exciting to see how they'll continue to show their form here starting today.
Yeah, and they looked really well a couple of weeks ago on ESL R1 and Range Sport. They've looked really, to be honest, RHG look pretty good at whatever they're racing in. And they've got a couple of very interesting drivers, of course. We've got Marcel Chinchik racing today along with Florian Lebig and Thomas Ronha. That'll be an interesting game. Obviously, we saw him in that race. Didn't really see too much of him, but an F1 esports superstar after 2022. We'll see them with Thibaut Casbon, Timotei and Anovsky throughout the week. But I think it's a pretty good lineup with Marcel Chinchik really taking that lead role, Arjuna. He's looking. unbelievably strong right now.
Yeah, let's put some faces to those names, though. Teams that have reached every single one. Oh, he's got his headset off. So instead, I'll throw this question over to you, Lewis. They've reached every single one of our masters so far, and of course, RHG, one of those teams that we're very curious about here today.
Yeah, I think RHG they're a team that always kind of. There or thereabouts, right? They're always hovering around the idea that they're going to be in the top 5, top 10 in these kind of events, and always in this. They're normally challenging for a position in the final, aren't they? They're a very strong and consistent team, but they've not really pieced it fully together, with the exception of the RF2 ones where they've actually got to the finals.
Yeah, I'd say there's 4 genuine top teams in this competition specifically. RAG, Williams, who just seem to... They're like the Isaac Price of the team game, the sim racer. Just get a job done. And obviously Redline. And then when we started to not believe in Apex, they went and won a Masters. So they've then announced themselves. They come as this as the #1 seed, remember, as well, Apex. So we've got like a genuine 4. But at this stage, for instance, TRITON, they could come out of nowhere. Again, they will either be exceptional or nowhere near. That's just how they've been.
Now, I'm mostly saying this because Dane Baird is here in person. But have we started doubting Apex again?
Ooh. I mean, we've got 2 more days to go. One more unfamiliar platform. It's going to be very curious how their partnership with the Unicorns of Love team plays out for them. Of course, that was one of the things that helped them step outside of their familiar territories in the form of iRacing. Let's talk about some of the teams that aren't here today. One in particular I think really stood out to us, Luke, was Koana Gaming. They missed out on the Spring Cup, so they missed out on a significant number of points, but we really saw some strong performances from them, and they finished 13th, so 1 spot out from transferring to the World Cup.
Yeah, 100%. They, if they did all of the rounds, I think they quite comfortably get through to that top 12. Unfortunately, most of their drivers are now gone to other teams. So it's kind of not ended well for them last year. So I'm interested to see what happens with that team. But they did, really, really well. We've just got, at this stage of sim racing in 2023, so many top teams. And also with the introduction of new competitions like we were involved in, with the SLR1, we've got now esports organisations getting involved. That's not the end of that. Are we going to see a few of them come and get involved in this over the next 12 months, 24 months, 3 years? Who knows? Like, the landscape of sim racing is changing. So the top 4 we're saying now could very well not be the top 4 in 12 months' time.
Yeah, I think
I've never seen
Miles
sim
in
racing
particular.
change like this.
Yeah, I think Miles in particular have already indicated that they would be interested in coming and joining us for the Esports Racing League moving forward. One other team, though, just to bring up, I don't want to let some of the other teams not get their shine, but of course GTWR, Lewis, was one that we actually saw win one of our events in the Summer Cup.
Yeah, of course, in ACC at Kyalami, they were very impressive, of course, but sometimes it's just not ideal. I think that was they were still in partnership with RHG. Of course, GTWR's kind of, we won't talk about rest in peace. Anyway, moving on. So some of these teams, they kind of come and go. They have those flashes of strength towards the front, but you need, throughout ERL, you need to be consistent across all 3 simulators across the entire year, which is where we got this. We kind of had discussions about this of like, should there be a win and you're in, especially from the Masters. If you win a Masters, then you get your way through to kind of have some other teams. This is all stuff to discuss and all those kind of things behind the scenes that they'll be discussing ad nauseum. But if that were the case, then maybe we'd see GTWR in here regardless of what they did throughout the season. Is that a risky thing? Is that a good thing? A bad thing? Who knows?
I think one thing that we have to, of course, point out is those Masters that we talk about is where the majority of the prize money is being paid out on this road to the World Cup. And so that is where, yes, 12 championship points were on the line, but I think $10,000 in total on each of those Masters days was also something that the teams were very much focused on. let's talk a little bit as well about some other special stuff that we're going to be doing today, because yes, the guys are over at Simply Race, but we're going to be joined on the broadcast by a very mysterious special guest coming up in just about 15 minutes time. So don't go anywhere. We got 2 more races before we have a special guest to come and talk about some special stuff, Lewis, moving forward in 2023 for VCO.
Indeed, who could it be? Spooky. It's not me. I mean, if you
and
look
it's certainly
at this,
not the silhouette that's on the screen.
I mean, are you sure? I mean,
or it might be.
It might be. It might be Elias Sepinen. But to be fair, I kind of feel that there's a bit of an Ibrahim Khan vibe about this.
Novak Djokovic
silhouette. It could be Arjuna actually.
No, it could be Novak Djokovic.
I don't know. Not with that hair.
It could be. I think Novak Djokovic. He's well into his sim racing.
Loves sim
Let's
racing.
tweet hashtag ERWC Novak Djokovic. Let's do it. Let's make it. Get everyone tweet him. Just be like, go on. Think he's into his sim? No.
It's serve as a great opinion.
So do have confirmation.
Terrible. Oh my god! I only just got that. That's terrible.
We do have confirmation from Race Control that those results are official. So moving forward to the upper bracket will be the Unicorns of Love, Team Redline, Williams Esports, TRITON Racing, Veloce, R8G, as well as Heat. Those are your 6 teams. And then, of course, in that lower bracket, one more chance, Heat, BS Competition, Apex, Burst, Arnage, and Team Fordzilla here on day 1 of the World Cup. Getting ready, though, of course, for the first of 2 races. There's a look inside at Simply Race. Some guys getting involved on social media as well. Lewis, that's Team Fordzilla. You've already thrown them under the bus once here today.
I did, because obviously they lost quite a few of their bigger drivers over to various other platforms. It does not mean the likes of Pev and Poulain and Bonacorsi can't do anything special today. But yeah, a cheeky little look inside what we've been dealing with. Whilst preparing very hard for this broadcast, we have been sat here preparing all of the time. We've not been touching any of the simulators at all. No, definitely not. Actually, no, I'll be honest. We did get Florian behind the wheel. That's
who's the fastest?
Florian. We'll just say that.
Yeah, Florian's the fastest. He's paying our wages.
Yeah.
I will say one thing, by the way. Fordzilla, like, regardless of how the world are doing this, their social media game is
so good.
Oh,
so good. So good. A lot of teams can learn from their social media game, and also they've got good deliveries. So that's the bit that I care about.
Yep. Well, they got better deliveries than they did at last year's World Cup in iRacing with the supercar.
That's true. That is true, because it was just a white car with a Ford on the side because it was a Holden, which was just terrible.
It was spectacular.
Actually, they
iconic now, though.
It's pretty funny. It's still, no, it's not funny. It's just disappointing.
By the way, guys, I don't know if you noticed at any point today, but you had some pufferfish up behind you.
Did we?
I think courtesy of Dame Baird, who is there as a secret spy.
I love pufferfish. The fact that I now know a pufferfish can choke has changed my life.
So qualifying underway for those first of the quarterfinal brackets, and of course these are the teams that have already performed well today, and so they're warmed up and ready to go. One thing that's slightly different compared to, I think, how we did things at times during the Esports Racing League, Luke, is there's no real gaps between races other than those that will qualify directly from the upper bracket to the final. There's no time for drivers just to be sitting there and waiting. It is very much rapid fire here in this World Cup.
That's the advantage if you go through from now. If you win the first quarterfinal now and you get straight to the final, you've got time to prepare in the way you want to prepare. Whereas the other teams have to keep racing to get to that final, so they've only got one way to prepare. Be fast. So yeah, it's so vital to get that break. But it also has an adverse effect. If you follow other esports like Call of Duty, sometimes the loser bracket that is running all day, you've got more games and more races, in this case, to take part in. It keeps you hot. So it keeps you available to be quick in the final, so you can lose a little bit of speed. It's going to be a real fascinating format. I would prefer to have a break. So get yourself through in the upper bracket and move forward to that final.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. I like the idea of sometimes when you're in that lower bracket, you might actually find that extra little bit of pace, because it's that bit where you have to find that pace. And some people they just find that extra little tenth, like when you've been spun around on a start-finish straight at Donington Park, you're chasing down this glorious racing driver at the front of the field, and you find that extra little bit of time which you were missing. That's what Luke did the other day. You find that little bit in hardship, but I don't want that at all. I want the easy path through. I want to take some nice breaks. I want to get myself ready for that final. But maybe it's almost a little bit of a disadvantage in it. Do you not think?
Yeah, I don't know. I think
you're doing one less race.
Keeping yourself on the track is definitely the key. Anyway, I guess we should go through the grid here. We've got ourselves Williams Esport on pole position. So Darren McCormack finding that form now. Unicorns of Love, Bastian Richter in second. TRITON Racing, Dominic Blair only in third this time, so he'll be a little bit disappointed with that. Marcel Shinshik, P4, finished P4 in race number 1. P4 race 2. Redline have got Enzo Benito, Michael Tauscher for Unicorns of Love. Another Redline driver of Kevin Siggy. Unicorns of Love, Tobias Gronovold. Gianmarco Fiducci is there. We've then got TRITON Racing, Matthias Teiskovic, Jeffrey Rietveld, Florian Lebigre, Marco Pejec, Mad Dog, Soto Muto, and then we've got Luke Whitehead. Thomas Ronhart, Jacob Sharkot, and Carl Janssen round out your 18 drivers. Luke Whitehead, only down in P15. That's a huge surprise considering he dragged GTWR to a Masters victory earlier on, or last year. Only P15.
Yeah, I mean that's how this kind of goes. Yeah, this format can be brutal in that you don't get much time in qualifying to really get after it, and you make a couple of mistakes, especially when the lap time's so long. There's so much that you're doing around a lap like this, and the thing is, qualifying I think is going to be really important because it is so hard to pass. So for Veloce, having a few cars down the grid. Yes, it's a big drama. Unicorns of Love, obviously, they've got 2 cars inside the top 6, so they're looking pretty comfortable. Where's the next Williams car?
Yeah, well, the top 5 are all different teams.
Different teams.
That's really interesting.
I noticed that. It's why Unicorns of Love are actually in the strongest position here because they've got 2 cars that are up there. The only team that really do. Redline have got 5th and 7th, fair enough. Unicorns of Love have their 3rd driver in 8th position. And it was
TRITON have got 10th and 3rd.
Williams have pole. And then their next car
11th.
is down in 11th. And remember, we're looking for the top 3 teams here, not 6, because there's only 6 teams here. Just the top 3. Brutal.
Yeah, this is where it gets really, really tense. So again, Williams just need a driver to back up McCormack. McCormack is that talent. He is him. But can he get backed up? Can Williams potentially get their first ever Masters victory? Again, they're the team that just tend to be in and amongst it, get a good result every time, but haven't managed to get across that line. Bastian Richter in 2nd spot. It's more of an ACC front row that we would normally expect. But Dominic Blair still in 3rd position. Can he make up a position early in this race? We then got Marcel Shinshik, who needs the best result possible because he's not really being backed out. Lebigre being the next driver for R8G. We're about to go across the line then. It is upper bracket quarterfinal time. Top 3 teams will advance straight to our final for today. And we're about to go green light racing. Darren McCormack on your front row on the left-hand side of your screens. Bastian Richter for Unicorns of Love on the right-hand side. As soon as they go across the line, we're about to go green light racing, and we are now green light racing. Darren McCormack with a very good start down towards turn number 1. Has that inside line. Another drive through for Tobias Gronovold. Not good for Unicorns of Love. As we head through turn 1, it's very close actually between Dominic Blair and Marcel Shinshik. Shinshik had a little nibble. Didn't quite make the move, and Benito and Tauscher, they get it on as well. Frantic start here at Imola.
Yeah, Gronovold obviously had that drive-through penalty removed, but he's under a lot of pressure there. You can see in the mid-pack, he's got Redline to either side of him as they race their way down towards Villeneuve. He also had straight down the inside one of the Redline cars. They're 3 wide, leaving it as well. Straight over the inside. Matej Teiskovic, and he's gone. He's been sent into the barrier as they were 3 wide. I can tell you that was never going to work. Matej Teiskovic has been sent to the back. His teammate in 3rd needs all the help he can get, but he's not going to get it.
No, TRITON in a little bit of trouble now because the next driver for TRITON is... hold on. Where is their next driver? It's actually it's P18. It's not updated itself yet.
Exactly.
So it'll be P17 effectively. So they need some shenanigans here. Not looking good for them. Williams currently with P1 and indeed down in P13, 14 points. Unicorns of Love looking great right now, 7 points between the 2 of them. And I think, ironically, Redline are looking great with 6th and 7th right now. They don't need to find any more. They do need to rely on TRITON not making too many positions up.
Yeah, exactly. Charcot can do that, and obviously Blair can make his way past these 2. The top 4, interestingly enough, are the same top 4 as the previous race, being McCormack, Bastian Richter, Dominic Blair, and Marcel Shinshik. It was Bastian Richter, wasn't it? It was certainly one of the Unicorns of Love anyway. But for those 3 to be in those 4 others be in those positions, once again, it shows that maybe they are the form drivers right now. But what extra work do they have to do? Does Marcel Shinshik feel the pressure as Florian Lebigre being the highest placed teammate for him, running down outside of the top 10? Does he feel the pressure to kind of get on with it? I think you're absolutely right. The 2 teams that are not really feeling pressure right now is Redline and Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, 100%. And you think R8G, if actually, Lebigre being P11, RAG are not in the worst position right now. So what are they on? 15 points. Williams would be on 12 points. No, 13 points. Unicorns of Love right now, they find themselves on
2 and 5.
7 points. So Unicorns of Love are looking good. Redline, as it stands, are on 13 points as well. So, yeah, right now, Williams, Team Redline, Unicorns of Love, they're looking pretty good. RAG just need a little bit more help here. So RAG need one more position, and they would, on countback, potentially beat Redline. So, yeah, it's still all to play for here with 7 minutes to go.
Yeah, as they'll race their way up towards Piratella and the likes. I think you're absolutely right. I think right now we're leaning towards the likes of Williams, Unicorns of Love, and Team Redline at the moment, but it's tight. The Unicorns of Love are the team that's comfortable right now. You know, with 2nd and 5th, they don't need to risk anything. Bastian Richter and Mitchell Tauscher, as long as he doesn't celebrate, we'll be all right. We'll just hang on to 5th position. But then, you know, maybe Enzo Benito will go after it. Although the thing is Redline are too smart. They're too damn clever in these kind of races. They don't go for anything if they don't need to. So right now, they'll just be playing the numbers right now.
I'm pretty sure this car is the only one that doesn't have traction control in the GT4 class, actually.
Definitely.
It's either this one or... It might not be this one. There's one car I know that doesn't have it. It's the Maserati or one of the other ones. So Tauscher doesn't have to worry about that because it's always off.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm wisely told a Mercedes GT3 car has traction control off at the final corner at Bathurst. Poor guy.
8 months.
Unfortunately, mate, as much as that was 12 months ago, as we come around to the 2nd iteration of the ERWC, it's just going to get brought up all over again. Sorry.
Took him 8 months to admit it, to be fair. But, you know, the cat's out of the bag. Everyone knew anyway.
You got it right immediately.
He stared, but he backed it up straight away. It's something I always say. He made a huge mistake, but Tauscher backed it up straight away. They won the Masters that day. So, you know, well, the first event, I guess it was then, at Bathurst. And, yeah, they never really looked back there. Tauscher, someone who's still very young, still growing. And actually, as I said at the time, I think that would be very important for his development. Yeah. And since then, not look back.
I've got to say, I know I do frequently say this about Unicorns Love livery, but I do really like it. I think a lot of these liveries actually suit this Maserati really well.
I miss the Veloce white and black.
I agree.
Yeah.
I'm not... Well, I'm going to be honest, I didn't recognise it as being a Veloce with purple and green. I was like, who is that? I was like, oh, it's Veloce.
They're like the only all-white car we've ever really had in sim racing,
there it is.
With that black logo on the side, but now it just doesn't look like them. We'll get used to it. I guess the first time we've really seen it, apart from last week.
Yeah, I mean, it's something to get used to. Again, like I say, over time, it'll just be like, bam, there's the Veloce. I like the fact there's something going on with it. I thought they could have done with a little bit going on the side of it, but you know, it was certainly recognisable. Either way, we're going to see it defend from a different style of white car because Gianmarco Fiducci is trying to keep Muto behind. He's presently obviously running in 12th position, so Gianmarco Fiducci dropping back behind Florian Abiga. So for RAG getting slightly better, 14 points at the moment with 4th and 10th as the RAG car moves forward.
Yeah, it's looking okay. Still need a couple of spots to be found here for sure. Right now, Redline with that 13 points. Williams currently with 14 points as well, but they've got P1 in the blocker, so that kind of helps them out. TRITON are just nowhere to be seen now, unfortunately, with Bly being the 3rd. Looks like they're going to enter down into the lower bracket, which is not ideal for them, but the fact that they know they've got one driver capable of mixing it at the sharp end, potentially winning races, or even has won a race, to be fair, that is a massive factor for them. As we see here, Gianmarco Fiducci, this car really will suit his driving style. You see him throwing this car around, but unfortunately Labriga has got a lot on the line here and has to at least, at minimum, hold this P10.
I've got to say, to agree with you, Gianmarco Fiducci is a touring car driver. He's a proper touring car driver, so something like this will very much fit into where he's kind of at, but he's not really an ACC kind of guy. He more finds himself on rFactor 2 these days. He's becoming very fast on rFactor 2. He's normally used to be a race room specialist. Still kind of is, taking part in the WTCR Esports Championship, but he's kind of finding form elsewhere. ACC's not really been something which has caught his eye too much. But, you know, the Italian racing an Italian track in an Italian sim with a very Italian number on the side. He's got to represent today, and at the moment he's not, so get on with it.
I actually met him at Imola last year.
He's a nice guy, isn't he? I've not met him yet.
Bloody beautiful man as well, must admit. I know.
Slightly more attractive.
Like, I love a man crush, but him with a beard, beautiful man.
I mean, apart from Enzo Benito, you do love a guy with curly hair. Not me. That's not a hint at me.
Yeah, right.
But obviously, you know, Mehdi from RH. Just going to throw him.
Mehdi, he's a good-looking chap.
See what I mean? I told you. Curly hair.
Perhaps curly hair's what I like.
He loves it. Does Luke Crane. Well,
Marcel Cinchik and Dominic Blyer are being dropped behind Dara McCormack and Bastian Richter, who've built themselves a bit of a gap. I mean, Dara's gone, all right, well, there's not long left to go in this race, so see you, lads, as he starts to pull his way forward, running away with this race right now.
I know what Dara's like. That first race, not being on pole position would have been a right kick in the nuts to him, right? He would have been like, no,
for sure.
This is going to kick me into gear. Next race, watch out. And he doesn't need a second opportunity. Fiducci then looking to go round the outside of Le Bigre. Very tough place to make an overtake, but if you can make it work, you indeed can make yourself an opportunity through the third part of the corner. Not quite going to be side by side, not quite going to have the overlap. And now, as you can see, the cork in the bottle is that RAG car.
Yeah, it's struggling just a touch. There's a look to the inside though. That was Janssen just giving it a touch as we head down into Villeneuve. Out wide goes Gianmarco Viducci. There could be a big dive here, of course. Sorry, it's Muto behind. He's got no pressure from Janssen, his teammate, behind really. Then Whitehead and Rietveld. Rietveld won't get involved with this at all because Enzo Benito and Kevin Sigge are in decent positions inside the top 10, and they're the ones that will make the difference here. Again, the top 2 from each team, the ones scoring points. There's only 2 laps left to go, so only 2 more attempts around all of these corners for some of these teams to confirm their way straight through from the quarter-final to the final. The bottom 3 teams, this will go to the semi-final. The top 3 will go all the way through to the final immediately.
Yeah, indeed, that they will be going through to that semi-final. So an extra race they need to go through and actually perform well in to progress to that final. So it could be seen as an advantage or a disadvantage having that extra race. I'd much prefer to be guaranteed through to the final at this stage.
Absolutely.
Right now, Dara McCormack, Bastian Richter are doing their very best for their teams to do indeed make that happen. Unicorns of Love, who were on aggregate the best team in race number 1. They had the least amount of points. They had 7 points to get themselves through to this race, and currently they've got themselves, what are they on, 7 points now? Yeah, 7 points. They're exactly the same again. They're going to be the first seeds going through. Looks like Williams are going to be okay, although, oh no, Muto has just dropped a bit further back. So yeah, as I'm looking here, so Williams and Redline are going to be tied, I think, on points, but on countback it'll be Williams because of P1. So really, a couple of position changes here could make the big difference.
Yeah, well, Gianmarco Viducci might lose out here to Williams, so there is going to be a position made up
lovely
from Muto. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It was beautiful coming down into Tamburello. Yeah, the note from Arjuna was that we are talking about Unicorns of Love, Williams and Redline right now. RAG have 14 points, so we need a little bit more work from them if there is going to be any chance. And right now, I've got to say, I think Bastian Richter might be struggling a bit. He managed to pull away with Dara McCormack in the earlier stages of this race, but he's dropped back into the clutches of Dominic Blyer, who isn't going through, of the RAG man of Marcel Cinchik, who also isn't going through right now, and they'll be hungry to pass, but there just isn't much time for them to do so. You've got the run up through the chicane, then you've got the run down towards Ravazza, and that is it. That is all you get. So Variante Alta they're coming up to now, and I just don't see there being an opportunity. There's too much space.
Oh, Unicorns of Love playing a very clever game here, gaining points for teams like TRITON and teams like RAG in the potential that they would still have enough points to go through as the number 1 seed, and Redline might end up going out. Is that something they're thinking about? Are they thinking that far ahead? Are they trying to maybe put Redline down into an extra race for a semi-final?
This is the thing, is that if they go out now, they're going knocked out into the semi-finals, but not knocked out completely. But here we go, Dara McCormack.
Yeah, there it is, Dara McCormack back to winning ways. We expected from him. Wasn't quite quick enough to be right at the sharp end and winning the race in the first race of the day, but when it comes to the upper bracket and when it comes to meaning something, Dara McCormack delivers. Bastian Richter for Unicorns of Love does finish in second, so did not give up the positions to Blyer and Shinji, who finish in 3rd and 4th respectively. Tauscher is in 5th position then for Unicorns of Love. And wow, incredible stuff there from Unicorns of Love specifically, but as an individual driver, Dara McCormack has just announced himself here in our finals.
Another calm race though, guys. I mean, Imola definitely not proving to be easy to pass at by any means.
It's a rubbish track, that's why for racing. I voted hashtag ERWC Silverstone, so yeah. Blame our Dara McCormack, actually.
Blame it. Dara was the one who was like hashtag ERWC Imola, but then to be fair,
I wonder why.
He'll be sat there being like, this is exactly why. So, you know, I don't have anything to say to that.
No, in all fairness, he's the one actually racing, so yeah, if it's benefited him, I guess he's probably right.
Yeah, it's rubbish.
So someone in our Twitch chat, guys, someone in our Twitch chat did point out that this car has no ABS and no traction control, a little bit different to most GT4 cars. So, Luke, yeah, throw your hands up.
I got something right again. It's like the third time in, what, a year and a half working with YouTube? I've got something right. Yes.
Good effort. Good effort. He's all right.
There's a lot of people on Twitter that say I have no idea what I'm talking about, and they're right.
Yeah,
but not on that one.
No, absolutely not.
Not on that one. Race control, fortunately, Lewis, has been relatively unneeded so far today. Race control has definitely been needed throughout the course of 2022. So it's nice to see that at least so far they've not had much to look at.
Well, I've got no idea what Arjuna said because I can't actually hear him in my ear. I know you all can hear him at home, but I think it's about race control and what they were getting involved with. No, I'm not going
to help you. I'm going to let you guess.
I'm going to guess wildly. We're talking about race control and how much they've had to do today. They've not had that much work. They've not been getting involved too much in penalty points. Yeah, they've been okay, right? No, yeah, no.
No, it's nothing like. No, that's right. You're right. You're bang on.
It's hard work.
We finally got rid of him, Arjuna. See you later, Lewis.
I know. I'm not a part of this conversation anymore. I can only hear one side of it.
So I tell you what, Luke, we've had a chat about Redline. We've had a bit of a chat as well about the guys over at Arnage. Let's chat more now about Unicorns of Love. What a strong lineup they've shown up with once again. And let's take a look at their lineup. And we've seen the Unicorns of Love branch out of just Assetto Corsa Competizione. They'll show up in iRacing at the very end of the weekend, Luke, with Michael Yanni as courtesy of their partnership with the Apex Racing team, and looking very strong so far here today.
Yeah, I think they've got the highest ceiling out of all of in the world of sim racing right now. I think some teams like Redline, even Redline, are kind of taking advice from Unicorns of Love by bringing someone like Luke Bennett in, 17 years old. Yeah. Williams doing the same, bringing in a lot of youngsters. Like Unicorns of Love were the first team to do this. They were innovative in that respect, and they are performing well. But being young, you've got so much more growth to do as well. Yeah. So I feel like maybe not this year, maybe not next year, but in the future, Unicorns of Love are going to be massive.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. I mean, they're a fantastic group at the best of times, but when you kind of see them, like say, in those partnerships, I mean, I will say the partnership with the Apex Racing team doesn't seem to be too much at the moment because obviously we're looking at all the drivers that are taking part, and the Apex Racing team drivers are Apex Racing team drivers. There isn't really a Unicorns of Love one in there, like we've seen Bastian Richter represent for them, of course, back in Kyle Army in ERL. But for the squad, to speak of the maturity that you're talking about, I mean, we saw it with Mitchie Tauscher, and you said it absolutely right, is that Mitchie Tauscher maybe needed that spin at Bathurst to just set him on the right way, and but it worked because like now you see him drive, it's a different person.
I 100% agree. Like it's so easy in this era of sim racing because there's a competition every week. Like that's not been the case, but for these youngsters, it's normal. It's like, oh, I got a chance to win money every week. It's unbelievable, and it's very easy to get ahead of yourself. You know, when you're earning a living by sitting at home on a sim rig when it's supposed to be a hobby, it's very easy to think that you are the man, right? And then he had that mistake, instantly backed it up, by the way, by winning the next race to win the final for Unicorns of Love. So that his chance of redemption happened instantly, but it would have been just something that could have grounded him a touch.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, he's a lovely chap. He genuinely is a lovely chap as well.
Well, we'll see. No,
here's a look. Here's a look at the bracket once more. Remember, second chance for 6 more teams to work their way into that semi-final lower bracket, but we will say goodbye to 3 of the teams. Yassi, BS Competition, and the Apex Racing Team Burst and Arnage, along with Fordzilla, the 6 teams that will do battle, Luke. For a handful of those teams, they'll definitely want to make sure they're not walking away with minimal points to start off the competition.
Yeah, it's 50p, 5p time right now. If you understand what that means, you understand what it means. It really is as simple as that. This is the first time we're going to see teams disappear out of this competition. The beauty of this championship is we've got tomorrow and indeed Sunday, but you want to start strong. If you don't make it to at least the semi-final, it becomes historically very difficult to win the whole thing.
Lewis, as we get ready to go for this next race, when do you think we'll start seeing the more desperation type moves being sent? Because it is getting to that point, like Luke is pointing out.
It was too calm. It was too calm. I think in this race, it's definitely, because the thing was, in all of the previous races where we've had it, in the heats, you're not being knocked out in that at all. In the quarterfinal that we just had, you're not being knocked out. You're being moved into the semi-final or the final. Whereas in this, we will say goodbye to 3 teams. You are being knocked out. This is serious now. If you want to be a part of this competition later on, you have to perform now. And that's that's the dynamic that we like with this. That is constantly evolving throughout the competition. That we'll see the racing evolve with it. So I think, yeah, absolutely, we'll see those desperation moves from those teams that are not in the right position.
And penalties don't carry over to tomorrow, right? So
exactly.
Teams are going to take chances. So how much desperation is there going to be? Yes.
Yes.
Lots of desperation. Let's go racing one more time.
Well, the quarterfinal lower bracket then qualifying has been completed, and as we see the grid on there at the moment, it's the grid is Jone Simičić on pole position. I would not have called that one, especially considering where I slapped burst on our little thing over there. Ferris Stanley and Phil Denez, Arthur Camara, Sean Arnold, Maciej Malinovsky alongside with Yaz Heat. BS competition looking very strong in this. Yaz Heat also the Apex Racing team of Alejandro Sanchez in 7th, the Yaz Heat of Alessandro Ottaviani, Salva Talent for the Apex Racing team also, and Pev rounding out the top 10 for Fordzilla. Adam Pinses, Kazuki Yumashima, the next highest burst in just 12th position. Garvalero, David Toth, Rice, Poulain, Bonacorsi and Ferreira rounding out the grid. Despite Blurst, as we'll go with, having pole position, like I said, the next car's only in 12th. That is not great.
No, it's not the greatest thing in the world, but you've got to be expecting there to be shenanigans in this race. And I'm telling you right now, P1 and P12 will get you through. You'll be fine.
You think?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's going to be too many incidents in this race.
Speaking in this race right now, so BS competition 2nd and 3rd, boom, yep, they're going through. Yaz Heat 5th and 6th, boom, they're going through. 1st and 12th is obviously 13 points, and then the next highest team would be
Apex.
Yeah, it would be Apex. Yeah, okay, so 16. Yeah, fair enough. Which is 7th and 9th.
You were thinking, I'm going to prove this guy wrong.
Yeah, I was actually. I was ready for that. I was ready to be like, let's put you in your place. But actually, you were damn right. So as much
tried to do that in the clear as well, didn't you, mate?
I was. No, I'm not going to start with this. He was faster than me. I won't lie. Jone Simičić then starting this one from pole position. He may well be a specialist in open wheels, being a multiple Formula Sim Racing World Champion, having competed at the front of that. This is something completely different as he takes pole position ahead of Ferris Stanley, Phil Denez and Arthur Camara as we get the race underway, and that race down towards the first corner. It's not a good start from Jone Simičić though, as Ferris Stanley looks to sweep around the outside to take over the race. Needs to look into the eyes of Sean Arnold again on his debut for the Yaz Heat team, going side by side with his teammate through the first couple of corners. Ferris Stanley looking to take over the race. He goes to the outside of the exit of Tamburello. It's risky for the two to go side by side through there, but at the moment it seems to be working. The inside line through Villeneuve for Jone Simičić. Who's going to prevail?
Yeah, well, Simičić has to take a chance here, whereas Stanley doesn't. Stanley, there's a bit of contact there. It is a genuine hurt. Where's the 3rd BS car gone? So Denez was in P4, now he's down to P6.
Oh yeah, it was.
Now we're seeing some shenanigans here. Malinovsky's always going to try and make something happen, almost has to, although Yaz Heat have now got cars in 4th and 5th. Sean Arnold starting to turn up.
Yeah, I thought it almost was actually Arthur Camara. He was the 3rd of the BS competition cars in qualifying, which normally you would expect he would be the highest, considering this is his chosen platform. In this race, BS competition have got 1 from each platform representing them, but still they're all representing at the sharp end, at the pointy end where they need to be. Kazuki Yumashima trying to get around the outside of Pev. He's finally had his drive removed. He's got Adam Pinses as well behind, the Hungarian in the Arnage competition team that look to be struggling just a touch at the moment. Jone Simičić with a massive send down towards Variante Alta, and he's been spun around for his efforts as well. Ferris Stanley sends the burst drive around. It couldn't have got more aggressive. He had to send it. He felt he needed to.
And the bubble has burst. There it is. And that's all on him as well.
Absolutely.
He's been too aggressive into the chicane. He nearly actually made it work, but ultimately at the cost of someone else, and then he spins around. So, yeah, that is karma 101.
Yeah, I don't know if BS will pick anything up for the exit there, but I can't agree with you more. He's sent it in way too hard there, and a move into that kind of chicane, it just doesn't work when you're not. You need to be kind of alongside when doing so. Alas, it's gone slightly sideways for them, which means it's a positive for the likes of BS Competition and Yaz Heat, who have all 3 of each of their cars running inside the top 6 at the moment, I believe. I said, sorry, it's 5 of those, but they're looking really, really strong at the moment.
Look who's looking really, really strong, and under the radar once again, because this is definitely their weakest sim. Apex Racing Team. If they can make their way through to that semi-final, potentially sneak one into the 16 final, very, very interesting indeed. So they're looking good, and I'm not sure. I guess they always expect for big results, but secretly they would have been like, we're not really looking at ACC for big points. They might be able to sneak their way in here, all because of Simoncic.
Yeah, like I say, they just need to kind of do what we saw from Redline in the previous race, not even be at the front, just tick off some comfortable results. Big shame for Burst, because obviously with Simoncic being towards the front, Kazuki Umeshima is doing the job he needed to do right now. He will be fuming. He is working his way up the order. Obviously was running 12th earlier on. He's now inside the top 10, of course, courtesy of the issue that we saw there from Yane Simoncic being one of those. Obviously Ferris Stanley also behind him. But he's trying to get himself even further up. He's trying to get past Pev, the Bulgarian at the moment, who's trying to defend for all of his worth in that Fordzilla Cup. But Kazuki Umeshima is having a great race thus far.
Yeah, dare I say the best performance we've ever seen him have in ERL or ERWC, to be honest.
ERWC, I remember Kazuki Umeshima being really, really strong in the V8 supercar at Okayama. He was really strong in that.
No, that's a good point. Yeah, no, he did do well there.
He just didn't have the team to back him up. That was the problem. But since then, I will agree. I think there is the odd result here and there, maybe, but like this is ERWC. We're not playing around with the ERO anymore. This is the big time. This is what we've all been building up for, to kind of get into this point and have that result of like have the ability to move up when no one else has really been able to, just keeping his nose clean. Absolutely superb. But I think Race Control might have a little bit more to deal with on Burst's part.
And again, I'm going to have to shout out Apex. Again, the livery is very synonymous with Apex. We know it's them, but I love the little hint of the different colours on the wings,
different colours,
wing mirrors, just to let us know the different drivers. Always appreciated as a commentator. As it stands, BS competition looking delicious right now. Currently first and third. Yaz Heat looking awfully delicious too, with 6 points in total. Plus, they got Ottaviani in P5 as that insurance, and an Apex Racing Team are looking golden to go through, although there is some Fordzillas that might want to get involved, but actually both their other two drivers are right down the order. So yeah, looking pretty good for those teams, and actually with 5 minutes to go, unless something really bad happens, very hard to see any other teams getting involved.
Yeah, I agree, because the thing is that they're locking out those top spots, those higher up positions. That's what they're doing right now. Yeah, they're leaving themselves in really strong positions, those 3 teams that are towards the front. I'm going to say with the Apex Racing Team, I'm going to say it on broadcast just because I really want to put the pressure on Alex Simpson. Should be taking a little trip over to Corby tomorrow morning before we get going. Part of me is like, I want you to have a decent result today, because I don't want to go and see a depressed Apex Racing Team. I want to go and see a happy Apex Racing Team. But we'll have to wait and see. Of course, the top 3 teams in this, they're not moving through into the final like we saw in the previous race. The top 3 in this are moving through into the semi-final, along with the bottom 3 from the previous race. And then the bottom 3 in this race are no longer a part of today's competition.
Yeah, have fun. It was fun having you here today, but we'll see you
tomorrow morning.
Throwing your magnets in the bin.
We should probably, that's what I think we should do that. We should rip them off as we're going through. Right now,
Burst. Rip our clothes off?
Huh?
The magnets, sorry.
Yeah, no, Burst, Arnage and Fordzilla are the ones. As we see Kazuki Umeshima getting to the outside of Fordzilla at the moment. 2 of those that are going out. Kazuki Umeshima is giving it a go. I don't think his ping's giving him the easiest time in this race, but still he's putting on a good effort.
It's a lovely squeeze from Payev there going into the Apex. Just in the braking zone, just a slight move. It's not a complete block. Oh, I tell you what, equally to it, Umeshima up the inside of that second chicane. Oh, a little bit rough on the exit. To be fair, I don't think there's too much in that. I think Payev's turning a little bit too aggressively, in all fairness. There was enough room left around the outside. Umeshima, who, looks like Payev has just knocked his camera over as well. A little bit of a touch there. But yeah, I think that's a really nice move there from Umeshima.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I think the contact there might have been a little bit more on Umeshima, but I kind of agree it might have been 50-50. Really, also the connection won't have helped, as we see David Toth being sent off the road as well from Payev, just trying to hang on to a couple of positions. So Arnage competition just being moved, not down the order, but still in the same position, but being unable to move up the order and back past. As we see a great exit from David Toth as they head up towards Variante Alta, back towards the front, and Maciej Malinowski has closed in on the BS competition car that's heading the field at the moment after camera. But again, if I'm Yassi, if I'm BS competition, I'm not changing anything about this race. I'm happy where I am.
Do not put pressure on Malinowski. He becomes like a caged animal. You unleash him, and he's the most dangerous Malinowski you're going to find. Right now, currently in P2, has had to make his way up the order, had to make overtakes, took advantage, of course, of Simoncic making that mistake earlier in this race. But yeah, Malinowski, with a little bit of confidence, is someone everybody needs to be watching out for. Again, they've not had the greatest starts here. We're effectively in their second chance here, aren't we, with the lower bracket, and they will still have to go into a semi-final race to make it through to our final. But Malinowski on form, that changes the whole dynamic of this competition, in my opinion.
Yeah, this is the second chance race. I mean, thankfully, well, I say thankfully, we've put Yazzie above Veloce, and right now they're looking like the team that would be. Now, obviously, this is the lower bracket, so fair enough. But in the heat earlier on, I think we put them the wrong way around. Veloce were looking stronger than Yazzie. But like I say, if Maciej Malinowski can find his feet and get on with it, he is absolutely the driver that can take it to the bigger names. And Sean Arnold and Alessandro Ottaviani are no slouch, and they're proving that in this race. They're able to keep up with Malinowski and with Arthur Camara. Same with Phil Denez. If those three are able to keep up with those two at the front, who are ACC specialists, things are looking good for those two squads moving on. And kind of in the same boat with Alejandro Sanchez and Salva Talent, who are definitely not ACC specialists. Doing a good job at the moment just to keep up.
Camara's another one. He's a game changer if his head's screwed on. If it's not, then I'm not sure what you're going to get out of him. It could be the best of him, it could be the worst of him. But today, looks like he's managed to sort himself out in this lower bracket race. Can have one more lap to go. On this car, doesn't the livery look like a mackerel? Doesn't it look like a mackerel, a shoulder mackerel?
Well, just
the BS competition livery?
Just on the side of it, where the zebra is.
It does look like a mackerel.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't see it. I think you've been looking at fish too much. I think Baz the puffer, and now looking for a mighty mackerel out on track. I think
love Barry the puffer. What a guy!
I think you're losing your mind. We've well, I think we've had a bit of a puffer fish appearing in the background. I wonder what else we're going to get.
Apparently so. I didn't know.
Yeah, no, I didn't notice it either. I was actually very disappointed. But Mike, who's obviously running the broadcast, straight onto it. Boom, puffer fish.
Genuinely, anyone watching right now, if you ever see an esports team post about a new driver or post results,
pufferfish,
just post a pufferfish as a GIF below it.
Yeah,
would be very appreciated. And everyone loves a pufferfish anyway. They're cute.
They have big gnashes as
well. By the way,
there's Darren Toth. There is. Darren Toth is trying to get past Rice at the moment. Tried something at Tabarello. Is going to try something coming down towards Villeneuve as well. Gets squeezed a little bit. But that's beautiful from Rice. He just kind of left very little room on the entry. Basically, he said to Darren Toth, "You're not going around the outside, are you?" Great defence.
It's going to cost you a lot of time if you want to make this work, and it's got to be perfect.
Exactly. So I think that was really solid defence from the Burst Esports driver of Rice. Is hanging on to that 11th position, back towards the front after camera. There's not going to be any defence being put up here because there's not going to be any attack. It's just going to be a comfortable run to the finish. It's those positions outside of the top 10 where we're going to see some of the battles, but they're not really racing for any major position because they can't really move their way through because the top three teams are already basically sorted.
Yeah, BS looking good with that P1 and Stanley down to P13.
P3
it's going to be
P1, P3.
Tough actually. Yeah, it's going to be. P1, P3. They're good. And then of course Yazzie looked good, and then Apex. I will say one thing. Best number in racing, 888, Ottaviani. But the fact that all three drivers are in the top 5, the confidence they will gain from that is key moving forward in this championship.
Final quarter then ticked off for Arthur Camara. The three teams looking to move out of the quarter-final lower bracket being BS Competition, Yazzie and the Apex Racing team as they stand. A couple more little kinks to go for Arthur Camara as he'll drag his way up towards the line and take the third race win. Quarter-final lower bracket ticked off for BS Competition as Arthur Camara leads Malinowski, Denez, Arnold, Ottaviani across the line, Alejandro Sanchez and Salva Talent for the Apex Racing team there as well. And unfortunately, it does look as though we will be saying goodbye to Arnage Competition, to Team Fordzilla and to Burst as well. What a costly mistake from Jone Simoncic. Arjuna, what do you make of that one?
Was going to come. We had that moment at the start, and then some good racing as well. Umashima proving that he is adaptable across the platforms, but we officially now will say goodbye to 3 teams. We'll wait for race control to work their way through. I don't think personally BS Competition should get anything for that. Luke, what do you think?
Well, yeah, no, definitely not. That was on Simoncic, all 100%. It's not, twice on Sundays for me. I think he was just desperate. If this is Formula 1, the difference between P1 and P2 is 7 points. In this championship, it's 1 point. The difference, like, why are you trying to send it like that? That if you go over the curb too much here, Imola, it's going to send you up like a surfboard. Ultimately, then get across the BS car by getting on the power a little bit too early. Yeah, it's all on Simichich for me.
I agree. I absolutely agree.
One of the more experienced drivers as well.
Arjuna's been booted out of here because he doesn't want to be a part of this broadcast, so we'll kick him out for a little bit. I think he's just had to sort out his microphone. We're getting ready as well for an interview with the big boss himself. He's not quite ready yet, but we'll have a little chat with Florian. What are you going to ask him?
Well, be ruining it, wouldn't it?
That would be ruining it.
Yeah. Hold on, let me just tell you exactly what the next segment is.
Thank you. Well, you know, you got to. And then obviously, you probably can't see it, but there's a big sign up there that says mystery guest as well. You'll have to hang on for that. But the mystery guest...
Oh, I know who it is. Hulk Hogan.
Hulk Hogan? Hulk Hogan. Well, I've been told that you are potentially, I think, being pulled out now to go for that...
Excuse me?
Not saying anything. Is Arjuna still here, or is he gone?
I'm here. I'm back.
He is here. He sorted his life out. He sorted his life out. Terrible.
Yeah, well, so Luke's going to go and figure out what he needs to go and do. Meanwhile, it's been an entertaining day so far, as we've only got halfway through the racing. Still, of course, got the semi-finals, lower bracket to go, the final, and then, of course, the showdown. One-on-one, what the Esports Racing League has really shown how exciting it can be through the course of the 2022 campaign, and, of course, building through each of our masters. I tell you what, though, it is almost time for us to learn a little bit more about our mystery guest. But before we can do that, it's time to throw it on over to Luke Crane, who is standing by with the boss, the man, the visionary himself behind all things VCO, Florian Hasper, ready for a little bit of a chat.
Well, here we are with Florian Hasper, of course, the boss, the guy that pays our wages, hence why BS Competition is a favourite to win this. But you are the brain master of all of this. How cool is it to see it in its full glory here for the second iteration of the final?
It's awful because I'm so nervous, you know, and it never ends. And to do this live here at Simply Race, it makes it even worse. Yeah? I mean, because there's so much that can go wrong during such a broadcast, even if you don't do it like ESLR1, you know, with a big stage and so on. So I'm always happy when we're done and when the races are, let's say, entertaining and gripping. And I must say the format works well. I think it's really fast-paced, and so I'm really happy. And here at Simply Race, it's nice. I think tomorrow there will be a few people here doing sim racing, and so we have a setting with people that really know about sim racing and love it as much as we do. So it's a great combination.
Yeah, 100%. Of course, you put yourself in the public light as well, and you must have faced your fair share of criticism. Is there anyone out there potentially that maybe have given you some stick recently?
Well, you know, there's always criticism, and I mean, if you are on Discords and something, then you see stuff that you don't want to see, and you are always in fire. But this is good fun as well, yeah. And there are a few people around that make memes of me, and so I'm not so happy about this, yeah. But this, I think, it's part of our job, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. And well, one of your biggest critics out there. I'm going to leave you with the beef alarms here. I'm going to let you deal with this guy. But here we go. We've got Pablo Araujo.
Why you look like an alien?
Who let him in? Pablo, what's this? You are in the ERWC broadcast. Ugh.
Man, I'm an alien. Why I'm so bright?
I mean, now you're here. I mean, to be fair, when I was seeing all the memes that you made of me and everyone on your Discord, I just, first of all, I couldn't cope because you know, I'm an old guy. I'm not used to being part of memes and so on. But then I got used to it, and then I thought, damn, this is so entertaining, yeah. And then we got in touch, and you invited me to your show 2 weeks ago, and it was a big honor. It was good fun, and so I'm just so happy that you're here.
Thank you for inviting me. It's an honor be able to represent in your show a bit the people from the streets, the people. So we are really proud you let us come into your show.
So why is PGZ not in here? Is something missing or not strong enough? Or?
Well, you know better than us, I guess, because we don't have some BMW money or something like that. I don't know. You should ask yourself to this.
It definitely helps. Yeah. No, but I can only say for next year or for this year, ERL, if PGZ is up for it, join us. Yeah. So this is obvious because I mean, you've got great drivers. One of your drivers dragged BS competition around at Daytona, which was good. We are grateful forever. So yeah, I mean, one question on a serious note: how did you get into sim racing, mate? I mean, how did it start? What is the passion of sim racing for you?
Well, always been a really competitive person. I started with a CD of GP4, like I was like 16 with keyboard. I don't know, I always playing offline. I didn't have internet and just trying to beat myself. Was a pretty nice game. Later, when I take my driving license, I start to go rallies. I will start to do idiot things with the car. Start to grow more and more as well. Magic Alonso stuff, the boss. So everything helps, you know. When I came to UK to live because work reasons, I started to take it more serious because was my main hobby was this, because here just rich people can have normal hobbies.
I thought it's the other side, you know, the bed with the partner blanket is also a nice hobby.
Thank you.
Oh, well, sorry for interrupting. But, you know, I mean, Pablo, I think we have to sort this out properly. I think there needs to be an event that puts BS Plus against PGZ properly, but also, I think, gives the community a chance to, I don't know, to just have fun, don't you think?
Yes. We've been doing some stuff to finally put the final battle on the table. I mean, we can have, I think, all the community is looking forward to see a real battle, BS competition versus PGZ in same conditions, no magic BOP by you. So we let people decide the cars this time. We can sort out this soon.
I mean, I think we even have a graphic for this. Mike, can you put it up? Where is it?
Thank you for take the worst photo.
I don't know. Can you see the graphic? Is it on stream? I don't know. So I think the event will be called the Golden Toast GP. I mean, what an event! 15th of July, Spa-Francorchamps. People can practice there for the iRacing 24. Yeah, and I think the format you came up with is just amazing. Can you explain it?
Yeah. So basically, we're gonna create a race on Spa, right the weekend before of Spa 24. So it will be useful for everyone to test the cars, test his setup and everything, so it won't be really hard for the people to actually prepare this race because they will prepare anyway. In the race, the format so far will be like 3 hours. First hour, one safety car, we take off the last 10 cars. Another hour, another safety car, we eliminate the other 10 cars remaining on the back. And the last hour, just 30 cars fighting for the Golden Toast. Also, we're gonna have a good battle, internal battle, four BS competition drivers versus 4 PGZ drivers. And the winner between them, well, we need to make a proper bet, but will be fun for sure.
So, I'm looking forward to it. We will have a cool broadcast and a lot of fun. And yeah, thanks for being on our show today, Pablo. It's a great pleasure. I hate many things you do. I love other things that you do. So it's just great to have you here. And yeah, I invite you to do some co-commentary with Luke and Lewis. So if you like, you can do the semi-final. Take it away. So yeah, let's do it. And great you are with us tonight.
Thank you. The same. I like some things to do. We don't like some things you do, but well, we have some small part in our heart in PGZ because we laugh a lot with you. That's all. Thank you for having me here. I will do my best to commentate Magic Carpet ACC, but well, don't expect too much, guys. But
We expect
thank you for the invite.
big things. All right, so I'm out of here. Thanks for watching, and now back to Lewis and Luke.
Rest, but great to have you here to take us away through this race as well.
Yeah,
he's behind us.
He's
There
there,
he is.
but his head's being covered by the light here.
We can't see much of his head, unfortunately. But if he
not your
crouches
fault,
down,
Cameron, don't
Here,
worry.
so I hope they are not talking to me.
oh well, there we go. He can't hear
Well,
us,
that's
so we're okay. We might have to go without Pablo, unfortunately, but we'll see. We'll see. Mike will be running plenty of magic behind the scenes. Now he might be able to hear us.
Yeah, Pablo, can you hear us?
Yes. No, I know.
Oh,
Okay, cool. First of all, hold on. Where's the contract? Am I racing for PGZ in this Golden Toast? No?
Your
Okay, cool.
contract.
Tough
I'm
crowd.
sorry. You maybe on your disc or something they will accept you. Okay, we can't do too much about you. Sorry.
Tough crowd.
That's brutal.
Wow, that went well.
That is brutal, mate. He's not pulling any punches. I'm not even going to ask for a seat.
Yeah, that really hurt. Can you talk us a little bit more about this format? Obviously, the 10 drivers after each hour disappearing. How's it going to work in terms of BS and, of course, your team?
So basically, we're gonna let the community decide which car. PZ community Twitter will decide which cars will drive BS competition guys. We're gonna let BS competition guys to decide the cars we're gonna drive, or the drivers of PGZ. So I can expect big troll cars between us.
Ford.
Well, we will see. Maybe we can manipulate a bit to please let us be competitive. So we will see. Yeah, later we need to do a good bet about what we play. You know?
Oh,
Florian or
we should
me.
come up with that now.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Yeah, what should be the bet?
we need
I don't know,
to
maybe it should be
decide
100
something
gifted.
fine. Something fine.
100 gifted. Whew.
100
No,
gifted on the line.
he's rich.
No, I
I'm
think-
poor. No, this is not fair.
I think Pablo has to wear a BS competition t-shirt for the next
Oh,
month.
yes.
Oh, he doesn't like
the
it.
problem is a small team and poor, and we don't have t-shirts. So what if we win?
Yeah, but don't worry about that, Pablo. Don't worry about that. You know, we'll just have Florian topless.
Topless.
Like he was at the start of the show.
Okay. We take it.
He's instant. No, Florian's actually said thumbs up. He's all about it. But no, I think Florian will send you a BS competition shirt to be in for a month. I think that'll be all right. There's plenty of them to pick from. You can have your own colour, everything. It'll be great. Who knows?
Yeah, 100%.
Well,
Here we go. Then. We've got ourselves the bracket here. 3 teams are already in the finals. We've got Unicorns of Love, we've got Williams Esport and Team Redline. They are through, done and dusted. No problem whatsoever. 3 teams have already disappeared from this. We've got Burst, Arnage and Team Fordzilla, but now we've got the semi-finals. So the top 3 from this will join Unicorns of Love, Williams and Redline. That will be between R8G, TRITON, Veloce, BS Competition, Yazzie, Apex. And then we will get down to 6. The top 2 from that final race will make it to our showdown. Best of 3. We are joined by a special guest. We will have Pablo doing some commentary here.
Yep.
Don't show us up too much, please.
But yeah, we're not letting him go anywhere. Do you think you got the bread and butter to make a good commentator, Pablo?
Well, not really.
I think we're about to find out. We'll find out.
Okay, I will do my best. I will cheer for Apex. Well, I guess BS because are from iRacing, so superior simulator. Yeah, let's see.
Well, I think one thing though that we need to do is we need to grab this board over that we were dealing with earlier. Because we need to get rid of some of these. Burst.
You're passing to me, mate. I'll dispose
see you, mate.
of them.
Off you go.
Off you go, Burst.
Oh, this is like, there you go.
Off you go, Arnage.
And there you go.
Fordzilla. See you later.
See ya, Paul. This is what we're dealing with now.
Oh.
These are the ones to go. Yeah, see ya. They're out of here. Those are the ones we're dealing with from now. I like this board. I like this game. Do you like throwing them? They're good fun.
That was fun. It's like my favourite thing I've done in the last 12 months.
Perfect. Who do you think is going to win, Pablo, by the way, as we're about to move into the semi-finals?
I will cheer for Apex.
Apex going to win overall. Well, semi-final. Here we go. We can see the grid have already gone through qualifying, and Dominic Blyer looking good once again.
Yeah, Dominic Blyer. Yeah, looking very, very good. Again, needs a teammate to back him up, which currently he's got Tyskovic in P4, so that looks good. R8G, they finally put in a real strong performance here in qualifying, which puts them in a strong point to get through to the final. And which of the other team really? BS competition, I would say, actually. Right now, 6th and indeed 8th. Where about Yaz Heat? Yaz Heat are currently 7th, and indeed Ottaviani's best at 13th. So, yeah, looking good right now for R8G, TRITON, and probably BS competition.
Pablo's put the curse on the Apex Racing team, who have 5th with Alejandro Sanchez, and then Salvatellas and Garvalero 14th and 18th. So there you go. Got a few colours to pick through. Most of them are black, blue, or white, unfortunately, Pablo. So we're going to have some fun in here. But Dominic Bly's been looking really, really strong today, hasn't he, Pablo? So he's looking to take another victory. Oh, I think we've lost Pablo.
Yeah, we lost him just a little bit there.
We've lost poor Pablo.
I think he's just sat there going, I'm not commentating, I'm going to pretend that I'm saying something.
Do you think so? Do you think he's a mime artist?
I'm not being paid for this, I'm not doing it. Oh, he's back.
Not my fault.
Oh, there he is, here we go.
I think Dominic is his last event with TRITON, so probably he's trying really hard to do a good last event with them, so let's see.
Yeah.
It's a good point. You sound like Lewis.
Absolutely.
Lewis mentioned that about 9 times today.
I know. I'm really going to try. Well, I'm trying to mention it 12 times. It's his car number. That's the real effort here, I think.
We're down to 9 teams now into the semi-final lower bracket. 3 of these teams are going to go home today, although they are racing from home. 3 of them are going to advance to our final. We've got Dominic Blyer, Lebigre for TRITON RHG on your front row. Shinjik backing up his teammate in 3rd spot. We've got Tyskovic backing up TRITON in 4th. So those 2 teams looking really good to get themselves through. And well, I'm going to throw him under the bus. Pablo, take us away.
What do you mean?
I forget commentate.
No.
It's your time to shine, Pablo. Come on.
Just commentate. Okay, green flag. Don't put me on the camera.
Yes! You tell him, Pablo.
I told you, just put me in the background. I just make some
That's
noise.
completely on me. I can only apologise, Pablo.
Let's
We're
go
having a bit of
through
fun. Dominic Blyer, great start, down through turn number 1, holds on to the lead here, and actually, it was Lebigre's gone with him. Shinjik is lost a position. Tyskovic for TRITON is turning up. He is backing up his teammate, so TRITON looking really good here on lap 1.
Certainly so. Obviously, Dominic Blyer hanging on to the race lead once again. Lebigre, really big send over the exit curb at Villeneuve. He's throwing it in as hard as he can as they'll head up towards the hairpin. A big send down the inside. Villeneuve's giving a bit of a hip check as well over to Maciej Malinowski, who's gone just a touch deep. And potentially the extra R8G car of Ronha might be involved in this.
Yeah, this is, last chance saloon, of course, for every single one of these teams. If they're not in the top 3, they do not advance to the next phase. It really is as simple as that. Blyer absolutely flying away as it stands. You see a bit of contact, actually. Looks like there was a touch of overspeed there from Luke Whitehead. Ronha! Oh, here he is, the R8G driver. Of course, both the R8G cars, as his teammates, as we see a BS competition car off into the gravel. That is Stanley, and well, what do you think about that there, Pablo?
I really couldn't see, but not good news for Florian. Let's see. They're still pretty okay though, but well, starts to be more complicated for them.
As soon as an incident happens between BS, the beef alarm comes out. Pablo loves life. He's completely animated. We love to see it. And yeah, the beef is it's kind of 50% real, 50% a bit of fun at this point, but I'm telling you, there is real beef for sure. Lebigre right up behind Blyer as we come up towards the start-finish line here at Imola. Blyer will just be looking to hold on. It's a very different performance here, Lewis, than what we've seen previously, because he's had to win the race, because his teammates haven't been backing him up. This time, Tyskovic is there.
Kind of driver that, as this competition goes on, Dominic Bly needs a bit of assistance, but I feel as the competition goes on, Taskovich is going to be the driver. He is going to keep him company. He is going to be a part of the fight, and he is going to back up. That's exactly what we're seeing now. Again, we're looking for the top 3 teams to move through into the finals, during those 3 teams that we saw back in the quarterfinals. And right now, rHG and TRITON looking extremely strong with BS Competition in tow.
Yeah, really, really nice there from Dominic Bly. Taskovich doing a job, and confidence is key. If you can have a bit of confidence running into the latter stages of this competition, that can give you that extra couple of tenths. You feel a little bit more free behind the wheel, and again, you're a little bit loosey-goosey, and things come a little bit easier. So it's good to see TRITON doing that. rHG again, just putting the performance out when they need it. That's why rHG are one of the favourites to go and win the whole weekend, because they just get results, similarly to what Williams do. Arta Camara and Phil Denez doing a good job for BS with their 3rd driver, as Pablo got really excited, by the way. Ferris standing off the circuit. Any surprises here, Pablo, for you?
No, well, surprise, Romain Grosjean is doing really good job for me, like from iRacing, also from Formula 1 game. I'm really surprised the performance they are showing. Like very well done from them. I'm really surprised about them. Well, so far a bit sad because Apex not having a really nice race, but let's see how it goes.
His first race, and already given everyone a commentator's curse.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, first race ever, and you've already ruined people's races by wishing them well, Pablo. Well done. Welcome to the club.
I don't believe in the commentator's curse. That's fine. Either way, you're absolutely right. Yeah, to point out about rAG, I didn't know how Ron Hull was going to kind of get along with this, coming from the F1 esports side of things, but he's actually doing really well. Dropping back a position, or a couple of positions here, he's having to battle with Maciej Malinowski, who's not a bad driver to battle with on a day like this, but he's got another ACC specialist giving him the up and under. It could be Luke Whitehead coming through here, as the Veloce team struggling a bit more in this, as they were in the quarter-final lower bracket, or upper bracket rather, earlier on in the day. They dropped out into the semi-finals, but right now they're probably dropping out of the competition with the spots they're presently in. Veloce are.
Yeah, I really expected, I was assuming they're going to get to the final, top 6, but then again, as people have pointed out on Twitter, I don't really know much about ACC, so, you know, it shows what I know. I thought Whitehead was going to be right up there.
You got things right today, though?
Yeah, 2 things.
2 things, yeah, whopping 2 things. Yeah,
1 day.
We've been live for a couple of hours now, right? So, you know, 2 things, that's a thing an hour.
It's impressive.
It's not a bad ratio for a commentator, to be perfectly honest. There's Florian Lebigra. Again, as we've seen in the previous races, bit of weaving between. I get the feeling that's more communication also than anything else between those two. When they're doing weaving like that, it's more like, don't fight me, don't fight me.
Yeah, Dominic is doing some mistakes. I see Dominic miss a corner, so I think just the hybrid doesn't want to fight. I think he's happy on P2 so far, but he wanted to show he won't go for the move so far. But yeah, Dominic is struggling. I think the hybrid has more pace right now. Let's see.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. They don't need to really fight, do they, Pablo? You know, both having 2 teammates at the front in the top 4, there's no real need for them to do anything too crazy. It's teams like BS right now that can't really afford to make any mistakes. Although they haven't, like Yassi, they've got Malinowski P8, but they've got no other driver really backing them up. Veloce, they've got a couple of drivers in P10 and P11. Like, BS could afford to lose a couple of spots here, and actually look at the move forward as it stands on our screen, as you can see here. Marcel Shinshik currently in P4, Camera looking to move up into that top 4. They're looking more aggressive to move forward than they are to drop back.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Yeah, they're in a decent position, especially considering the top 2 positions in this race when it comes to teams wise. rHG and BS Competition, rHG and TRITON, they're holding those spots inside that top 4, the 2 teams there, which means those 2 spots are kind of pretty much spot on. Meanwhile, those behind, it's kind of like spots a bit more open. BS Competition are presently holding it, and the thing for them is there's no real threat behind from any team. Drivers, yes, but that's not what they're worried about. They're worried about teams fighting them, and right now, I think they're okay.
This is perfect, right? The pressure on these drivers, these teams, because again, if they do fall outside that top 3 in this race specifically via the team points, you're done, you're dusted. So it's a perfect situation for TRITON right now. They haven't got anything to be worried about. rAG, nothing to be really worried about. BS+ as well, they're pretty comfortable. So it's kind of a textbook day. Again, Veloce not looking good. Apex and Yassi, they're the 3 teams to fall. Any surprises for you in that, Pablo? Of course, you were wanting Apex to do well here, but secretly, you know, with it being the magic carpet sims, you called it, Is there any real surprises here?
Not really, to be honest. Like, as I said, my only surprise is how well is doing Romain Grosjean. The other, I think, is more or less what I was expecting. Yeah, that's all, to be honest.
Yeah, I think Ronha, I think ACC specifically kind of lends to Formula 1 esports drivers. David Tunitsa, who drove for Ferrari, he's a championship winning driver for esports. When he races on ACC, is one of the very best in the world. So yeah, it's quite nice to see another F1 esports driver come in for the first time and do relatively well. It looks like it's he's going to be in the semi-finals, or the final, should I say, because his two teammates in Shinjik and Lebigra are doing an incredible job. As we see here, Denez dropping down a position. So Sanchez for Apex starting to make a move forward.
I think it was actually Denez that was trying to get on the attack. He's just set the fastest lap of the race, Phil Denez, trying to get past Alejandro Sanchez. Maciej Malinowski quite tight in tow. I am being told, by the way, because obviously Pablo joining us here for this broadcast, from Dame Bed, who's listening in, because he's right next to us, as we see an issue for Marco Payet saying that I'm a fraud for talking about Pablo's first commentator's curse when I spent an hour arguing with him about how it doesn't exist. And I will say it definitely doesn't exist, and I argued it for a whole weekend, not just an hour. But the commentator's curse doesn't exist, so it's fine. I think the Apex Racing team it's not really their day. It's fine.
I'm hoping Florian sends a contract to Pablo, to be honest, to replace you after that. the amount of time you contradict yourself is unbelievable. Well, Pablo, are you busy this weekend?
Well, depends how much money. Depends how much money. I'm busy or not. But I know Florian has the money, so.
He's the eye candy and everything. He's getting thousands.
Yeah. Every single second, Florian doesn't know yet.
I'll come pick you up, man. No problem.
Well, you'll come pick him up. You can't drive. What are you talking about? Final lap of the race, though. We'll focus on the topic at hand whilst we're all ribbing into each other on the broadcast. I don't see much actually changing in this.
There's no need to, right? The three teams that are going through right now, again, at the start of the ERL, we were looking at this thinking, have they got team managers telling them? And half the teams did, half the teams didn't. Every team has a manager now, or every team has a coach going, you need to be in this position to get through to the next stage. So they all know exactly what they're doing mathematically. Again, TRITON RHG BS competition looks pretty much going to be a safe passage, unless Talons is going to gain. It is still close, of course. All it's going to take is like someone like, for instance, Denez having a collision with Malinowski, and then it collects a couple of cars behind, and then potentially Apex could go through. We've seen stranger things happen.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of strange things in ERL and ERWC, even in the very first day of ERWC. No, I'm not going to bring it up by name, but you all know what I'm saying there. We also saw a lot of people not using their brakes when it comes to massive crashes. That is in the past. They've all got a lot smarter when it comes to how they're kind of delivering themselves on this racetrack. But I think as everyone's got used to how these formats work, how this knockout formats work, if this was ERWC 1, I think we'd be seeing a very different style of race. Even in these cars, these tracks, we would see a very different style of race because everyone would just go at it 100%. Now everyone's got a lot more wiser to the format and they're not ready to do anything silly.
Understanding the meta, as I've been saying for 12 months. Dominic Blyer about to take us down to the final couple of corners here for our semi-final. I'm going to leave it to our special guest to take us through the end of this race.
Oh my God.
Take it away.
Okay. Last corner for Dominic. Let's go. Representing Poland's another win before leaving the team. Leaving them on the dust. P2 for Florian, the good one, Legibre. Very good performance. That's all. TRITON, Romain Grosjean, BS competition. Was like an easy race for them, just controlling the laps. That's all.
Mate, honestly, thank you for getting involved. It's all been a bit of fun at the end of the day. Nothing serious here. This is what the ERWC is all about, of course. You know, it's a serious competition. There's $50,000 on the line. But yeah, it's also about having a bit of fun, having a laugh. And again, Pablo, thanks for being a good sport, mate. Hopefully you enjoyed yourself.
Thank you. Well, I did my best, okay?
Great.
Thank you for having me. I'll see you soon, guys.
Take care, bud.
See you, Pablo. What does Arjuna think of that race?
Well, Arjuna's now.
That was interesting. That's for sure.
Yes, Pablo's our
Pablo's
master
the Arjuna. Yeah, gotcha.
Well, it was an interesting race, that's for sure. It's now set us up quite nicely to head into what is quite curiously the final, but what is not going to be the final race of the day, because of course we've still got the one-on-one left after this. Looks like Apex, Yassi and Veloce provisionally going to be the three teams that we say goodbye to. TRITON, RHE and BS Competition, Lewis, all looking like they advance to that final.
Yeah, obviously, once it's all confirmed, we'll deal with this board and we'll start getting rid of some teams
back.
from that. Is it Pufferfish? Is it Puffer? Here
Look behind you.
Hey!
What a happy dude! If you go and find this video and go and listen to it, I don't think the audio.
Just don't watch it past 15 seconds.
The Pufferfish is no longer with us, unfortunately. But still, no. To your point. These teams in the semi-finals, are they realistically going to be a part of this competition? Past final, are they the teams we're looking for to go to the final? I think it's really hard to tell. Obviously, those that went through into the final earlier on for the quarters, they're the ones that we'd more be leaning towards. But then RHG, TRITON, they do look, RHG particularly, do look really strong.
Yeah, but
Blur
the further we go in this competition, it becomes more about one driver. You don't need to necessarily have the whole team firing on all cylinders. Albeit, I guess in the final, you need to use your team a bit better for the reverse grid for the second race, of course. But yeah, you can indeed rely more on one driver. So the likes of Williams, of course, with Darren McCormack winning a race today, they're going to be strong. Of course, Dominic Blyer looks like he's got a different lease of life on this game. He was incredible last week with the flex stream. Today he's coming all guns blazing. Marcel Shinshik just doesn't seem to be capable of a bad result at the moment. No. Like, everything he touches turns to a podium. He's ridiculous. So, yeah, now it comes down to just individual talent getting you through, I think.
We've talked about Team Redline, we've talked about RHG, and we've talked about the Unicorns of Love. The top three in our 2022 Esports Racing League. One team, though, that's already shown their mettle so far today with Darren McCormack taking a victory is Williams Esports. Let's check out their lineup for this Esports Racing World Cup 2023. It is a bit of an iRacing focused lineup, but they've already shown by advancing their way directly to the final, not needing to go through that semi-final round, Luke, that you can adapt and you can bring a lineup with one specialist and two drivers trying to get up to speed and find some success and get some points onto the board, something Williams have always been very consistent with.
Yeah, 100%. I said last year, the end of 2022, they were a formed team, to be honest, and they started this year very strongly as well. Of course, there's been a bit of controversy, which we all know. We're not going to shy away from the fact there, but the results still coming. Darren McCormack winning last week, or taking control of his three-man team last week when it came to the flex stream, just looked very, very strong on the sim we're using today, ACC. So they are a very well-accomplished team. They made some very good acquisitions as well in terms of the sim racing transfer market as well. It's been silly season, right? But Williams have done a really good job in identifying a couple of really good drivers. They've kind of trimmed down their roster as well to focus more on the bigger competition. So, yeah, they are a team that are now, in my opinion, capable of winning the really big competitions. They're the team that always tend to be there or thereabouts, in my opinion. Again, I know nothing. This is very obvious. People tell me this every day of the week, right? But they're a team that have been there or thereabouts, specifically in this competition. And I think they're now ready to finally go that one step further and potentially be the champion of the weekend. But today, I think they got a good shout of winning at least the first day.
So this is the bracket without the semi-final results tabulated, but we can confirm TRITON, RAG, and BS Competition have been confirmed by race controllers working their way to the final, where they'll battle Lewis against the Unicorns of Love, Williams Esports, and Team Redline.
It's going to be a tough battle. Obviously, they're looking not for the top three teams anymore. We're looking for the top two before we go into that showdown, that best-of-3 showdown. We've seen RHG go into these a fair few times. They've been up there, particularly on rFactor 2. Of course, it's in Unicorns of Love and Redline go through into the one-on-ones. But who's going to join them today? I think all of these teams, maybe with the exception of TRITON... Oh, has Williams been through to a final before in ERL?
Yeah, they have. I'm sure they have. Did they face Apex?
Oh, I don't remember. I don't know anything, to be perfectly honest. That's an Arjuna question. He knows everything.
I will say one thing. Wow, sorry, Arjuna. Just to butt in. Unicorns of Love Williams, we expect to be here. In the storyline of the whole championship, Redline, the other 3 teams making it this far is massive because those 4 teams specifically are going to be stronger tomorrow and on Sunday. So just making it to a final here sets them up really well, regardless of what happens.
Don't forget that Unicorns of Love were looking unbeatable on Assetto Corsa Competizione until GTWR came in and stole the spotlight in that Summer Cup. So I tend to agree with you there, Luke. I'll be completely honest, off the top of my head, I can't remember if Williams Esports have been through to a final or not, but qualifying...
He's made a spreadsheet for us and everything.
I know. He did all that effort. Qualifying, I think, is going to be somewhat important in this final, guys, because, again, 6 teams in the field. Top 2 drivers will score. We know how difficult it can be to pass. We know how frantic the starts can be. And so, Lewis, I think you want to make sure that if you've got quick drivers, if Dominic Blyer can find his way to the front, he needs to do so when the pressure is on.
Yeah, especially in this race, obviously we're only looking at 2 teams moving through into that final, which also means we need to start.
Oh.
We need to start bidding. We want to start chucking them about.
Yeah, I'm absolutely up for that. It's my best favourite
there you
job.
go. Off you go.
Apex Racing Team.
Sorry.
Love you, but see you later.
Here we go. Here's another one for you. We've got Veloce.
Veloce, perfect shape to Frisbee. See you later.
It is pretty good. And then finally...
Oh, this is not that aerodynamic, but see you later.
See you, Yazhi. Off you go. They are gone. These are the 6 that we have left. And that's it. No, I think qualifying is dead important. And all of those teams know that. They've been bitten by it many times.
Well, we've got just a handful of races left to go. 6 will be whittled down to 2. Don't go anywhere on VCO Esports. We'll be right back with the finals.
Nice. Arjuna was there for a second, but he's not here, so it's fine. We'll ignore him.
Good.
It's just us. It's just us. You're by my side. We've got one final before a final.
Yeah, it's a final before the Showdown final. It's only 2 teams that go through this time, so yeah, it's a case of really crossing your fingers and hoping you don't have any bad luck.
You need to nail it.
One driver out of position here, you're in trouble.
You need to absolutely nail this race. There's no second chance from now on. We'll be saying goodbye to 4 teams. We've already said goodbye to 6 and thrown them all around the room. The ones we have left are on this screen over here. These are the ones we are dealing with. Unicorns of Love, Williams, Redline, BS Competition, TRITON, RHG. It's going to be impressive. I'm going to ask you now, which 2?
Which 2?
Which 2?
Oh, it's a tough one.
It really is.
Oh, God. I'm going to go really outlandish here. I'm going to say Williams, and I'm going to say TRITON.
Do you know, I was almost leaning the same way. I think between Williams, Unicorns of Love, TRITON and RHG.
Unicorns of Love, Redline, TRITON, RHG, BS. Yeah, I know where you're going with that.
No, not even that. No. With Williams, Unicorns of Love, TRITON and RHG, those 4 in particular, I don't know. If I were a betting man, Redline and BS, I wouldn't say. I would not say that Redline and BS will go through, which means those 2 will go through. But that's not true. I'm going to go. So you went Williams and TRITON.
I want to see the best 2 drivers face off against each other in the final today, and that's been Dominic Blyer and Darren McCormick. I
would be very, very happy with that. Just so that I'm going, even though to be fair, I would lean towards that. I will go Unicorns Love and RHG, but I would lean towards Williams and TRITON more. I think those 2.
Neither of us said Redline.
No, I say honestly, as much as that, I think they are strong enough.
Max isn't sending us any Heineken.
No.
Oh, damn it.
What's that? You're
not going to send us any Heineken.
You're what? Anyway, no, I think the thing is with Redline, as much as what we saw on ERWC Day 1, they are they're an insanely strong team. They can get to the final, fair enough. But they're more at the point where I would expect them to finish 3rd. I think they have the consistency to finish as the 3rd team. I just don't think they have that. You said it yourself. The further we go in this competition, the more one driver makes a difference. They don't have that Dominic Blyer, that Darren McCormack, or even that Marcel Chinchik, or Bastian Richter. They don't have that driver, and that's what's going to hold them back a little bit.
But they have 3 drivers capable of getting a good finish.
Insanely consistent.
Not a great finish, a good finish. So that's the kicker. Never discount Redline, but yeah, genuinely, I would like to see TRITON and Williams just because of those 2 drivers.
Well, we'll take a look at the prize money as to what is up for offer. We'll focus a little bit on the left-hand side because that's what we're dealing with over all 3 days. We love a little bit of the dollar bills being paid out. First, we'll get 10 grand, as well as 2 or 3 lovely. Well, it would be 5
6.
actually. Is it 6?
Yeah, the manager gets one
for
as
each
well.
driver and a manager as well.
I thought it was for me, but no.
No, of those beautiful belts. 10 grand, 5 grand, 2,500, 1,500, and then 1,000 for the top 5 in the championship. Most valuable driver also gets themselves a little bit of money as well. Per day, though, what they're playing with for this day exactly. Obviously, $250 and $500 has already been paid out, or essentially will already be paid out to the 6 teams that are already being knocked out. The 4 teams that get knocked out from this get $1,000, and then going through to the final, you get a minimum of $1,500, but the winner gets an extra grand on top of that with $2,500 every single day. Not bad.
Cash, mate. That's pretty good, isn't it? You know, 10th, 11th, 12th. $250K? $250K?
Oh my goodness. Florian is paying out some serious dollar for this race. Well, here we are then in the final. Darren McCormack, we're starting this one from pole position ahead of Dominic Blyer. As you've been saying, the top 2 drivers all day. The top 4 drivers all day, though, are starting 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, because Bastian Richter and Marcel Chinchik have also been 3rd and 4th pretty much the entire day as well. Mitty Tauscher, Enzo Benito, Jeffrey Rietveld, Muto, Dinez, Libigo rounding out the top 10, Kevin Siggy, Gronevold, Camera, Tushkovic, Janssen, Ronhart, Charcot and Stanley rounding out your 18-car grid. So at the moment, Williams only 1st and 8th, Unicorns of Love 3rd and 5th, so they're looking pretty good. TRITON don't have the assistance high enough up.
Tyskovic needs to have the race of his life down in 14th position. As it stands, you need to be getting 9 points to go through, which is what Williams are getting. And then it's 7 points for Unicorns of Love. So yeah, right now Tyskovic has to gain 6 spots. About 6 spots, 5, 6 spots. But there's going to be desperation in this race. Expect anything and everything. It is the last chance to get themselves towards that showdown final. Top 2 teams go through. Oh, Lewis, take it away, baby.
Yeah, indeed. Well, as much as Tyskovic has got a bit of work to do, his teammate can help him out a little bit by going up 1 position, because at the moment, Dara McCormack's hanging on to the lead, but Dominic Blyer starting alongside him on that front row, as they're looking to be the top 2 teams to move into the first ever showdown in the ERWC II. The final is about to get underway. 18 cars, 6 teams, 10 minutes onto the clock as we go racing here at Imola once again. That's Marcel Cinchik dropping straight into line between a trio of Unicorns of Love cars as they race their way up towards the first corner. Dara McCormack hangs on to the race lead. Dominic Blyer managed to keep Bastian Richter at bay. Marcel Cinchik also in tow. No switches in there, but Sotomuto's gone for a spin, and it's big drama already for Williams, whose next driver is down with Janssen in 15th.
Oh, that's devastating news here. Darren McCormack has got the start of dreams being at P1, but ultimately that is not good news at all. TRITON, their nearest drivers, P16, Sharkot and Tyskovic down to 16th and 17th position. So right now, Unicorns of Love, and I think Redline might actually be the 2 teams, and neither of them in the top 2.
I'm going to go with a bit of memory game here, but I'm pretty sure ERWC 1 Day 1, in the semi-final and in the second chance, the winner of both of those races did not move through into the next round. It was Tobias Pfeffer for Altus in one of them, and it was Niels Nyok for BS Competition in the other. They won the race for their team. They did all the work they could, but they were unable to move through into the next round. That could very much well be the case for Williams Esports and for TRITON. But do Redline, do Unicorns of Love feel the need to go after something? I genuinely think in this race, despite them being in good positions, I think they have to, because, you know, a lot of the other teams, R8G, Florian Lebigre, he's not that far behind, and there could always be drama on the horizon.
Yeah, 100% here. Again, looking at R8G's points here, 4 and 10, 14. Enzo Benito and Jeffrey Rietveld is 14, and on countback, Cinchik, R8G, they go through, right? Yeah, they do. So, actually, they have to gain some positions. Redline cannot rest on their laurels. They have to gain at least 1 spot.
Wow, I mean, this is, like you say, it's going to be tricky stuff. You say 14 points, Enzo Benito and Rietveld, because obviously you got Siggy in 9th, but it's the top 2, so it's Enzo Benito and Jeff Rietveld, so yeah, it's 12. I mean, it's, like I say, we're going to have Arjuna do all the calculations, so we don't have to think about it. Never trust a commentator's maths, that's always the thing that I always learn and stand by. Florian Lebigre having to worry about defensive action, though, because after Camera is keeping him company after setting the fastest lap on the first race. Not that matters too much, obviously it was a rolling start there. This is the first real lap that matters, and Arthur Camera is right there. He's trying to knock at the door to get around the outside of Florian Lebigre, but again, excellent defensive work being done by the Frenchman.
Yeah, really good job there. Again, Cameroon's won a race today as well, remember. So he's absolutely no slouch, looking to try and make their way forward. BS Competition currently in 8th and 11th, so that's only good enough for 19 points. R8G needing the backup. Lebigre cannot afford to lose a spot, because Redline have to gain 1 or R8G lose 1. So Lebigre needs to back up Cinchik. Cinchik's driven exceptionally well all day, and now it's down to his teammates to deliver.
Yeah, he needs to work up the order, need to go and assist Marcel Cinchik, and I mean all of the teams. These things, it's not a position that's unique to the likes of TRITON or R8G. Every team is in that boat right now where you need to work as a team. A solo effort in an event like this does not work. That is what makes the ERWC and what made ERL throughout the season so important for the teams. It is a team game. No one really cares about the driver winner. It is about the team winner. That is the important bit. I thought it was Jeffrey Rietveld in the background. I think he was defending quite hard from Phil Denez at the moment, who's trying to get himself into the mix. Of course, the highest placed BS competition car at the moment.
Actually, it looks like Redline will be good. They're 2 points clear. They got 12, and R8G are currently on 14. So, again, never trust a commentator's maths, especially when they're live. Philip Dinez here trying to make a move potentially on Jeffrey Rietveld, and this would hurt Redline's chances, forcing Dinez to make a move up the outside. Fakes, then goes up the inside. A bit of contact between the two of them. Far too much contact between the two of them. Rietveld sent off into the gravel. Does come back on ahead of the BS competition car, but has checked the whole field up. Look at the R8G car in the B grade. Gains a couple of spots here.
Could
he
be
can
more.
take R8G through. He's gone for the move. He loses the rear. He's gone. So's Philip Dinez, and the Redline cars, they're going to come up smiling. Every cloud has a silver lining, and right now for Redline it's looking golden because they're going to be going through to the final.
That was some great rhyming there, but yeah, just a little bit too much drama they could not afford as we race our way up towards Piratella. Phil Dinez throwing himself completely off the circuit at Villeneuve and allowing them to go through. As that would be one of the that's one of the Unicorns of Love cars going straight off in the background. That'd be Tobias Grunewald going straight on. Thankfully his teammates Sebastian Richter and Mitchy Tauscher plenty up the order, so Tobias Grunewald's going to drop back to 17th on the road.
Well, hold on. Has Grunewald looked at this situation in front and gone, nope, not getting involved in that,
I think,
and just chucked himself off?
I think he got to Piratella, I would say, probably from his angle, he was looking at it, maybe he was braking a little bit too late, he was going to go in and clear off a car from the road, and went, actually, I'm getting out of the situation. I'm just hard right, straight out of there, because it doesn't matter, because my teammates are doing enough right now.
Yeah, they certainly are, and again, as the points stand, Unicorns of Love are gaining 9 points. Williams, how's that working out for Williams right now? Well, hold on. Williams now are on 12 points. What about Team Redline? They're on 12 points as well. So all of a sudden, Williams on countback because of P1. They now go through.
Yeah, absolutely. I was about to just say, got the message from Arjuna, UOL on Redline now. This was a few seconds ago. But because of Janssen, who is keeping that pressure on, it is a tie between Redline and Williams, and you're absolutely right, because Williams have Darren McCormack leading the race, unless there's any penalties or anything right now.
Of course.
Williams are looking to be potentially the team as, wow, that was a little bit close. That's Marcel Cinchik. He is getting a little bit involved here with Bastian Richter, because of course he knows now he's got to do something here.
He has to try and make a move. The car behind it, Enzo Benito also has to make a move. And in terms of Unicorns of Love, they're golden right now, but Tauscher would love a bit of insurance. But if I'm Tauscher, I'm just sitting behind them right now and go, do you know what? If you want to play, if you want to have a bit of contact, I'll pick up the pieces. We're golden. We're in a good spot.
Yeah, Williams now have 10 points at this point, so they are 2 clear of Redline. So Redline really have to get on with this. First and ninth could be good enough for Williams at the moment. There is a lot of drama in this final. We're looking for the top 2 teams to move through into that showdown. And at the moment, Unicorns of Love and Williams would be the teams. Redline don't want that. We were saying, though, they've got the car, they've got the team to maybe be the third. They could definitely get through to a final. It would be rude to count them out, but do they have the speed to properly get out? Do they have the nous to get on the attack in this sim? I'm not so sure. Carl Janssen, though, is doing an absolutely insane job. He's got BS competition either side of him with Ferris Stanley and Phil Dinez, but if he moves through one more, I mean, he's given himself, his team, an absolute lifeline here to move through after Muto's issues early on.
Yeah, 100%. I'll tell you one thing here. Do not count out Triton. Jacob Charcot, currently in P12. The way it's being frantic in front, 2 laps to go. Someone is going to make a move here. There is the potential for contact between a group of drivers. They are that close. And that is the way the Triton could go through. So it could still change. But as it stands, it is Williams and Unicorns of Love. And Unicorns of Love haven't won a race today, but they have been #1 seed in terms of points every race they've taken part in today. They've been managing to get it done the team way, whereas Williams has just got that outstanding driver in Darren McCormack.
Which is exactly what you need in this competition. I say you need to be a team, and that is what is happening with Unicorns of Love. Carl Janssen, though, this could be it, as that's a little bit too deep going through Tabarello. The up and unders work. The Swedes got there as they head down into Villeneuve. It's a risky move, though, and Williams Esports going for it. Carl Janssen, he's sent it in too deep, and Phil Dinez with a big moment. He might lose out of position, though, as Carl Janssen could be passed, and Siggy could be coming through. It could be massive for Redline. If Siggy makes his way past, he can do something very special here by holding up Janssen, by playing the team game and letting his team get on with it a little bit. This is high drama, and Janssen is being thrown down the order a bit.
Yeah, by Siggy taking points away. Again, his points will not count towards Team Redline because he's the third car. But if he can get a couple of spots here, or
I don't like that.
Janssen down, there is every opportunity here that he can stop Williams from going through.
I think Janssen, again, race control, they'll look at things as carefully as they can. I'm sure they might be looking for that a little bit of contact with Janssen.
They've got a race, Lewis.
Absolutely, 100%.
They've got the race. I don't think there's anything in that.
I don't know. Redline, by the way, do actually have 1 penalty point for an early discretion in this race, which will help Williams out a little bit. I don't know. I mean, it depends whether he's pinched. Obviously, we can only see it from one angle. It depends whether he was pinched. Depends whether he went off the road and made contact and pushed the car off. That's something that race control will deal with. I would lean more towards it's just racing, but you never know. And again, race control can see it from every angle. What I'd know is from Williams Esports, I'm not feeling particularly comfortable right now. If I'm Redline, I'm not feeling comfortable. If I'm any team on this grid, I am not feeling comfortable unless I'm Unicorns of Love. That said, Bastian Richter's under pressure here, and Marcel Cinczyk could be coming through.
Doesn't have to fight this. Bastian Richter does not have to fight this. If I'm him, I'm letting Cinczyk get the job done. Let him go through. You've got your assurance policy right now of Michael Tauscher in 6th position. You don't need to potentially get involved in this. It's Kevin Siggy. He's trying to take that position away from Janssen. You can see him there, not with the pink headset or the green headset. He's gone with a white headset this time round. And the white car in front looking to be overtaken. Kevin Siggy, again, will not score points for his team Redline team because he's the 3rd car, but he can take them away from Williams. As we see in the background, Ron Hart getting involved as we now are going up the hill then towards the double left-hander.
Yep, certainly so. As we can see, Siggy here trying to do something for us. You're absolutely right. He can't do anything that major when it comes to points for his team directly, but it's about getting involved. It's about doing something. Like I said before, Redline have a penalty point right now for Williams. Their positions are enough. It would be Williams and Unicorns of Love, but Redline are not far behind. They've got 13 points, Triton with 14, and then BS Competition and R8G that will be 5th and 6th in all of this, which will be a big shame. But Dara McCormack's only got a couple of corners to tick off before he can take, once again, top honours in the race and do something very special for the Williams Esports team. Are they going through into the showdown? We'll have to wait and see. They depart the final corner, and for Dara McCormack, he'll cross the line for Williams to take victory. For Dominic Blyer, it's good enough for 2nd. Could that be the last time we see him in ACC with Triton? I think potentially so.
Incredible stuff there. We're expecting to see the big dogs, the old guard, Redline. For instance, R8G, of course, they're a bit of a newer team, but they are always battling in these championships with Redline. Maybe the likes of Triton, maybe the likes of BS Competition, but it's the young guns. It looks like we're going to see Williams versus Unicorns of Love in our first final of the weekend. Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah, I've got to say, that was a drag race towards the line as well, with Siggy trying to get past Janssen. Very close, didn't manage to do so, so Janssen with 9th. Arjuna, we saw a little bit of contact there with Janssen in one of the BS Competition cars. You're kind of watching on. What do you make of that?
Not really sure. I think ultimately, though, again, a race where, despite the fact that a lot of the attention, quite rightly, is going to be on the Unicorns of Love, as well as Williams Esports, I think Team Redline are going to be quietly happy with the result that they've got. Yes, once again, 3rd place. Almost maximizing the points that they could get. And deja vu back to Esports Racing World Cup #1, Luke, where what did they do? They finished 3rd on day #1 with the Assetto Corsa Competizione, and then just got stronger on rFactor 2 and then on iRacing.
Yeah, they absolutely, of course, they target every competition to win. And every day they'll be targeting to win it. Becoming 3rd is by no means a disaster for them. They are actually going to be happy with that, I'm sure of it, because they will expect to win tomorrow. They will expect to win Sunday, and that will ultimately be good enough for them to win the whole thing. Absolutely. But how cool is it going to be? We have got the young guard now in a final. That's the new blood. ACC always provides us with this. It kind of seems to be more of a young man's sim, to be honest. And we're going to get an exceptional final here. It's the individual talents of Dara McCormack. And again, not trying to do a disservice to the other Williams drivers versus the team performance of UOL. Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, I'd say Dara McCormack is the fastest driver for sure here today.
I'm just saying, by the way, right? Niels Naljoks may take offense to your comment that ACC is a young man's game, but he won't hold that over your head for too long.
Silver Fox.
I think the Silver Fox. Unicorns of Love may be no surprise. No surprise to see them through to a final here on Assetto Corsa Competizione. Did get confirmation on Twitter. Williams Esports have been in one final before. Again, it's great to see them. Someone on Twitter, I think it was. I think it was Luca. But my point here being. My point here being, again, we talk about Redline getting, 3rd and being happy with this. Williams will be delighted having Dyer, and then, again, Carl and Soto, who are 2 very quick drivers, but we've only really seen them on iRacing before, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, Dairy, he was talking to me about how he's obviously doing rFactor 2, and I'm curious to see how he's going to do on that. But that's the joy of this competition. You get to see some drivers out of their comfort zone doing something very different. I mean, the joy is that in this, we're racing in cars they wouldn't normally race. That's great for the ACC specialists who are kind of thrown into it. But then they get thrown into other simulators. And typically, it's one thing that I love about ERL and obviously what we're doing here with the ERWC. And obviously, we're racing an Imola in this, so fair enough. But like the typicality is that we're trying to race on circuits which are abnormal, that we wouldn't typically see these cars racing at, and that's what's been so great about this kind of format, is that we're going to those. But we have the bravery to be like, oh, actually, no. Do you know what? This car's pretty cool. Let's just take it around somewhere random, and I can't wait to see the tracks we're going to later on, which obviously everyone at home is going to be able to help us out with.
Twitter.com/VCO Esports. The fans indeed will be able to let us know where we go racing tomorrow in that Infinity British Touring Car Machine, and then Sunday in that Lotus 79. Going to be very excited about that. Just waiting for race control to finalize all the different incidents out of that final, and we'll get to those two teams and the best of three showdown. There's a look inside of Simply Race, and there's a look at some of our social media stuff. Iku Merikala getting in on the fun, and watching the pufferfish in the background.
He was getting in on a pufferfish game as well a little bit. He loved that pufferfish. BS competition, unfortunately no showdown for them, but they're pretty happy to get through into the final. You can see there just on the left-hand side, Florin's also there. And it was a dominant display from Dara McCormack. Absolutely incredible.
I want to mention Janssen though. Like, he's got quicker across the whole day. It's not like he's just got P9 in a second chance race. He got P9 with the best 6 teams of the day, right? Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like, he is backing up his teammates. So as much as Dara does look like the big dog today, or the little dog, as we see him, he's short.
He's a small boy.
Yeah, exactly that. But he's being backed up, so he has got Janssen to back him up. But Unicorns of Love, it's such a cool dynamic here because it is genuinely, one really pacey driver versus 3 drivers who are there or thereabouts as a team. So I'm so excited for this one.
Like Lewis mentioned, BS competition out of today's running, 5th in the final. They were 5th in the ERL as well. Let's take a look at their lineup for the World Cup in 2023. So, some familiar names in the lineup, but at least to me, Lewis, one standout name, and one name that I didn't see had joined BS competition. Yes, they've recruited a lot, but I was not aware that Ferris Stanley had become a Zebra until I saw the entry list for this event.
Oh, well, I mean, that's where BS competition get all of their drivers. They steal them from Rocket and Zancho, of course.
And they steal BOP.
And they steal BOP, apparently.
They buy BOP.
Of course. Yeah. Ferris Stanley moving over there recently. A quality driver. I mean, kind of one of those drivers that's got a lot of pace, but it's kind of hard to find sometimes. It kind of makes sense. Like, it is there. It's just about bringing it to the surface. Sometimes a little bit of a switcher team can really bring that one through. So Ferris Stanley, BS competition, he's been there for a little while. You just don't pay attention, it's fine. Each to their own.
Apparently, I guess. So still waiting for the final confirmation from race control, but at least provisionally here, Luke, Team Redline have been given an extra penalty point, which is going to see them drop from 3rd, where they were across the line, to now 4th behind TRITON Racing. And yes, it's just a point here and there, but knowing how close the competition is likely going to be over the next 2 days, a point could be significant.
Look, I don't really want to be that critical of Redline because I enjoy receiving positive messages from Enzo. I don't want to ruin that relationship. But for the competition, them being 4th today, or maybe, them dropping positions isn't the worst thing in the world, because I just think they're going to be so strong in the next 2 days. So for the competition, it's a pretty good thing. They're not going to be happy, though.
They won't drop any more than that, though, because there's a big 5-point swing back to BS competition. So the worst it's going to get for them, really, is 4th, which still, on their unfavoured platform, I mean, we said it earlier, as a team, they're incredibly strong. They've all got the drivers around the same pace. Do they have the pace to kind of get through to the showdown? Yes, but realistically, we were looking at them being the 3rd and 4th team, like in that kind of region. I am not shocked of them being there, and I don't think they would be either. They're here to win, but they know how to play the long game over the course of the weekend.
I tell you what, gents, we've got a couple more moments before qualifying for Showdown number 1 will begin. Remember, Showdown 2 is going to be a reverse grid race. And then, of course, if needed, in the best of 3 series, we'll qualify once again for the 3rd and final race as we scroll through our social media once again. Let's not forget that the teams, the drivers, like we saw a little bit earlier, prize money here today, Luke. It's not insignificant. We're talking $2,500 to our winners in this Showdown. And, of course, if you win the championship, if you are the World Cup champions, you add another $10,000 to the team pot as well. $50,000 across 3 competitive days.
Yeah, 100%. I will say one thing. Get your tweets in. I want to see some hilarious profile pictures on the graphic. That's a cool graphic, man. So, yeah, get your tweets in. Whatever you want to say. You could say that I look fat. It's fine, whatever. But, yeah, the money, add probably another $10,000 to Florian's pocket because of the bar tab that's going to happen this weekend. It's a lot of money. It's a hell of a lot of money.
It's mostly him, to be honest.
Don't forget on social media that it's the hashtag ERWC that you can use, tag the VCO Esports accounts as well. And if you want Luke Crane and Lewis McClay to give you some shout-outs on air, well, you can also direct your complaint to their Twitter accounts if you really want to. Actual Vision as well as what's it? Lewis McClay 78?
He's a good boy, isn't he? He knows.
There we go.
Yes, it is.
Making sure that everyone knows exactly where they can complain if they want to about anything that goes on the broadcast today. You can blame Lewis McClay, the 2-time Simmy Award winner, for that, by the way. It is always,
shouldn't I?
You should have brought them. You could have been up on the desk with you.
Anyone that's won a Simmy Award for commentary, it doesn't really count. It's more like I don't know, feeling sorry for you.
Do you?
Kind of thing. Oh, Junior, you've not won one, have you? Oh, you have?
Oh, Junior won one. Yeah, it's brutal. He stole it from me. I stole it back. It's fine.
I did steal it that 1 year.
Yeah, he did.
So 3 different sims, 3 different cars as well. We'll go from this GT4 machine with no ABS, no traction control on Assetto Corsa Competizione over to something that, Lewis, tomorrow you're a little bit more familiar with. We go touring car racing on rFactor 2.
Yeah, it's a rear-wheel drive touring car though, so it's something that I'm a bit rubbish in. But
hold on. Maybe I should be the rFactor. He knows he's coming as well. I should be the rFactor 2 front-wheel drive specialist.
I don't think
rear-wheel drive.
He did well yesterday and today, to be fair. But you know, I probably won't. I'm never going to live this down, am I? It's just going to be reminded constantly when everyone's like, "Oh yeah, you play rFactor 2." It's like, Luke will be there. He'll just like pop out of nowhere and be like, "By the way, I beat." Here we go.
Well, so the real question is, Lewis, what happened in the challenge during Le Mans Virtual? Who was really the quickest amongst the 4 of you? Come on.
We never did it. We never did it.
Oh, come on. That's a lie.
Martin. No, I promise you. Martin.
Bold-faced lie.
I would have wiped the floor with the 3 of them. Martin, Ben, and Chris. But, you know, Martin refused to go in the simulator. That was the big thing. So I would have wiped the floor with them, though. I will tell you, though, Dean Prescott, who works there, he would have wiped the floor with me.
Hair, by the way.
That's Luca.
Oh, that's Luca.
That's Luca.
Yep.
Ah, cool.
Here you go. He's representing Unicorns of Love. He's a traitor to BS Competition. Outed on broadcast.
He looks like a really exotic parrot.
No comment. We've got the results. The final, please.
Sorry.
Yeah, we do have confirmation of who is moving forward to the final, a showdown rather. Qualifying getting underway for that. It is going to be the Unicorns of Love up against Williams Esports on day 1 of the Esports Racing World Cup. And we're already ready to go racing. I'll step aside. I'll leave you with Luke and Lewis. Let's head back to Imola for qualifying for the showdown.
Didn't even have time to rip apart our whiteboard, but that's absolutely fine because qualifying is underway.
It's time for the Showdown final. Oh, yes, it's Unicorns of Love versus Williams. Oh, it's loads of young guns all over the show. This is going to be a glorious final. I'm very much looking forward to this. Williams, they are the nearly men of the ERL or ERWC. Unicorns of Love, been there, done it, got the pink t-shirt. This is going to be fascinating in how it goes down. We've got qualifying for you this time as well. 5 and a bit minutes left. And then we've got ourselves 8-minute races, so it's a little bit shorter. There's 2 races. If one team wins both races, effectively with the points for the first 2, then that is done and dusted. But if it's a tie, then we head to a final. As you can see at the top of your screens, Williams are on your left, Unicorns of Love on the right. They've both got a 0, so you'll know who's winning throughout the final. The showdown.
And this is the thing. I think this might be one of the more interesting matchups that we've had ever in a final in ERL or ERWC. Because the thing is, of these two teams, if you were to ask like, which one do I think is the faster, I would say Unicorns of Love are the faster team. They have the faster 3 drivers as an average. Williams have the faster driver by a comfortable margin. And how is that going to play out between the 3? And that I find insanely interesting.
I think if it goes 3 races, Williams have got the advantage because the stamina and Duracell being, their sponsor.
Oh, nice. that's good.
Javi's there, sat there at home going, oh, that's a good one. No, genuinely, if this goes to 3 races, I think Unicorns of Love have the advantage because they've been here before more times than Williams. They've got more experience, and in terms of their 3 drivers performing, they've been better as a team. If Williams can get a flyer in race number 1, they can get us done in 2. I don't think Unicorns of Love can win it in 2.
I would agree. It's like interesting that I get the feeling. I mean, to be fair, it's going to depend a lot on this qualifying. I've seen Darren McCormack mess up a couple of qualifying in his time. So maybe he'll make it exciting in this one. To be fair, when you're going through Variante Alta, that chicane, so easy to just blow a lap going through there. It's really the only exit of Aquaminarale you can kind of do so. People would say that Tamburello or Villeneuve, you don't really blow laps going through them. They don't typically get ticked off through there. The exit here you can do, but it's unlikely. Really going through Variante Alta, that's where you could do it. But it's actually quite difficult. I think it's almost quite a hard lap to get a lap invalidated on. But as we head into the final minutes of this qualifying session and seeing those first times about to come through, Bastian Richter will be the first one of them. Then we'll have Tobias Grunewald, Dara McCormack, Carl Janssen, Michi Tauscher and Sota Muto. Who, to give Janssen some more plaudits, by the way, Muto was the driver that was in position to push Williams into this showdown. He then had an issue coming through Tamburello, and then bouncing through it, Carl Janssen is like, no, I'm going to help the team. I'm going to come through. And he did absolutely superbly. You can see the 6 drivers at the bottom. His lap times are going to come in.
Yeah, 100%. The first time's about to come in. Shout out to our partners, RaceBot, SimGrid, Simply Race and VCO, of course. Without all of those businesses, we just wouldn't be able to do this. Darren McCormack then sets a flyer. It's a 48.872. It's 2/10 clear of Grunewald. And ladies and gentlemen, that is a worldie of a lap time.
Stonker to start the session with, and at the moment Bastian Richter the only driver yet to set a lap time. Where is Bastian Richter on the board? And yes, Sota Muto only 3/10 off. There is Bastian Richter. So first lap time did not count for Bastian Richter, who has looked to be effectively the fastest Unicorns of Love driver today. That would be a heavy hit if he doesn't get one onto the board here.
Yeah, it would be, and we've seen how hard it is to overtake, but ultimately it's only 6 cars, so you're not ending up being down a P20, you're only a P6, but it's an 8-minute race. There's not much chance to make any inroads. Who is it more important to win this? I think it's more important for Unicorns of Love because I think they're going to be weaker across the whole week, and I think they almost have to win this today. Yeah,
I mean, where we've seen we've seen some teams across the year in doing ERL where they've brought in a few drivers where it's like you're a specialist on this platform, you're a specialist on that platform, you're a specialist, and they'll have that as their drivers across the season. Whereas in this, I get the thing that quite a few of these teams, like the Apex Racing team, they've gone back to just having like their iRacing specialised outfit, and then it's kind of like whatever they can do on the other days, go for it. Unicorns of Love are in that boat as well. There's no partnership with Neris, no partnerships elsewhere. It is just Unicorns of Love here, and they have. There's the potential question marks that on the other platforms they might struggle a little bit more, and so today is the day. Obviously they did win it 12 months ago on day 1.
Pressure here on Richter, has to put a back of time in, and then we'll have one more attempt as he crosses the line before it heads down to 0. And Bastian Richter not only gets a banker, but it's an absolute stonker.
Tobias
it's 5 thousandths of a second between them. And as we come across the line then for Carl Janssen, who's gone up to P4 momentarily as Tauscher now moves up to P4. McCormack's dropped down to 3rd as Grunewald is up to 2nd. And all of a sudden, Unicorns of Love are P1 and P2.
That's an enormous second lap time being set from Unicorns of Love. Absolutely insane, and Dara McCormack has been moved and relegated to the 2nd row. Williams Esports 5th and 6th in the race, in the qualifying at least at the moment. All 6 of them separated by less than half a second, but incredible stuff. An excellent reaction from Bastian Richter. That second lap, it was the first time that he put in, and boom, it was good enough for provisional pole position, just 5,000 seconds. What a lap time to Tobias Grunewald as well to have thrown that one in there. And now the pressure really is on McCormack.
But remember, Unicorns of Love against Veloce. Michael Tauscher leading the way, turns his TC off as he goes round the final corner to celebrate and puts the team under pressure by spinning it. They instantly respond. Unicorns of Love under pressure are a dangerous commodity. And right now, they are showing the most pace they've shown all day in the most important race of the day.
Yeah, the thing is they cannot. They made that mistake against Veloce, right? And yep, sure, Bolman, etc., they cannot make that mistake against Redline. They cannot get complacent against Williams. They cannot get complacent against a team like Williams with a driver like Dara McCormack, because he will pounce. The Unicorns of Love have ended the qualifying session with Bastian Richter and Tobias Grunewald. They pulled off earlier on in the session. Dara McCormack, what's his face looking like? He doesn't look particularly pleased, doesn't look particularly disappointed as he heads out the final corner up towards the line. Is it going to be good enough?
Is it going to be good enough? That is the golden question across the line. It is. It's by just over a tenth of a second. We've got Muto here. Can he back up his teammate, though? Currently P6, 6 tenths off the pace. He goes up to 4th. Oh, hello. Williams under pressure. Unicorns of Love almost had it. And then at the death, Williams come in and showcase a skill set they've had all day long.
Important lap time there from Sota Muto as well, because even if the Unicorns of Love team start 2nd through 4th, then Lewis, they A, will win Showdown number 1, and B, if the result holds and they can stay in the order until we get to the end of the first race, they then start with the inverted top 4, 1, 2, and 3.
Yep, absolutely. Anyone who watched us back in ERWC 1 where it's the top 6 reversed, it is not. We've used it in ERL a little bit. It is just the top 4 reverse, so you can't drop the hole to the back of the field and all that kind of nonsense, which I thought was quite interesting. You know, we're using the top 4 reverse in this. Should make things very interesting when it comes to it. We've seen it in ERL where it's made things very interesting, but right now Williams, they're holding on to like the top of the road. You're absolutely right, but all because of those incredible final lap times from Muto and from McCormack.
And so now at the very front of the field, Dara McCormack's going to be able to lead the field down into the opening corner, but he is still going to need some teammate support to back him up here, Luke, as we finish up with the first of 3 potential races, because again, like I was saying, he can finish, Sota Muto can finish in 4th, yes, and Dara McCormack can wing to give them the victory, but it's a long way to go, and with overtaking being so tough for you, the opportunities are going to be so few and far between that you've got to take them when they present themselves.
Yeah, if you are Muto, you've got to, and the answer, you've got to back your driver to win this, and you've got to be a nuisance to Unicorns of Love 3rd driver, because right now they just need to finish in 4th position, Williams, because Dara, the way the form's gone today, he's been able to drive away, which has been rare. No other driver's been able to drive away from the pack at the front. Right. He has been able to do that, so they have to gamble on that fact and be a nuisance to the 3rd driver of Unicorns of Love, guarantee themselves P4, and move themselves forward to the 2nd race leading.
Yep.
Prediction time then very quickly, gents. I'll start with you, Lewis. Who comes out on top in day number 1 here?
Williams.
Williams? What about you, Luke?
Yeah, I've got to go Williams. There's nothing between these two teams.
They're so
they've both
close.
Been outstanding. Again, it's about raw pace versus the best team over the course of the day. For me, again, not trying to do a disservice to the Williams boys. They've had to perform well to get to this point. But yeah, for me, I think it's Williams. But it, again, would not surprise me too much if Unicorns of Love did get the dub.
I tell you what, I'll go counter to you, not just to make it somewhat interesting, but also because I think Unicorns of Love, the team to beat here on Assetto Corsa. Once again, I'll step aside. We're ready to go racing. The best of 3 showdown on day number 1 of the Esports Racing World Cup. Let's go back to Imola with 8 minutes on the clock.
It's time then, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the showdown. The first of potentially 3, maybe 2, to see who is the winner of day 1 of the ERWC II. Of course, Redline are our champions. Redline are nowhere to be seen, though, in this final. It's Williams Esports versus Unicorns of Love. Me and Lewis have given our predictions. It's now down to the drivers. So as we head towards the start-finish straight, we have got just a short formation before we kick things off. It's 8 minutes. It's a shorter run in this race, so the start is absolutely key. If you're out of position here, it becomes almost impossible to get yourself out that trouble. So the first couple of laps are vital. Bastian Richter maybe has to go up into the lead of this race. Grunewald has to back up his driver if he does by making it difficult for McCormack to recover, but McCormack has got the best seat in the house. We're heading towards that start-finish line. It's McCormack, Richter, Grunewald. We've got Muto, Tauscher and Janssen. As we're about to go Green Light Racing, we are now Green Light Racing, and McCormack gets a great start. But I tell you what, he is under pressure here. And can Richter make the move around the outside? He's got to gamble here. He has to get that Unicorns of Love car ahead. He doesn't, because Dara McCormack squeezes him. It's brilliant from him, actually. But I tell you what, Muto has dropped a position. Tao's just done the job. And as it stands, Unicorns of Love would actually win this.
Muto, Dara McCormack's doing well to hang on as they head over the first sector split. Bastian Richter was all over the rear end, so Muto's made a costly mistake, and it's not really trying to attack Tobias Grunewald at the moment. I think Carl Janssen just needs to almost back up a little bit to allow his teammate to kind of get on with it, just a touch. They're risking tripping up over each other, but you've got to stay close in race like this. Obviously the top 6 coming through the hairpin there and starting to rise up towards Piratella, as we can see. Dara McCormack, though, he had to really fight to hang on there. It was not easy for him.
I'll tell you what, as it stands, not only would Unicorns of Love win this, they would start 1, 2, 3 in the second race and completely render my opinion useless, because, well, they would win it in 2 quite convincingly. So yeah, right now Muto has to make something happen, and it might come to the point where McCormack has to back the field up, although the gaps are becoming pretty big. Although Grunewald may be struggling. Grunewald, you expect to be one of the strongest drivers. He's not had the best of days actually today, and he's still keeping the Williams cars in the background here interested.
I think backing it up, I love that tactic. I love that side of this. I think it's a bit too early in the race to start thinking about that.
I don't think they can afford to, because he has to stay 4th for them to win it. Like, him backing them up makes no difference. If he can have a gap on those 2, that's perfect, right? He doesn't want to get anywhere near them. He needs to be as far ahead as possible. So it's him making mistakes for sure. No way you want to be anywhere near them backing them up or give them any sniff of an opportunity.
But to be honest, if your teammates aren't there, if they don't have the pace to keep up with Grunewald, what else do you do? And this is the thing, is that at that point it's desperate measures,
exactly.
You know? And it really is desperate times calling for them, for Williams Esports, if they want to go after that. Sometimes you might have to do something, and I wouldn't be surprised if Dara McCormack, with the final couple laps of the race, if the team aren't there, if there is no hope, then they will try and create that hope. But right now, Unicorns of Love, who will remind you, they obviously won the very first day of ERWC when we started this competition 12 months ago at Mount Panorama in the AMG GT3 in a one-on-one duel with Veloce. It took to 3 races for them to come out on top, courtesy of mistakes from themselves. Will Williams be able to challenge them? Dara McCormack's doing everything he needs to do. His teammates needs to get involved.
Yeah, we're in a very unique situation here where actually P1, P2, P3 doesn't really have much bearing on how this is going to play out. Of course, that's the positions you want to be in, but it's all about P4. Unicorns of Love, if they occupy that position, they will go through, or they will win the first race. If Williams can gain that position, Williams Esport need to gain that position, they will indeed win day 1. Or sorry, the first race. Again, I'm getting well ahead of myself here. So yeah, there's 2 clusters of 3. The front 3 have kind of got away. Tobias Grunewald, though, is under some severe pressure.
Yeah, and you can really see that, especially I know it's obviously, first lap and everything, and you have those gaps that rise and fall. Fair enough. The first lap, he looked like he was keeping up with Tauscher, then he kind of looked like he's dropped off. Tobias Grunewald has been, at various times, has been the fastest driver. He's had pole positions in the Assetto Esports European Endurance Championship, like the hardest you can get on this platform. And it shows the level of competition in this. It shows the oddity of this Maserati, that they're not really used to driving it and finding the absolute limit. And clearly Tobias Grunewald, who's one of the absolute fastest drivers on this platform, is struggling with it more so than he would expect. And he could be the decider here, because he's struggling more and more as the race goes on. Maybe it's as if his tyres aren't right or something.
Is there an opportunity here for Muto, just getting into the left wing mirror there of Grunewald ahead, trying to force a potential mistake. But Grunewald, as much as he might be struggling in terms of pace, he's going to make up for it in his experience. Again, a young driver, but he's been in this position time after time after time again on ACC. When there's a major competition, Grunewald's name always makes an appearance. So he won't be flustered by this. But I tell you what, Muto is throwing absolutely everything here. Needs to be careful though, just wants to put enough pressure on to force a potential mistake, but ultimately not lose that opportunity of indeed gaining that P4. It's close here, Lewis, but not quite close enough.
And it's kind of part of one of those things, is if I'm in Grunewald's position, I just want Muto to, honestly, you're sort of saying, like, I kind of want him to take me out.
right? And here at
penalty.
Here at my logic, yeah, because it gets a penalty. The issue is where they'll start in the race. But
what's a mistake?
What you're doing is you're then talking about, like you say, the penalty, which will then also automatically default the race essentially over to UOL. We don't want that to happen. We want to see a worldy move. And Sotomuto has the potential for it, but making a couple of mistakes there through Aqua Minerale and Variante Alta.
Yeah, and to be fair, it's Grunewald who made the initial mistake coming up the hill. The exit wasn't great, lots of curb used, and ultimately gave a little bit of a carrot there to Muto. Muto not able to take it, unfortunately, and stays in P5 and actually, consequently, makes a mistake himself, maybe a little bit too close to the rear off that Maserati. And at what stage does he have to make the decision and go, do you know what, Janssen, you've got to go. You've got to have a nibble. I'm not sure they're close enough to even think about that right now. Slipstreaming with this car specifically, not the strongest, even with this long straight down from the final corner all the way down to turn number 1. You can see there's minimal gains. And right now, Unicorns of Love are providing an absolute clinic of how to win around here without winning the race.
Yep, they're just ticking them off, just ticking off the laps, being super smooth, and again working forwards as a team. Tabia Grunewald, as it says down in the graphic, you can see a little look into his eyes, as you can see with all of our drivers, with the exception of Carl Janssen, who's looking a bit gravel-rashed at the moment. Dara McCormack, Sotomuto, of course, Carl Janssen, Tobias Grunewald, Michi Tauscher and Bastian Richter, the 6 drivers in this final, the 6 cameras, or 5 cameras that you can see at the bottom there. I like the fact that we can see what these drivers look like, because most of the time when they meet you in person, I'm still like, I don't know who you are. Oh, right, you're them. Oh.
Yeah, Carl Janssen, who had an exceptional final to get his team into this position. He backed up McCormack, a fair Call of Duty player as well. Give him his credit where credit's due. Yeah, that guy can shoot straight for sure. Currently needs to find himself a position, or he needs his teammate to do the business here. We're going to have 1 lap left to go once they cross the line. It's probably as close as it has been all race long. Muto needs to get this move done. Expect there to be a little bit of desperation towards the end of this race. There's far too much curb being taken there by Grunewald. Still not closed up enough here from Muto to make a potential move. And it's almost like Grunewald is just keeping him at arm's length, giving him an opportunity, but almost saying, yeah, it's not quite going to happen there, but also not taking too many chances, thus losing his own race.
Yeah, as we can see, Sotomuto there, just, I don't know, the laps ticking off, that we're on to the final one. I just don't really see the opportunity. It is closer than it was in the previous laps, and maybe this is the one. Like you say, Slipstream's not mega, but it looked like a better drive for Ravat, so that could be the difference maker into the Slipstream with that acceleration working in favour. This is going to be Sotomuto's only real opportunity. He looks to the inside. This could be mega coming up towards Tamburello. He's going to send it in his only opportunity, and he does take him out. There's contact, and Unicorns of Love sent round, but I think Grunewald managed to hang on through that. He drops back to 5th as Carl Janssen will come through, but I think Race Control might have something to say about that.
Yeah, we could get all excited about that, but unfortunately that will be a Stonewall penalty. Grunewald knew exactly what he was doing there as well. Just moved over slowly, gave every opportunity for Muto to back out, and with 1 lap to go and him having to make the move for Williams, ultimately could not take that nose out. The contact then was initiated, and ultimately the Unicorns of Love car sorted a half spin, has recovered, will be in P5. As it stands, Williams in terms of points, and don't get me wrong, it might be looked at by the stewards and there might be nothing wrong. We've only seen it once. So as it stands, Williams do go through, but I think you'll find the way the stewards have been working today, it will be Unicorns of Love who do take the win in the first race of potentially 3.
What did I say Tobias Grunewald wanted? He wanted Sotomuto or Carl Janssen to take him out. He wanted there to be a contact. He wanted there to be a... Because, of course, you're absolutely right. He played his card brilliantly there. Just left the door open. Maybe Race Control will be like, well, he actually closed the door too late or whatever. But no, I agree with you. I can see this one going the way of Unicorns of Love. We'll have to wait and see. Race Control will be adjudicating that one, as we can see Dara McCormack coming through the final few corners.
Yeah, 1 corner to go here then for Dara McCormack, and he's done everything he needs to do, being the standout driver of the day, 100%, being able to drive away from the pack, the only driver able to do so all day as well. He will pick up that checkered flag, he will pick up the race win for the first race of our Showdown final, but I think you'll find that Unicorns of Love, even though they're not in the positions as it stands because Janssen's 4th, will take the victory due to the incident there, but we'll wait for the stewards to make that decision. Lots of stuff to be sorted out there. Dara McCormack was dominant, Arjuna. Unicorns of Love as a team look very difficult to beat.
Absolutely, but I don't think that the moment of contact has really ended the race the way they would have wanted, of course, though, because Lewis, even if the penalty points are handed down and Unicorns of Love grab the win in the first of the best of 3 series, now it means that starting on the inverted top 4 pole is not going to be a Unicorns of Love driver. It's now Carl Jansen at the very top of the order.
Yeah, it looks like it could really come down to 3 races here, and that's kind of what we want. We want it to be 3 races. We want to be looking forward to that third and final showdown race. It's the perfect way to start out the ERWC. We don't want it done over in just 2, and we're realistically at the point. These teams are so hard to pick between. Just checking, by the way, Williams Esports have received a penalty point. It's not finalised in that session, but Unicorns of Love have been moved up to P1.
It was just a stonewaller, let's be honest, Arjuna. Like, we had one angle of it, but it was a stonewaller. And do you blame Muto for going for it?
No, absolutely
not. Like, this is last chance to win the whole event. You've got to take the opportunity on. The Unicorns of Love team are always going to defend it as well, and maybe even initiate that contact because they were guaranteed to go through with any kind of penalty point. So, yeah, both teams playing to their strengths there. Didn't quite work out for Williams, but yeah, it's not like they've decided to kill a group of cats in front of someone, right? They've just genuinely tried to make an overtake. So yeah, no one can hate them for it. That's just the nature of this competition. If you're not sending it, it's not very entertaining.
It is now official, by the way. Unicorns of Love do grab the win in the first of the best of 3 series. 1 penalty point, the final adjudication to the Williams Esports team. And so now we head in with the inverted top 4 to see if Unicorns of Love can get this done in just 2. The trend, though, Luke, has been mostly to see 2 races in the finals, especially at the start of last year. Towards the end of the year, though, we did start to see the 3rd race becoming more and more frequent. Excuse me, flip that around. 3 races more common at the start of the year.
Around.
2 races at the end of the year, yes.
This guy's terrible.
Yeah, it's different every time, right? We can never really predict this series, never have been able to do so. I said it was going to become very difficult for Unicorns of Love to win this in 2. I didn't think it was actually possible. And I think Williams have kind of inadvertently put themselves in a position to be the favourites to win this one, because Jansen will start 4th position as it stands. And then Dara McCormack will... If there's one driver that can make a load of overtakes, don't worry, we're not going to see rain. It would be great if we could, but Mike loves to troll us with this B-roll. I found out what B-roll means yesterday, so now I could use it in context.
Finally knows.
but yeah, it's so hard to predict each and every time. But Dara McCormack is the one driver today that I think is capable of overtaking. Imola and this Maserati haven't really shown is the best combination. If we're going to be completely honest, it's not been the most exciting. But Dara McCormack will make that a possibility, I believe.
If Williams don't win, then he's only got himself to blame. That's
if Williams don't win this race, Unicorns of Love will win the day.
That is
just a little bit of Michael Owen punditry for you.
Well, actually, that's technically not true, because if Sotomuto and Carl Jansen hold on to better positions, then if Dara McCormack doesn't win the race, then
I said if Williams.
Oh, you said Williams
win this race.
Oh, I thought I had Dara McCormack. I thought I could hear your bias coming through. Sorry, Arjuna.
No worries. I was enjoying it. Just getting ready to go as the drivers get set for that 2nd race, of course, of these finals. Behind you, by the way, I don't think we've talked about it so far today, Lewis. Do you want to talk about what's over your left shoulder?
Nope. We're not talking about that. We are with this. I wouldn't know. We're not talking about it. You can decide. I mean, look, it's pretty obvious what it is. But
yeah, it's a white ball with Magnus on, mate.
That's true. It is a white ball with Magnus on it. You can decide who's a what, though. To be honest.
So Lewis,
and what's a what?
I mean, you've told us that you're not a rear-wheel drive touring car specialist, but if you had to pick, where should we go racing tomorrow?
Ooh. Well, considering... No, I can't say because I know what the selection is.
Oh, yeah, we can't say the
No, you do!
Yeah, of course I do. I know everything. No, I mean, I like those outsider choices. You know, everyone's kind of thinking, you know, maybe we should go to like a British touring car circuit, you know, somewhere like Brands Hatch or Thruxton or something. I think we need to go to somewhere slightly outside of the loop, somewhere
Long
completely
Beach.
Crazy. Long Beach would be a little bit too. I think you need something almost over.
Oh yeah, we'd love no overtaken Arjuna.
Yeah, what? I agree. He's crazy. I told you he didn't know what he's talking about.
Brings a jacket, pretends he knows what he's talking about.
He's also put. Have you seen? He's put the race spot pin higher than the. Yeah, you know where his allegiance lies.
Oh, it's because he's not. You know, obviously we've got Florian here, like ready to beat us with that bamboo.
I mean, I can add my other pins if you really want me to.
No,
Here we go.
I will say, Mike Yao is walking around today in a race spot hoodie, so you know that's. I mean, yeah, the pro sim pin.
There we go.
He's changed his hoodie, but I'm still going to say he's got a race
sorry,
spot
I
hoodie
think Brabham are going to win the final.
there we go. Yes,
Brabham. No particular reason, but Brabham are going to win this next race.
He's actually received. Yeah. It's quite nice, that hoodie.
It's a nice hoodie we got.
We've not been bought out.
I tell you what, it's time to go. Can Unicorns of Love sew this one up in two? We're about to find out. Let's go back to Imola.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlecars. It's time for Showdown race number 2. Unicorns of Love won the first race. Can they go 2-0 up, or will it be 1-1 and heading to a final? The grid is reversed top 4 from race number 1. So that means that Carl Janssen starts on pole position. Tauscher, I know the SC Discord are going crazy right now. They love a bit of Janssen. Tauscher in second, Richter in third. McCormack starts in 4th position. And then we've got Grunevold and Muto at the back end of the grid. If we do go to a third race, it's qualifying again. There's another 10-minute session where they get a chance to qualify. So, yeah, right now, if you don't want another qualifying session, Unicorns of Love have to get the business done. As we see a lovely shot here of Simply Race, shot via a potato.
Yep, it is shot via a potato, but, you know, that's fine. You can see it's you know, a little bit busy in here. There's quite a few people in. There will be more people in tomorrow.
Can I have a beer, please?
Tomorrow night. He jokes. He's deadly serious.
Deadly serious.
Luke Crane is like, absolutely.
I am 100%
send a beer
serious.
This way. He's been racking up the bill in this place. It's ridiculous. Florian's not happy.
Florian's furious, yeah. Trouble is, Florian was also joining me, so he can't be angry.
That's true.
Always get the boss involved, they can't have a go.
He's emptied them of one of the brands of beers in this place.
Here we go then. Carl Janssen was a star of our final earlier on. Can he star once again for Williams? But from the front end this time. Pressure is on. He's got next to him Michi Tauscher, who's been a star in the ERL and the ERWC for the last 12 months. Then we've got Bastian Richter and Dara McCormack, who's been the star of the show today. And then behind them is Grunevold and Muto. Will they play a starring role in today's race? Is this the final race, or will we go to one more? For the fans, we want to see potentially Williams go out there and win this one. But Unicorns of Love will not want that to happen here. So we've got a drive through for Dara McCormack off the start here. That is not ideal. That probably will indeed be taken away if he adheres to or gives back the time that he would have gained. And as we head down towards turn number 1, who's going to come through there in the lead? I tell you what, around the outside, we're going to go for Tauscher. Tauscher nearly gets it done, but Janssen keeps that nose in, keeps that overlap. A little bit of argy-bargy. It is 3 wide as we head down towards the second chicane. And actually, Richter backs out. It's still 2 by 2. Who will come out in the lead here? Williams have to, in my opinion, come out in the lead. And I tell you what, they're not. A nudge then between Janssen and indeed Tauscher and Unicorn. Oh, off they go.
Yeah,
talk us through that, Lewis.
That was Dara McCormack. Obviously, he got alongside, but I think he was pinched by the Unicorns of Love there. I'm going to assume it was Bastian Richter in all of that, but he was pinched on the way out as they were really thrown into it. Very scary stuff indeed. But Michi Tauscher to the front. Things go a little bit from bad to worse after some of the hip checks there. Carl Janssen receiving just a bit of a knock on the exit of Veal nerve, but kind of got a lean towards maybe that was just hard racing between the two and a little bit of the net code and the contact physics in ACC.
Yeah, they were 3 wide there coming out that chicane. Like,
you're asking,
we've got to allow them to race to some extent. I don't think there's too much in that as well.
I agree.
I think you've got to be lenient here. Tempers are going to be high, of course. And mistakes are going to happen. It's minimalistic. It's millimetres between these cars. There's a mistake, actually, from Janssen. As it stands, though, we need, for it to go to a final race, we need Muto to make a move on Grunevold. So Grunevold holds the key, really, for Unicorns of Love. Tauscher leading. They are tied on points. It's 5 points each, second and third for Williams, first and fourth for, indeed, Unicorns of Love. But on count back, having that P1, Tauscher, that would put Unicorns of Love 2-0 up and so up day 1.
The issue is, in this race, is that realistically, I think Williams have 3 cars in this race and Unicorns of Love have just 2. Because Bastian Richter's car, you can see it a couple of times in the background, it's done. That car has hit the barrier hard on the exit of Villeneuve. It will no longer be able to fight with all this, as we can see a replay of all of it. Let's take a look as we ride aboard with Dara McCormack, trying to find his way through. So we'll give the up and under. You can see they're dragged 3 wide off of the corner, and as he's got over, maybe he's just driven into the rear end a little bit there of Bastian Richter. So I don't know. Like I say, race control will take a look at it. They can see it again, every angle, all that kind of rubbish that we've said about, they will be looking over that with a fine-tooth comb, because if Williams receive a penalty here, especially with the positions they're in, I think it's done. I think it's absolutely done in 2.
Yeah, you say he might have driven into him. I think that's conclusive evidence that he did drive through him.
Absolutely. There is no doubt in that.
Not ideal in the slightest there for the Williams outfit. Again, it's not the end of the world. They would love to have won today. There's a lot of money on the line today as well. The difference between first and second is quite significant. But ultimately, in their championship, I think this is more important for Unicorns of Love to win this today. Williams have got a very strong lineup across all 3 sims. Still 5 minutes to go. Still anything is possible to happen here. Tauscher leads. It's Janssen second. McCormack in third. And then we've got Grunewald, Muto, and Bastian Richter. Again, that will be looked at, of course, with the stewards. Is it enough to warrant a penalty? Historically, that we've had today, probably.
Yep.
The way it's gone today. Do I think it should be? Probably not. I think it's first lap. You've got to be pushing the loud pedal through that part of the circuit. You can't be expecting people to slow down there. So ultimately, I just think it's more of a... it's not what we want to see, but I'm not sure there's a lot that could have been done by the driver.
I've said it as well, is that the way you would penalise these races and the showdowns and the finals, however you want to play it, when we obviously used to call them the finals, but the one-on-one team stuff, the way you have to penalise stuff, I think is different. I think it's way different than how you would penalise a normal, traditional 36-car race, because it's just not the same thing. It's a bit more fire, it is a bit more open, and I would expect to see a little bit more contact to the point of I would let something slide.
Sorry about that, Lewis.
No,
but yeah, Muto is looking to try and get that vital 5th position. Again, it won't count towards the point for the team, but it takes a point away. Well, it's a 2-point swing, actually, so it takes a point away from Unicorns of Love, thus giving Williams the victory, minus any potential incidents that we're looking at. As it stands, no penalty points. They've been really quick today, so I'll be very surprised if actually we're going to see anything done about that. As we head up the hill, it looks like Muto's not quite close enough, but he looks fast. What do Williams do in terms of the front 2 here? I think they've got to let McCormack go. Very obviously, well, they're doing it, surely. Oh, they've not done it yet. No, they have. McCormack has been let through. They had to make that decision because he's been the fastest driver all day. They cannot, guarantee that Muto's going to make a move on Grunewald. Grunewald's going to make it really, really difficult. So right now, they've got to let their number 1 driver go for it. Dara McCormack on the charge. It's going to be 2 laps as they next cross the line. And he has to get into the lead, I think.
Yeah, they had to do it, and they had to do it quickly. No waiting around, no wasting time. Do the switch, let Dara get on with it. Obviously, a lot of pressure now on this kid's shoulders, who's really, he's going to be the decider as to whether his team's going to be moving further on in this, whether we're going to need that 3rd race. It comes down to him, maybe even Sotomuto as well, if he can make his way past Tobias Grunewald. But let's be honest, Mitchie Tauscher, he's no slouch in cars. He's no slouch on ACC, and he's not going to be an easy one for Dara McCormack to close up on as he's going on to the penultimate lap here in the 2nd race. Still nothing from race control. I'm keeping my eye on it. Absolutely. I agree with you. Normally they've been very fast today. Maybe there isn't going to be anything. No one's speaking on behalf of them though, so who knows?
He thrives on pressure, loves being given the responsibility of being the driver to go to. He's been given that opportunity. Can he chase down Mitchie Tauscher? Already gained 0.2 of a second since he was let go via 1 sector. If he can keep catching up by 0.2 of a second, every single sector, he will be right behind him on the final lap, maybe a sector to go. The gap has not come down, though, through the 1st sector on this next lap. We're on board here, then, with Sota Muto, currently in P5. There's 2 chances of Williams. They have to go out and win this race now with McCormack, or they have to hope that Muto makes a move here on Grunewald. They are very close. This is actually the closest battle on circuit. So now you've got to try and force a mistake from that car in the front. But Janssen, can he help his teammate out here? Can he push Grunewald towards Muto? Can he back him up? I'm not sure that McCormack's close enough here. The gap's actually now 9/10, so I think it is a little bit closer than that once they cross the next timing beam. I think that Janssen has to play the team game here and has to back Grunewald into Muto.
I think McCormack's going to get close, but I don't think he's going to get close enough. I think you're absolutely right, but Sotomuto's pretty close this time as we head down into rFactor. It's not an easy one to go for a move. The defensive line's being taken by Tobias Grunewald, who's going to hold that inside line through the 1st rFactor and through the 2nd. Of course, Slipstream's going to be gifted out ever so slightly from Williams and then on to the Unicorns of Love. But right now, Janssen, I think you're absolutely right. He's got to do something to try and help his teammate get through, and this could be it coming down to Tamburello.
Phenomenal X out of the final corner across the start finish line. We've got 1 lap to go. And I tell you what, I'm not sure this move is potentially going to mean anything, as Williams do have 1 penalty point. Looks to try a fake. Doesn't quite work out. Grunewald providing exceptional defense there against Williams. Unicorns of Love are in such a strong position right now. They not only have to win this race, but they have to get the Williams car ahead still they have to get both positions. 2 overtakes here would still actually put Williams in a position to win this.
Yeah, because it would go on.
So they have to now make 2 overtakes on this final lap. Flashing of the lights there from Dara McCormack.
Ooh, I thought Muto had gone for that coming down into Toza. I think you're absolutely right. They need to get both through, because if McCormack gets through, that's fine, but it's going to go to countback because the penalty point will go on countback back to Unicorns Love, because it is penalty points and then position. You're absolutely right. They both need to get through. It's all going against Williams at the moment. It's all going towards Unicorns of Love. They're doing an absolutely superb job to try and hold back the charges of Dara McCormack and Sota Muto, but those gaps have been zeroed. There is almost nothing between them as we head down towards the final sector.
Yeah, heading up towards that final chicane. Not only is it close then between the front 2, it's very close between 5th and 4th. We have to see a miracle here. We have to see Williams make 2 overtakes as we head then down towards that final couple of corners. McCormack forcing the Unicorns of Love car closer to that apex. He's not gone too defensive here, so he's going to be quick through, but there is a mistake. Dara McCormack has the inside line, and I tell you what, the start of a miracle might be on. Dara McCormack does take the lead. There is contact between the 2. But what about the cars behind? It's not quite going to work out for Unicorns of Love. Oh, sorry, for Williams here. It is going to be a race win for Dara McCormack, but Muto could not get it done. Incredible action here. The penalty point is going to kill Williams' chances. I said that Unicorns of Love could not do it in 2 races. They absolutely have done. Incredible stuff. It went down to the wire. Beautiful stuff.
I think actually, and I can see this in Arjuna's face as he's thinking about it, I think Williams will actually win that, dependent on the final corner there.
Well, no, because the penalty points is the first point.
It's not, because it's not on countback, because it's 2nd and 4th. It's 1st and 3rd for Williams. That would work if it was 1st and 4th.
Yeah, but the penalty points now is the first. Instead of position,
Luke,
it goes to
1 plus 3 is 4. 2 plus 4 is 6. If you add 1 plus 3 plus 1, you still only get 5. So Williams Esports have the advantage even with the penalty point.
We are, to be fair, I was.
Oh my God! Maybe they have done it. I got too excited.
I don't know. I think that final corner. I mean, I kind of lean towards just being racing. But whether race control, I think so. Again,
if the initial penalty for Dara McCormack, if the incident with Dara McCormack was given as a penalty point, you can guarantee that final one's going to be given one as well.
The reason why I don't think so. The reason why I don't think so was because. Unicorns of Love didn't get one for the same hip check on Carl Janssen going into Villeneuve, which is what instigated that incident. And so with that being the same kind of side-by-side hip check, I'm not so sure it would be a penalty.
Maybe we're going to a 3rd race. Maybe we're not. Arjuna, I am a mess here. I have no idea what's going on.
Well, one thing I was trying to point out there, guys, is the fact that the reason why there was the opportunity for Dyer is it was a mistake, plain and simple, from Tauscher there.
He's Dyer.
He went wide. McCormack fires it down the inside, and they're side by side alongside. This is slightly different to where the penalty point came, where maybe there was a bit more aggressive contact. And now I'm very glad that we're not in race control, which is definitely the hardest job of the 2. We get to talk about the nonsense. They've got to figure it all out.
Yeah, I don't know. And this is where, of the decision they make, I don't think there is a right or a wrong decision. I think, if there is no penalty, then I can see that as being fair enough, and then we'll get to our 3rd race, and that would be pretty cool. Cool, great. If there is a penalty, I understand it as well. I understand both sides of that conundrum, because it's not an easy one. I'm trying to, be honest with you, that's very supportive of race control, because their job is horrible.
Their job's tough. Their job's very tough, but I know it's very difficult with there being an incident on the final corner. I just want to know who's won at the end of a race, man.
Agreed.
So, yeah, obviously, and to be fair, even without an incident, I don't know who's won. I've just called it wrong completely, so I don't know what's going on. But I just want to know who's won, basically.
I think that's one of the things that we've become somewhat accustomed to, is the fact that there's always drama. Race Control always has its part to tell in the story of the Esports Racing League and indeed in the Esports Racing World Cup. We're going to step aside for a few moments. When we come back, we'll know if we've got a winner or if we're going to that final race of the evening. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back on VCO Esports.
back then, ladies and gentlecars. It's time for the showdown race number 3. Kind of had no idea what was going on to this race, but a chance to maybe tell the story properly this time. That was exciting. Darren McCormack had to make something magical happen on the final lap. He didn't just make it the final lap, it's the final corner. A little bit of argy-bargy, but it was deemed legal. Takes us to a final race. Qualifying is underway. Only a 5-minute session, but here is your bracket. We've had the heat. Every driver was part of that heat. Then they were separated. Top 6 went into the upper bracket. Bottom 6 went down into the lower bracket. Top 3 from the upper bracket went straight to the final. Top 3 from the lower bracket ended into the semi-final bracket. And then we indeed had the bottom 3 from the quarter-final upper bracket joining those 3. Top 6 making it through to the final. Then it was top 2. So we had a final. Top 2 of those went into the final, which is Unicorns of Love versus Williams. We've had 2 races. We're into the final one. It is winner takes all. Well, not all. I guess P2 does indeed win themselves some cash as well and good points moving forward in this weekend. But Lewis, Unicorns of Love versus Williams, it has not disappointed, has it?
No, I think it's absolutely the right call from race control to have let that one slide. It was hard racing between the two of them. Only the single penalty point being dished out in that race. There was a lot of fisticuffs in there, and I think that's exactly what a showdown is all about. I mean, it's a showdown. You know, it's not let's go and drive on a nice little Friday night. No. We're here to race, and they've been racing hard. Absolutely the right decision. But they've all got to qualify all over again, and at the moment, Bastian Richter is hanging on to that pole position. But it was a 40. Was it in the end? Was it a 48?
48-2?
48, something like that. I can't remember. It was ages ago.
We've seen a 48-2 today.
All I know is that it was that final lap Darren McCormack did. Dairy over there. The final lap that he did, I think he might do the same thing in the session again.
He needs to, really. Like, they have to win out from the front, I think, Williams here. They also he needs the backup. Unfortunately, they've not really, in terms of actual raw pace in the race, had the backup for Dara this time round. They've managed to get themselves a lifeline with, again, Dara providing a miracle overtake on the final lap in the second race. But can they find an opportunity? As it stands right now, if Darren McCormack does go pole position on this lap, Muto being in 4th, that would be good enough for them to win it if they were to finish 1st and 4th. But right now, it's Bastian Richter on pole position. It's still a lot of work for Darren McCormack to overturn a 4/10 of a second deficit. Around the final couple of corners we will go. A bit of a wide entry, carrying a lot of speed actually through that final corner. We'll get one more attempt with 1 minute 20 seconds still left on the clock. Getting as close to the Armco barrier as possible, taking the shortest possible route. And as he crosses the line, is it good enough? No. 600ths of a second off. But one more opportunity. Muto next to come across the line. Carl Janssen in P4. Again, not the worst result in the world for Williams. We know that McCormack can close the gap as Muto goes up to 2nd.
2,000s off. Well, he said he's not. They've not had the backup, but Saito Muto might be giving.
Muto needs some backup now.
Yeah, right. Obviously, it's this final lap we kind of see. Look at the top 4 as well, separated by 600ths of a second. Absolutely nothing between them as they head on to their final laps of this qualifying session. Dara McCormack with all of the work to do to go after that. Another pole position, another race win he's obviously aiming for. I do like how you're really forcing the Dara as well. So Arjuna knows that it's not Dyer. It's Dara.
He said 3 different ways.
Dairy.
They're all wrong.
I like Dairy. Dairy's a good one.
I like dairy as well. I like cheese especially. That's my favourite.
Oh, I
Look at the state of me. It's obvious.
We'll see what Dara can do as he comes through Aqua Minerale. Maybe a little bit out wide there, going through the first part of it. See if he's liking that one too much.
A little bit of pressure off here, Lewis, as well, I'd say.
Really
that was teammates on the front row. Like 2,000. It's almost a freebie lap here.
Yeah, but the thing is,
he's going to push, but like in the back of his head, he's like, "Oh God, I've got some real big support here."
I think in the back of his head, he's thinking Unicorns Love will improve on this lap. That's what he's thinking. Is that he knows that a 48.7 is not a perfect lap, and he'll know that. And so for him coming down to this final sector, he's doing a decent lap. Bastian Richter, you're absolutely right. So he's only going to do 2,000s clear of Sotomuto, who could still probably improve and get ahead of that. This could be massive for Williams Esports. Yeah. But what could Darren McCormack do?
Yeah, here we go. About to come across the line here. This is the final attempt. Is
Tausch
it faster?
Pit lane. Tausch is done with
the session. This is it. Yeah, Darren McCormack, P1 there.
Well, just Sotomuto, though. Sotomuto is still on a lap behind. See if he can improve. I don't think he did. I don't believe he did.
Threw me off there. I thought something really, really exciting was happening there.
Well, I mean, in a sense it was, because it was Unicorns of Love not having a lap. Like, they didn't have a lap in that session at the end when they needed to, and they didn't have the time to respond to Dara McCormack. I mean, that's exciting to me.
Yeah, no, you just completely threw me off. It's come out of nowhere.
Nice. Nice. Well, I mean, as interesting as that was, obviously we've got a race to deal with, 8 minutes once again. And like I said, I mean, I think, we do treat it as a winner does take all. Winner takes the event. Winner takes the first day of ERWC. Yes, sure, second place gets a decent prize, and it's not too bad. It's not as if they're going home, without a home. But this is it. One race to deal with a whole day.
Yeah, completely agree there. It does come down to this. Unicorns of Love, I think, need this a little bit more than Williams in terms of how the weekend's going to pan out. But it's what we wanted. We wanted to see 3 races. We didn't want it to go 2 races and someone run away with it. So it's nice to see that we are going to have the best 2 teams go at it one final time. Williams with the upper hand. Muto really showing up when it counts. And we've seen in this championship with the ERL and indeed the ERWC that sometimes it takes the final for someone to really get G'd up, to get that confidence and make their way to superstardom, if you like, helping their team win an event, because you can't do it with one. Having one exceptional driver bloody well helps, but it's very difficult to do it, that one driver.
Yeah, so Sota Muto really, really was.
That's outstanding.
I'm going to say I think that's lap of the day. I mean, that's absolutely
within context of the championship.
Exactly, within the fact that it's a good lap for Sota Muto in a session like that, with the pressure like that, and just at the right time. Honestly, incredible. As we'll head over to the grid.
Here we go then, ladies and gentle cars. It is the final race of today's broadcast. Guaranteed, we've gone to a third and final race of our showdown. It is Williams versus Unicorns of Love. It's a front row lockout for Williams. A big opportunity here. Muto will probably play the team game. I'm not sure. As much as that is an exceptional qualifying lap in terms of race pace, Darren McCormack has not shown anything to say that he will not be given the team game and able to just drive away and Muto play and just hold the Unicorns of Love up. That would be the play from me. If I was the manager of Williams right now, I'm saying, Muto, get a good start, but just meddle with those 2 behind you. Give Dara the best chance to just go out there and get a win, and just try and get yourself a top 3, top 4, guarantee it, you're golden.
Because they haven't managed it yet.
Well, that's a good point.
Yeah. As they'll roll off then to head down the hill towards the penultimate corner and the build-up towards the final race of the day. Honestly, looking at this, you would go, yeah, Williams. But honestly, I'm sat here looking at this. I could not tell you who in 8 minutes' time is going to be the champion of day 1 here in ERWC II. I have no idea, because these teams are so evenly matched in their differences. It's brilliant.
Yeah, I don't want to get involved in politics with team managers and stuff, but shout out to Seb Hawkins, a lovely bloke.
Yeah.
Got a lot of time for him. Right, here we go then. Darren McCormack will take us away. Muto in second. It's an 8-minute shootout showdown. It is this and only this. Who is going to pick up the $10,000 for the first day of the ERWC? Well, $2,500, isn't it, of course? 10 grand for the winners overall. But who's going to get the first dub of the weekend? Williams lockout there on the front row. We're about to come across that start-finish line. Can McCormack get the start he needs? Can Muto play that team game? Keep Unicorns of Love behind. Here we go, we are off, and we are rolling, and Tauscher has got a phenomenal start, as has Richter. They are going to sandwich Muto down towards turn number 1. It's going to be Darren McCormack who is going to drive away into P1. It's a lovely drive from him, but Muto, well, he's thrown it away.
He didn't respond.
2 drivers gone past him, and this is trouble for Williams, albeit they are still in a winning position.
He just didn't respond to the race start. Crazy stuff, and Sota Muto is going to try and come straight back through on Mitchie Tausch. He's not going to be able to do so, as it's Williams ahead of Unicorns of Love, Williams, Unicorns of Love, and then Williams. There's 6 drivers on this, and there's a big dive as well, straight on the inside. There's contact as well, as Darren McCormack's been sent wide from Bastian Richter. The 2 of them send each other off. I'm not sure what to make of all of that, but I know Race Control will be taking a look. Unicorns of Love with a massive swing as we head up towards Piratella.
Yeah, I think the initial contact there, I think sometimes you've got to try and make a move. You've got to try and manufacture a move, but to continue that contact, as there's even more contact as we come then down in towards the double right-hander down the hill. Oh, Darren McCormack being used as a weapon here. He's just being
furious.
tossed around. And that is not ideal. He is going to be so pissed with that.
Look at him. He's absolutely fuming, and he has every right to be. He's done nothing wrong on this lap, but now he's going to try and do something around the edge of the Variante Alta. There's more contact between the two as they drag their way off. This is not going to go well as Mitchy Tauscher's through. Bastian Richter's gone. He's cleared off. Now, I remember, I'm not going to say this is going to happen here, but we had one issue where there was a bit of an incident at Road America, I recall, in ERL, where there was an issue and Enzo Benito made a bit of contact that wasn't actually that major, and it decided the final. And we might all be having the same thing here as Dara McCormack is unable to find his way past Mitchy Tauscher. He is fuming in that car.
Yeah, Mitchy Tauscher's just running across him there. He's tried to almost get spun there intentionally. I think this is the culmination of Unicorns of Love being under pressure. We've not seen him under this kind of pressure here. I think we're going to see penalty points that are really going to render this race useless, as Dara McCormack does actually make the move. And he actually sent it. There's more contact behind. Muto facing the wrong way. Grunevold's going to gain a position. This is an absolute mess.
UOL, like, they'll be hoovering up penalty points at the moment with the amount of contact they're making. There's already been a couple on McCormack. I know McCormack's done a few himself, but there's another, and there's another, and they've been sent around. This is not what we deserve from a third race. We were expecting a brilliant race between these two for a final, and what we're being dished out is a bit of door banging and some total rubbish.
Tell you what, I'm seeing better racing from the pods behind me here at Simply Race, because this is just dire.
It is. He's second.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Bastian Richter still leads this race, 2.4 seconds in the lead. Dara McCormack is in second, and then you've got in third spot Tauscher. Muto is in fourth, Grunevold fifth, Janssen sixth. I'm not sure that this race is going to mean anything.
No. I know there'll be a lot of people, right, because obviously everything that happened with Williams Esports around the Daytona 24 and all that kind of stuff, they'll be sat there being like, this is exactly what they deserved. I think that's total rubbish. Especially what I'm seeing.
Yeah, those people also live in a basement.
Exactly. The completely separate side of the team for starters. Also, not done anything wrong. I mean, I'm sure there might be a few things which might be adjudicated as being against Williams here, but all I'm seeing is pink and black going on the attack and not in a very nice way at all. I'm not liking what I'm seeing in this final.
No, absolutely awful.
Oh, he's gone deep, though. He's making mistakes.
Yeah, well, he's just driving on tilt. He's just driving on tilt. This is what happens when you're in a poker tournament. You make a really bad decision, lose most of your chips, and then you just throwing them in, trying to gain them back. Yeah. He's just trying to gain positions willy-nilly. He's trying to gain time. His tyres are going to be overheated as well.
For
just
sure.
Sliding around. Like, it's just not a good position to be in. You know Dara's sending this right now. No chance that he's not going to. And actually he's looking to try and get a slow-in, fast-out exit. Textbook manoeuvre to try and make, but I think he's given up. I would be so annoyed if I was him.
I think he needs to I mean, this will be a very testing race for Dara McCormack. What he needs to do is he needs to calm himself down for a lap and then go for one to get through the second. It's not going to mean much when it comes to, obviously it will be second and fourth and then first and third for the two teams. He's not going to do that. He's just going to send it straight down the inside, make contact, as well as what we saw in the first lap. Unfortunately, two wrongs don't make a right, but that was a pretty good
sense. It's a good move. If we're going to go in the context of the move that was made initially, that's a good one.
A bit of a weave there as well. You can see he's, again, fuming. I think Mitchy Tauscher is probably going to try something as well. But if Mitchy Tauscher tries something and then, again, adds, he's surely going to be adding more penalty points to the mix, as once again he's looking down the inside of Aqua Minerale. They head through that double right. Oh, I mean, what a disappointing final race, unfortunately.
Yeah.
That's all I can say.
The format does lend itself to that as well. It is short, sharp. People aren't going to take chances. But ultimately, I think Unicorns of Love, and again, could prove to be wrong. We're still not getting any penalty points on our screens here. I think they might have just thrown this themselves. Again, they might be winning this race. But as far as it goes, it's been a really good day's racing. This is shambolic.
Yeah, all they need is, because at the moment, you might go, well, yeah, surely it will go to Unicorns of Love anyway. No, because of it being first and third and then second and fourth, right now with McCormack's move, there is only 2 points between them. They only need 2 penalty points. And I've seen enough in this race to see penalty points dished out to both teams, but certainly more so towards UOL, at least from what I've seen in this race. The point where I agree. I think as much as they might be in position to win the race, I think race control. But again, we don't want to speak on behalf of race control. I think we're just, unfortunately, I know you hate this, we are going to cross the line and we're not going to know who's won.
Yeah, again, it's not ideal. We might do. We've still got 2 laps. We might actually know, but...
Well, for me, I think, to be fair, that's not what we deserve, but that's what this kind of race deserves, to not know who's won. Because, to be honest, part of me doesn't really care.
Yeah, right. It's, I'm pretty annoyed myself Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe, as they say.
Yeah. Well, let's see if we can actually get a little bit of a clean battle with 2 laps left to go. Slightly doubtful of it, but Mitchy Tauscher on the back end of Dara McCormack. He'll want to get through in case there are any penalty points, because a 2-point swing could make all the difference for UOL right now, and a 1-2 in this race could make all of the difference. Through Piratella down towards Aqua Minerale. As much as Dara McCormack was fuming early, it'll be absolutely seething underneath that Williams Esports top. He just needs to keep himself calm. The fastest way around a racetrack is by taking the racing line and ticking off apexes, not defending clean air. He will know that better than anyone. Just hit every apex, keep a clean line, keep the car behind.
Yeah, absolutely. Darren McCormack is got to try and keep that cool head, but in an 8-minute race, it's very difficult to become very hot-headed and also lose that in the same space of time, especially when you will feel like you've done nothing wrong. I also feel like he's done nothing wrong. He's run wide. There's a mistake then, and you can see he's racing on tilt, just trying to gain time. It's just no fun when this kind of action. And do you know what? I've never seen this from Unicorns of Love either. They've always been the good guys when it comes to sim racing. This is something of, again, pressure does things to people that you can't explain. And I think pressure, because of the way the qualifying went, it's really affected them in the wrong way.
Reminds me a bit of RHG versus Redline. We've seen a few times on RF2 where they've been going toe-to-toe. Darren McCormack could get back to the inside and retake over second position. That was a
no
tiny
chance
move.
of leaving the room on the exit there, was there?
No. I think, like you say, Darren McCormack's pissed. He's really irritated right now, and he'll take it to the very limit. He will push him as far as that car will go. He's not going to give any respectful room or anything like that, because I think you have that kind of thing where you start off with that common courtesy when you're racing with someone. You're like, yeah, of course I'm going to give you room. The moment they take that away from you, you're like, no, I'm not giving it back. If you're going around the outside, we're both going off.
Yeah, what I would like to see is there'd be a meeting between all the drivers and we broadcast it. That'd be great.
Yeah. We're still awaiting for adjudication from race control. Nothing coming through yet. So at the moment, as we cross the line, it will be Unicorns of Love taking the win. But I've got to say, this is going to be dealt with in the steward's room. Unfortunately, we've had that a few times in ERL and in ERWC. Alas, it will start with day one doing very much the same thing. A big shame, not what we deserve, not what we've been building up to. Alas, it is the scenario we're in. What will we deal with in day 2 and day 3 on rFactor 2 and on iRacing? But the final few corners here in Assetto Corsa Competizione, are there going to be any big sends from Mitchy Tauscher as Sebastian Richter's work and door banging was done early on?
And well, we're going to have to call it as we see it. Unicorns of Love, P1, and currently as it stands, P3 are going to be today's winners. Sebastian Richter has got himself a gap. Doesn't matter how he's done it, he's got himself that gap. He will cross the line and take P1. McCormack has been beaten in the banging, managing to get himself up to P2, followed by Mitchy Tauscher as they cross the line. Muto will take P4 and the fastest lap of the race. We've then got Janssen in 5th position and Grunewald takes 6th. Arjuna, that was rubbish, wasn't it? Let's be honest.
Yep, I think you guys summed it up there. Not much more negativity that I could add that would not be unjustified. I think that's the thing. I think you brought up Redline versus RAG. We saw a couple of contentious races between them last year, Lewis, but definitely unexpected from a team of the likes of the Unicorns of Love, who traditionally have been some of the cleanest races we've had in this Esports Racing League.
Yeah, they've got to take the rough with the smooth. Unfortunately, Lewis couldn't hear you there, Arjuna.
Cannot hear you, Arjuna. Sorry, mate.
I will always, and Lewis is the same, and so are you, Arjuna, we will always praise teams to the hills. I want to put teams over, always want to be positive about teams, but they have to also take the negativity sometimes. That wasn't good enough. I'm not sure Unicorns of Love would want to win like that anyway. No. I don't think there's any intention there. It's not like they've gone in to send it, to take people out. It's just the way it's gone. It's just too aggressive. This split-second decisions being made. I don't think they would genuinely want to win like that, in my opinion.
I think we've all had results, whether a win or a podium or a top 5, top 10, whatever. We've all had results where they're decent results for us, but we're not proud of how we got them. Whether it is a race, whatever it is, there are always those kind of races and events like this. Sometimes it is bound to happen. I agree. I don't think not to paint Unicorns Love in a bad light. That was terrible. But that is not normally the standard that we expect from them. I mean, look at it when they went against Veloce in ERWC 1. They outplayed them. They outsmarted them, and they kept themselves clean, even when sometimes they weren't raced against clean.
And they gave the sass as well at the end.
Yeah, they did.
At the end, they were like, we don't like the tactics of the other team. Didn't like the way they did it, even though they still went and won it. Like, they let the other team know, we don't want to win like that. So, yeah, pretty disappointed.
I think we're going to have to wait a little bit of time here before we know for sure who exactly has come out on top here on day one of this Esports Racing World Cup. So in the meantime, while Race Control works on that one, let's look forward to tomorrow once more, because 3 consecutive days of racing, $50,000 on the line, and we mentioned it a few times already. Tomorrow, rFactor 2, the Infinity British touring car machine, rear-wheel drive. This is what they're all playing for, and let's not forget, on day number 3, we head to the old school. We head to the Lotus 79. We take away driver aids. We throw in a manual gearbox. We throw in more power than you know what to do with Luke. And I think that's going to be a really interesting way to close out the event.
Yeah. It's like being on a new game, that car, because it just isn't used, right? What is it used in? Is it the Camel GP, right?
It got
Which
used,
goes official once a week?
It got used in Pro Sim. Obviously, this is ages ago, so yeah, it's not really relevant. But that was like that when it was used in Pro Sim. That was like the only time that I'd seen it be used, and then it just hasn't been used like really in anything since.
So I'm not really sure what to expect. You surely Apex, Redline, they're going to be up there, RHG, right? Because it's just their sim. But I think we could genuinely see some surprises. Someone gets to hang in that car really well.
Big time.
There could be someone like Dominic Blyer. Like, he could absolutely fly onto the scene with this car. It's just all about someone who's just in tune with it.
That's if he's racing.
I tell you what, let's check out those 3 cars that we're using for this Esports Racing World Cup very quickly. This is something that I think we talked about in last year's Esports Racing World Cup, Luke, is the fact that iRacing is maybe the platform that is most difficult for drivers to adjust to. And just like we had in the World Cup last year with the V8 Supercar, so it's a rather unique car. Not many drivers will have the experience. It's a difficult technical car to master as well. And so I think, to your point, iRacing specialists will very much look at Sunday as a good opportunity to really stand out.
Yeah, I think the most unique tyre model we use across the 3 days as well. So people who are physics specialists with iRacing have got a massive, massive advantage. I just think that's more so on iRacing as a platform. You're good at it, you're going to be a lot higher than, say, someone who's average at ACC against the AC specialist. I think it's closer. Like today, I think it's the most open of the days, right? In terms of our predictions, of course, we're always wrong most of the time. But yeah, I would say ACC's wide open. But tomorrow, with the nature of the car, it's kind of 3 or 4 teams that really stick out.
Lewis, one thing that we kind of talked about over the course of our journey last year is the fact that this is an open format. We're going to keep playing with it. We're going to add new sims. We're going to do new things with it. Of course, this World Cup marks the culmination of the first journey. And now I look forward to the next year of the Esports Racing League. I see rennsport and some of the ideas that we've talked about, trying to maybe introduce some new concepts as well. And I'm really excited about the fact that we've come here again and we've got these different teams on display. But already, like Florian was talking about with Pablo, bringing PGZ into the board, into the frame as well. Already, I'm sure many teams are looking forward to the ERL for 2023.
Yeah, I mean, I think I like the idea of having these open communities and stuff taking part in these kinds of events and being able to sort of get their way into this, whether, obviously PGZ, it's a big esports team, but I like the idea of, Pablo's community. We're kind of discussing this with a few broadcasts of getting the communities of these teams sort of involved in it. Maybe that's the future steps for ERL and the ERWC, or even other competitions coming up in VCO. That's the important bit for sim racing, is not just the fact of these esports majors, but getting the everyday muggle to take part as well. But what I love about what we've done here with ERWC is the format is different. It's different than what we've run in ERL. It's different than what we've run in ERWC before. And the fact that, like you say, it's open. We're always open to...
we've changed it on feedback as well, right? So
exactly.
The managers have had their say, drivers have had their say, the community have had their say. The whole format's changed for this final specifically in a better way. We're open to listening. We're open to try and make something for you people watching at home, for the drivers, opposed to, just guessing.
Yeah. I think that's a massive thing for ERWC and VCO.
I think one thing that I'm kind of now looking to moving forward, Luke, is the fact that, again, 33 teams across of ERL 2022, whittled down to 12 here for this World Cup. Maybe as we add more teams, we add more platforms, we can add something that, at least in my opinion, is how you should do sports. Promotion and relegation. Let's put some stakes on the line, and let's incentivize teams to make sure they're performing strongly here, because if you perform weakly, well, you're going to have to fight your way back up into the big show.
Before that, I want console. I want to see PlayStation 5, and I want to see Xbox Series, whatever they're called these days. What's Forza going to be like this coming out this year? Gran Turismo is now in a good state to do esports, still allowing only 5 drivers per team. So they really have to be, pick very cleverly, because you've got drivers that are going to be taking part across console, then onto PC. Like, these are big esports organizations now. They have to back their drivers with the right equipment to get them involved, but I'd love to see console included.
Yeah, how many times have we talked about this, especially with ERWC? Obviously, it's not what we're doing now, but the idea was to have everyone in person and doing it there. And I was like, I think the online stuff, I think some of that could be a little bit difficult because of getting all of the infrastructure for us as commentators, for the broadcasters, for everyone as drivers, etc. That can be a bit of a nightmare. But in an in-person event, absolutely possible. And I love that idea of because esports, sim racing rather, we do get a little bit more like we're a bit elitist. We kind of stick to just the PC and sticking to that. That's not where esports and sim racing ends. It obviously extends way outside of that, and I want to include that more into this competition.
Arguably, there's more players on Gran Turismo and Forza put together than PC sim racing as a whole.
Way more. And like big competitions take part in this.
Game Pass is the biggest thing that's ever happened for console racing, in my opinion. Like, Forza is going to be on a Game Pass.
Yep.
Gran Turismo has been out for long enough now for it to be cheap, right? So, like, there are so many people playing. There's so many content creators on those platforms as well. So I think we have to utilize console moving forward. But that's my wish.
I think that is something, again, that we're going to have to look forward to, right? The adjustment of the schedule to accommodate the change in format as well. Last year was pretty fixed. Each of the cups had one race on each simulator, and then we had a one-off Masters that focused on one simulator at a time. Who knows what we'll have in store for you. A slightly later start to this World Cup, of course. Last year was in January. This year is in February, so looking forward to sharing more about our schedule moving forward. Still waiting for Race Control to finish things up. Not done and dusted just yet. They are trying to make sure they have dotted the I's and crossed the T's before we get things officially into the books here and look forward to day 2 and not just focus on day 1. I mean, Lewis, Luke, it must have been a lot of fun for you guys after a year of doing this remotely and wishing we could be together to finally, I guess, be in person and be talking about all this racing alongside each other.
I'm having a great time.
No, he's loving life. No, I mean, I'm sick of seeing Luke. This is the 4th consecutive weekend where I've had to deal with him. It's a bit much.
No, it will be.
No,
next week it will.
Well, technically it's 4th now. Obviously, we had our first one cancelled.
It's 4 already?
Yeah.
Oh my.
Next one's technically the 5th, mate. 5th consecutive weekend. Obviously, the
I only
first
had grey hairs that side before 4 weeks ago. Now they're there as well.
It was the Flex Stream one that got binned off at Paul Ricard. That was technically the first, and then ESL, and then Flex Stream, and then this, and then Flex Stream.
6 in total, won't it? Because we've got to do the ESL one again.
Sick of you. Oh no, that's. Oh no, it is that weekend after. Oh no.
Crazy. Lovely.
Well, Lewis is going to need some help and attention, I think, after this run of broadcast alongside with Luke. Let's talk a little bit about FlexStream while we've got the time waiting for race control. Of course, this a combination, a cooperation between VCO, Low Fuel Motorsports, a series on Assetto Corsa Competizione. We don't do things traditionally when it comes to BOP and GT3 cars. Instead, we introduce this concept of the BOP budget. We finished 5 races. We've still got 1 to go, 6 hours this time in BMW M2 CS Racing Cup cars at Paul Ricard. It's been a fun season so far, Lewis, and it started with the fun right up the start with the draft show.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun on that draft show, or at least 2 of us did. We had a lot of fun to roll through it, to explain how the BOP works in it. For anyone who didn't watch it, essentially all of the teams have their own BOP depending on what car they picked. That sounds like, yeah, of course they do. But they get to select in each race how many kilos they use of that BOP, whether it's 30, 15, 10, whatever it is. And it was a lot of fun running around with that. Then we had a couple of races in there where we used a couple of cup cars as well. We've got 1 more of those races left to go, which will be next weekend on the Saturday. We'll be taking, as you said, the BMW M2 Cup around Paul Ricard, finishing off the season. But it's looking like it could be it's a tight title battle in the final race between BS Competition and Williams. And by tight, I mean it's seriously tight after a very exciting final penultimate round at Watkins Glen. No, you didn't think it was exciting.
Yeah, BS Competition failed to qualify, didn't they? So they started at the back.
Oh.
And so they failed to get to the front end of the qualifying. Yeah. And then we had Williams that went and won the race, so that puts them in the lead. Oh, okay. Now we've got some results here.
We've got some results.
We do have some final results. It took a while. It took 15 minutes or so for race control to come to a determination. 2 penalty points added to both Williams Esports and to the Unicorns of Love. And so that means it ends as it did on track, Luke, with Unicorns of Love, your winners on day 1 of the Esports Racing World Cup. We'll get the whiteboard adjusted now to accommodate for that, and there you go.
Just
Lewis is quite happy that now we're down to just the 1.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be brutally honest. I don't agree.
Same.
But Unicorns of Love, they've been fast, so fair enough. It's a tough decision, race control. It's a thankless task, and like I say, clearly they've seen it's been 50-50, just 2 penalty points apiece.
They got more angles. Obviously, they've looked at it meticulously. We saw more angle.
Everything. Yeah, Unicorns of Love then the winner again on ERWC day 1.
Especially here on ACC, they continue to show their strength, their dominance. But to your point earlier, Luke, with the lineup that they've got, this was the day they had earmarked for success. And now 2 more days after this, and they've got to continue their momentum on the platforms that they wouldn't have expected to have been as strong on.
Yeah, it's they had to win today, for sure, if they had a chance of winning the whole weekend. What difference has 12 months made for them? Obviously, all of these drivers now have had experience on multiple different sims, whereas they were basically just ACC, right? But the ERL and the ERWC has given them that opportunity to practice on the sim, get used to different tyre models. Has that made a difference? Has that got them closer towards the front? I guess we'll find out tomorrow and indeed Sunday. But they've started off the best way possible by winning day 1.
We'll hold on for a few more minutes and hopefully get a chat with each of those 3 Unicorns of Love drivers before we finish things up here on day 1 of this Esports Racing World Cup. A long time in the making. I mean, disappointment at the end here, Lewis, but I mean, reflecting on the day, it was great to finally get the drivers and teams back out onto track after what's been seeming like a lengthy wait. Slightly new format as well. I think we overall had a lot of fun.
Yep, I mean, obviously, ending on a serious low. Not the result in a sense, but it's more just that final race being what it was. But the day itself, when it comes to some of the racing we had a lot of smart racing. I still maintain Imola probably wasn't the right choice. Dara, thanks for starting that one, everyone. I still think that us going to Silverstone, I think the racing might have been a little bit better there, but on ACC you don't really have too many choices when it comes to tracks. It was still a decent day. That was the important bit.
I tell you what, though, let's head down to our winners. Let's start with Bastian Richter and talk through those dramatic moments at the end with him. I mean, Bastian, both of those final 2 races in the Showdown, plenty of contact. Talk us through from your perspective, though, starting with Showdown 2, the mistake through the penultimate corner and the contact through the final corner that you had with McCormack.
Yeah, I mean, it was really tough, and yeah, I mean, maybe it was sometimes also over the limit, but yeah, it was just so intense, and we had to try everything. like in the race 2, I got taken out a little bit by McCormick. I think was he was pushing me on the rear, and yeah, so from then on we knew, okay, it maybe gets a little bit more rough now, and we have to bring our elbows out. But yeah, in the last race, I don't know exactly what happened behind me because there were like a lot of incidents. I just knew we had to get past McCormick because he was just too fast for us. So shout out for him for that, obviously. But yeah, so I just had to try to get past him, and luckily I managed to do that. And from then on, I just tried to bring it home, and yeah, I lost a little bit the overview of what happened behind me.
I think this was a day that I'm sure you would have expected to do well. We saw the strength and speed from you. How are you feeling now with 2 more days of competition left to go in slightly unfamiliar territories?
Yeah, I mean, ACC is obviously our main priority, and so we put a lot of effort and practice into this round. But unlike last time, we also prepared properly for the next rounds, and it will be tough, but I think we have a decent pace. We showed it in the ERL last year as well, where we are P3 overall, I believe. So yeah, we are still hoping for a good result tomorrow and on Sunday.
Well, congratulations on the victory here on day 1. We'll head on over to your teammate, and I tell you what, let's go and talk with Mitchie Tauscher, because what a turnaround from 12 months. Yes, it was a victory in day 1 of the Esports Racing World Cup in 2022, but no drama this time with your traction control, Mitchie. You must be delighted that we're not talking about that too much.
Yeah, I'm also delighted that we don't have traction control in this car, so I can't turn it off anymore.
This is, of course, a very different type of a competition to most of the regular sort of endurance and sprint series that a lot of you drivers are used to. In terms of mindset, we saw plenty of contact in that showdown. Talk us through what goes through your minds as you're getting set for these one-on-one team versus team battles.
For me, it's like the same as any other race. I just try to do my best, and of course, you're being more aggressive when the races are shorter. That's why you see a lot of touchy between some cars, and yeah, I enjoy it. I like it. It's hard racing, and it produces some drama.
Well, thanks for coming and chatting with us. We'll head on over to your final teammate to have a quick chat with Tobias Gronewold. Tobias, I mean, another Esports Racing League / Esports Racing World Cup adventure and another victory. You must be enjoying your time here in the world of VCO Esports.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's the 4th win, I think, in ACC for me and Michi. So I think we can't be more happy. Yeah, so yeah, it's great.
Talk to us a little bit about this Maserati. I think the commentators Luke and Lewis mentioned it a bunch. Probably not a car that many of you have many laps in, if any laps in. What was it like getting up to speed with a GT4 machine with no driver aids?
I think it's the most fun car in the game, to be honest, because it's just, you know, so tricky to drive. You have to be so careful on throttle and also with the brake. You know, you can't just brake 100% and then just basically release the brake somewhere in the corner. So you really have to be very, very careful. And also today, you know, in practice I had really good feeling for the car, but then all of a sudden going into the first qualifying session, you know, my whole confidence was just gone, and yeah, I basically struggled with pace the whole night, but luckily I got those 2 mega teammates that just carried me along the whole night, and yeah, gave us the win at the end.
It was a team effort, even if it was not without controversy. Congratulations, Tobias, and we'll see you tomorrow, and we'll see the Unicorns of Love over on rFactor 2.
Thank you, see you tomorrow.
So that's a wrap-up of our winners here on day number 1. Always good to talk with the drivers as they get ready and calm down and focus in on what's looking forward. We'll get another look at some of the social media things. Williams Esports getting right on top of everything there, Lewis.
Yeah, obviously, you know, at least sending out a somewhat positive tweet.
Jeffrey Revo camera?
It is a Jeffrey, yeah, nice little letterbox. You love the spy cam.
Love that.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't know. I feel bad for Williams. I'm going to be honest. I respect they've put out just a very standard tweet. You know, it's just a nice one, just like, yeah, cool. You know, come back tomorrow and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's been a tough day for them.
They've got a roster that can recover. They still came second today. The difference between P1 and P2 is 1 point. It's not the end of the world. I think that they have to look at the whole day as a whole, a successful day. Getting to that final is massive for a team like Williams because they will have aspirations of winning the whole thing, and they've put themselves in not the best possible position, but not far off.
So the Unicorns of Love walk away with just under $2,500, and once again the honours on day one here on Assetto Corsa Competizione for the Esports Racing World Cup. Tomorrow, again, the focus on rFactor 2. Defending champions Team Redline, demoted down to 4th after the penalty points factored into everything. Luke, again though, knowing where their strengths lie, they will still be very excited about the potential they've got for the remainder of the tournament.
Everyone will still believe that they're favourites to win the whole thing. Getting P4 and ACC is not their strength. It really isn't. It's not a case of they're making up the numbers. It's still competitive, but they would have taken. I think they would have taken it as far down to P6. Really, today as not a victory, but as a positive. They would still be expecting to win. Don't get me wrong, but they won't be too disappointed. Team Redline, they're still the favourites.
Lewis, final thoughts from you as we get ready to say goodbye on day number 1.
Well, I mean, I hope we're going to have a cleaner day tomorrow, but we are driving British touring cars after all, so, who knows what we're going to see. I think we're in for a bit of a fun one. Here's a look at where things are after day one. Unicorns of Love, obviously at the top with 12 points. Williams Esports, TRITON, they're in the order they obviously were knocked out in after that point. So TRITON, Team Redline, RHG and BS Competition knocked out in the semi-finals. Yazhi, Apex Racing Team, Veloce. And then we got Burst, Team Fordzilla and Arnage Competition at the bottom. But like I say, it's not over. Team Redline in that 4th position. RHG Esports, I suspect, will come back quite strong tomorrow. Apex Racing Team, actually, I think they still might do quite well on rFactor 2 before really aiming for big things on that iRacing day as well. But I think tomorrow, the outright favourites. This is a big day for Redline.
The margins are tight in this format, of course, with just a single point between each of the positions. It is everything to play for. 2 days left, 1 day down. Assetto Corsa Competizione has crowned its champion in the forms of the Unicorns of Love. Don't forget, before we go racing at 7 p.m. CET tomorrow, you can make sure your voice is heard and pick where we go racing on rFactor 2 in that Infinity British touring car machine. Here's a look at our most valuable driver. Don't forget this as well. $500 goes the way of the driver with the most podiums. Day 1 sees McCormack on top, and well, poor Luke Crane will be disappointed that Enzo Benito not even registered on the board. You pick where we go racing, 7 p.m. CET tomorrow for everyone at Simply Race. For Mike Yao, for the entire team at VCO, Luke Crane, Lewis McLeod, and myself, Arjuna Kankipati, thank you for joining us once again, and we'll see you tomorrow to continue the journey of the Esports Racing World Cup.